You've reached Monster 911, and I'm Lance Hightower. I've been taking cryptid emergency calls for over 5 years. If you have a cryptid emergency, please call our toll-free number, 866-306-8085. I can help you. What's your emergency? Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Monster 911 compilation of some of our most profound interviews. This time we're focusing on our previous podcast that had some connection to a government cover-up. This means that the guest experienced government agents involving themselves in a sighting, or men in black, threatening someone who had or reported a creature sighting, or a guest who did their own investigations and found something down the rabbit hole. First up, we've got a two-parter, which means we've edited together into one long story. These are two of the most popular videos on the channel, and we've even got a third follow-up video on the channel, which you can check it out if you're interested in where this story goes. It certainly is a doozy. Listen in and imagine what you would do.
Hello there. My name's and I had an encounter with a Bigfoot, not a Dogman, but a Bigfoot. And I don't know if y'all do those or not, but this just happened to me. Today is Monday, October 9th, and this happened to me on Friday of this week. So it's very fresh, very new, and I haven't even slept since Friday. I haven't been able to fall asleep for 2 minutes. I need to talk to somebody about this. It horrified me so bad. It actually put my cousin in the hospital with 4 broken ribs and a big old gash on his chin. And if you would call me back, please call me. I need to talk to somebody. I got your phone number from a police officer at the hospital when I was with my cousin. He told me about that website of yours, and that's how I got your number. I'd appreciate it. Please call me. I don't have anybody to talk to. That police officer is the only person that didn't treat me like a nut. And he told me that he knows they're real, that he believes every word I said, and he's seen it himself. Not the one I seen, but another one. And I just need to talk to somebody. I'm not very computer savvy. I don't email. I don't do that. I didn't even know how to get onto your, whatever it's called there, your page on your internet. He helped me out. So if you would, please call me as soon as you can. I need to talk to somebody about this before I go frickin' crazy. And I don't care if it's 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Just please call me. I probably won't be sleeping anyways. Thank you.
I could tell in your voice that you guys ran into some problems. But I wanted to definitely get back with you because I could tell you were upset.
Upset isn't the word.
Well, I guess...
First of all, let me ask you this.
Yes.
I talked to a police officer at the hospital.
Okay.
My cousin was injured, and he's the one that told me about your show or whatever it is. I apologize for being ignorant with that. I don't use the internet or nothing like that. I'm only 50 years old.
I understand.
But, I got a dumb phone. I got a little flip phone. I'm not into computers.
I understand. Give people a platform to share if they want on what happened. We just want to know what happened and the circumstance, because we don't understand these things well enough, and so we're trying to educate people that have seen these things what happened to someone else so they can be more educated what to do and what not to do. So
right. That's a good thing.
Yeah, you don't have
These
to
things
prove
are out
us.
there, and it's dangerous. These people need to. If you go to the woods, I don't care if you're fishing, you need to take you a big gun.
Yes, and that's the other thing
and
we
I
stress.
mean big.
We stress to people never leave home without a firearm, and we've gotten flack over that. But we are adamant about that. But I guess if you wouldn't mind, if you can drive and chat here or whatever you want to do, just kind of tell me a little bit of that day, what happened on Friday.
Okay. And you don't think I'm a quack or something, right?
Absolutely not.
This cop told me that I could call and talk to you and tell you everything, and that you would understand, and you wouldn't make fun of me, and you wouldn't think I was a weirdo.
No. This is a non-judgment free zone, because I can tell you right now, I have heard hundreds of encounters, and unfortunately for every encounter that we hear, there's probably thousands that we'll never hear because people don't have enough courage to come forward.
Right.
So you don't have, I don't know, you're not nuts. You saw what you saw, sir. You saw what you saw.
I thank you so much for being like that. I thank you. I'm going to talk to you. Will you let me call my wife. Give me 3 minutes to make a phone call, and let me call you right back. This will be the time that I can talk to you.
Sure, no problem.
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We're back.
All right, no more interruptions on my part. I appreciate you understanding and dealing with this. You talk about changing your life with that other guy. I'm telling JC, I'm telling you what, I've been in hunting, fishing, and outdoorsman all my life. Man, I'm so shook up right now. I'm sorry, Lance. I don't even know if I can talk.
Well, just I can. Are you on a speaker? Are you on a speakerphone?
Yeah.
I can probably hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
I can a little bit, but I can hear you better if you're actually on the phone rather than a speakerphone. If you can work that way.
Okay, is that any better?
That's better. That's better.
Okay, if we have a bad connection, I don't mind calling you right back or trying anything. I just need to get something off my chest if I can talk about it. I haven't even told my wife. She knows something's wrong. I just keep telling her I'm not feeling well. Me and my cousin was fishing. I'm just going to jump into it.
Okay, go ahead.
Friday evening, we was close to an island. There was 3 islands out here on this lake that one of them's pretty decent size, and 2 of them just, you throw a rock across them. The one's probably about a mile wide and quarter mile long, half mile long and a quarter mile wide. You camp out there, you can take your boat out there. Not too many people fish out here. It's pretty far back in there. Where you gotta park at, there's a gate, and then you gotta walk a good mile.
Is this in Ohio?
Depending on where you're gonna put your boat in.
Is this in Ohio?
This is in Ohio, yes, sir.
Okay.
Sure is. I'm originally from, grew up in Texas, and moved to Ohio after I got out of the service. I was stationed in Fort Lewis, Washington, with the 2nd Ranger Battalion. And you hear Bigfoot all the time out west, out up there in
Washington State. I mean, people talk about Bigfoot all the time. It's like a common thing. It's not necessarily meaning that people see him or believe in him or anything, but they'll make jokes. You tell them something, you was fishing and heard a weird noise. Oh, that's that Bigfoot out there clowning around.
Right.
I've always kind of, was a skeptic. I won't say I didn't believe in Bigfoot, but never seen one. Never talked to anybody that's seen one, but I kept an open mind. Why couldn't there be something out there like that? I know they find different species all the time.
Exactly.
And it was always possible to me that there was, but just the people, the things they would say, it was just unbelievable to me. Something talking about a 9 or 10-foot animal. I'm thinking, well, then there would be one. Somebody would have one somewhere.
Exactly. We totally understand. We've got the same thing here.
And
so
this is rough, man. Okay, a little backstory on me. I'm 50 years old. I was gun-ho. I was in the military for a little over 6 years. That's an airborne race. Jumped out of airplanes. Been in combat situations. Thank God I've never taken nobody's life. I've been shot at in the military. I'm a straight guy when it comes to the law and stuff. I'm not an outlaw. I think everybody should own a gun. I think everybody should carry a gun. Not just because of Bigfoot, but that's just the way I feel. I follow the law. I'm an outlaw in the sense of a rebel, I would say, when it comes to, I like to do things on my own terms. I've always been my own man, done a lot of things independently. My cousin that I was with that had this encounter with has been like a brother. We grew up together, and we're brothers and cousins. He's the exact same as me. Very outdoorsy, very independent. He's 2 years older than me, so we're both getting up there, so we're not as tough as we was when we was in our 20s, but we're still consider ourselves tough guys.
Right.
And
I'm kind of losing you a little bit here.
I'm sorry, I might be drifting away from the phone too.
That's okay. That's better. That's better right there. I caught.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I know, it's okay.
I was just,
I caught that you guys
to be
were...
a tough guy, I'll tell you what, this scared me like a little girl, and I'm not even embarrassed to tell you, since I pissed my pants, Lance. I peed all over myself, and if I'd have had to too.
Wow.
We was fishing, and we're in a 12-foot John boat, just a little flat-bottom John boat. It was electric motor. And reservoir, you can look it up on the map. It's a pretty good sized lake. It's a real big lake, actually. And it's in the boonies. It's not way out like in the Pacific Northwest up on the mountain or anything, but it's it's out there a good ways.
What's the reservoir again?
It's in County, in Port County, in Ohio, and I guess the area. Have you ever heard of it?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and know this lake very well. Me and my cousin have fished it for years. One of our favorite bass lakes. I deer hunt right around there. We got a couple permanent stands that we have built in the same woods as the reservoir. I got a climbing tree stand for other occasions. On this occasion, we was doing a little fishing and a little scouting. Bow season's open now in Ohio, and we're both big bow hunters. So it's probably around about 4 o'clock and we was talking about going to the end of the lake where we had the sighting at, and one of our tree stands were there. And I know exactly what time it was when the rock hit the water, because I just got done looking at my phone. It was 5:10. And 2 seconds later, a rock hit the water right in front of the boat. And I yelled at my cousin because I thought it was him, and I asked him what the hell he thought he was doing. And he yelled at me, thought it was me. And we just like scratched our head thinking, damn, we was right by that island. And we was thinking some kids or somebody was out there throwing rocks. Well, Lance, I'm going to tell you, there was a rock probably about the size of a bowling ball, landed, almost hit the front of the boat. My cousin's sitting in the front of the boat. I'm in the rear with the trolling motor. I seen it coming.
Oh.
It didn't, this was a big rock, Lance, and I'm telling you, it come with some speed and velocity behind it. It just wasn't lobbed out there. It come straight. It wasn't arching or nothing.
Dang.
And I immediately looked where I seen it coming from, and I didn't see a thing. And my cousin started hollering and screaming and talking about kicking somebody's ass.
Okay.
And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? He said, take me to shore right now. I'm going to kick that mother's ass. I'm sorry, Lance.
No, just feel free to tell me. Just don't worry about that.
I feel scared. He said, take me to shore right now. I'm going to kick that motherfucker's ass. And I'm like, who are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's like, that big black dude over there behind the tree. He went right behind that tree. I seen him. We got a little flat bottom John boat, and it just skidded right up on the shore. And before I could even turn the electric engine off, he was already out of the boat and standing on the bank.
Damn.
And he pulled the boat up more so I could get out. And as I get out, he started hollering and screaming and picked up a handful of rocks, little rocks that was there on the shore, and threw them back there towards the tree line. And it's pretty thick in there. I mean, not real thick. You know, you can get through there okay. You know, there's some briars and stuff, but you could see through there. And I couldn't see nothing. I mean, nothing. And as big as this thing was, I don't know how in the hell I did not see him. And just then, Lance, this thing hollered or screamed or did something, man. And I mean, it about knocked me down. It was so freaking loud, and I could feel it actually. Just probably sounds silly to you, but I could feel it inside of me. It was like somebody beating on a drum.
Yes.
Or
yes.
I don't know
Yes.
how. Like with something with a lot of bass in it, like a big loud music, you can feel it in your chest and stuff. You know.
Yep.
That's how it was. I felt it through my whole body, and I kind of like got sick to my stomach. I don't know if it was fear or what it was, but when that happened, I felt like puking. And my cousin, I mean, we looked at each other, and it was just like, we didn't say a word, but it was like, what the?
Right.
And I was like, come on, let's go. Let's get out of here. And just then, as soon as we was like, turning around to get, I mean, we're only a few steps away from the boat. And as soon as we turn around to go, just, I don't even know what freaking call it except monster, man. This ugliest, the meanest, scariest looking thing I've ever seen in my life come out around this tree. And it was so big. This tree was probably 3 feet around. That it was probably 3 or 4 feet away from it, and its right arm, he wrapped it all the way around the tree and hanging on to it with its right arm. And I mean, this is a big tree, and he was able to wrap his arm all the way around it, and he was still a good distance away from it. And I just froze. I couldn't move. I peed my pants. I couldn't talk. I couldn't scream. I couldn't do nothing. I just froze. And my cousin, he was right beside me, and he grabbed me by my arm and like tried to throw me in the boat, and I couldn't make myself do nothing, Lance. Like I can't explain it. It's like I just froze. I don't know. I froze. And normally I'm pretty good under pressure. I'm not scared of tuna. I'm not scared of anything that I know of. I've never been scared like that. And
Wow.
I feel safe with my cousin ever. I mean, we've been in the hard bar fights together. We've been through thick and thin. We've been through everything, and I know he's always got my back, and I don't worry about nothing with him.
No.
And all I had a 357 Magnum on me. I always carry a pistol with me. And he had a 45. And it never even crossed my mind to draw my pistol. Never even crossed my mind to do it. And I don't think it would have did a bit good anyways.
Yeah.
That's not near enough done.
That's what a lot of people say.
Enough.
A lot of people say the same. So
I'd be scared to shoot it just because I piss it off. I'm being serious.
Was he? So he was able to move.
My cousin didn't even. Go ahead.
He was able to move.
My cousin.
Yes.
He
He was trying to grab you.
Yeah. He was a little bit better than me, but he didn't draw his gun either. And that's basically the only thing we talked about with this. We haven't even really talked about it. He just got out of the hospital today. But he didn't even draw his gun either. And I was trying to move, and he's trying to help me in the boat. And this thing come at us, and I mean it was 40 yards away from us at that tree, and this thing was there in like a second. I've never seen something move so freaking fast in my life, and I mean fast. It was almost like unreal. It was almost like a cartoon. It is the only way I can explain it, how it moved. It was just weird. It was so graceful and agile for as big as it was, and just as it got to where it could reach, I just knew I was dead. I knew it. I was dead. And boom, it turned and made a hard left and was like gone in a split second. I mean, gone. And just disappeared. And this thing had to be, if it was an inch, it was 9 foot tall. Every bit of 9 foot tall. It might have been 9. It might have been 10 foot. I don't know.
Dang.
I'm pretty good with measurements.
Yes, sir.
And this thing was at least 9 foot tall. And it moved so freaking fast, and I didn't know it. But when it went by, it knocked my cousin ended up about 6 feet in the water. And it pushed him, or so he don't even know what happened.
Oh, really? So it possibly made contact with him.
Oh, it definitely made contact. It broke 4 ribs.
Dang.
It definitely made contact with him. And then he couldn't hardly. It knocked the wind out of him and everything. He couldn't. It punctured his lung. One of his ribs broke and punctured his lung. And we was in a world of trouble. And I'm still froze. I'm still freaked. And I mean, I'm froze. I was no good for a couple of minutes, and I got my shit together in my head and got my cousin and helped him get out of the water. And he's all hunched over and doing, you know how it is when you get the air knocked out of you, how you you're trying to fight to get your breath and you can't.
Of course.
And
yes.
He's like, I'm hurt, man. I'm hurt. He's like, you gotta get me to the hospital. I'm hurt bad. And that's all he said. And I helped him in, out of the water, and we was getting in the boat. I mean, we're right there at the boat and everything. And this log comes flying, hits him right in the chin, and just missed me.
What? Say that again.
He had to get
Say that one more time.
A log come flying and hit him right in the chin. It just barely missed me.
Dang.
It hit a tree and bounced off the tree, missed me, and hit him right in the chin. He had to get 17 stitches in his chin.
Oh my gosh!
Along with the broken ribs.
And this wasn't a small branch. This was a log.
Oh, yes, sir. This was no switch or branch. This was a big old log. A big old log. We're lucky it hit him the way it did, or it would have took his head off. Because, it come out there with some velocity. If it wouldn't have hit that tree first and hit one of us before it hit that tree, it probably would have killed one of us. It hit, so it sounded like a damn rifle going off when it hit that tree. And it hit him in the chin. It just got him at an angle and knocked his ass out.
Really?
So now I'm by myself. He's knocked out. I got him leaned over the boat, and I don't know where the damn thing is. And I'm just horrified. And I finally drew my pistol. And give me a second, please.
Take your time, please. No hurry.
Oh, man. I promise you I'm not no little sissy.
When these encounters happen, buddy, this is not a matter of how big or bad a guy you are. It doesn't matter how big or how tough someone is. It has nothing to do with that, buddy. It's a very terrifying event, and I can't even imagine that experience there.
I can't even talk.
No, it's okay. Just no hurry, man. No hurry. No hurry.
This is the first time I haven't talked about it at all. Anyways, I drew my pistol. I get on the other side of the boat in the water. My I got him leaned up against the boat with his head in the boat. Both his arms and his head's in the boat. The whole front of the boat's out of the water. Just the ass end of it's in the water where the motor is. It's just like I said, a little 12-foot flat-bottom John boat. I'm sure you know what that is.
Yes, I do.
And I go around the back of the boat. I reckon I'm trying to put as much distance between me and it as I can, but in the same time, I'm trying to put cover between me too. If you follow what I'm saying?
I do. Yes, that makes sense.
I drew my pistol, and I'm just trying to find where this thing is. So my head's on a swivel. I'm looking everywhere, and I can't see it. And it's probably 5:30 in the evening now, and nice, bright, sunny day. And this thing was so black that it's almost like it absorbed the sunlight. I don't know how to explain it. It was weird. That's beside the point. But anyways, I'm back there with my pistol, and I'm just scanning, trying to find where this thing is, trying to get the boat into the water at the same time. But the way my cousin's playing, it won't let me pull it.
Oh,
it's a bunch of rocks there,
gotcha.
Some good-sized rocks.
Gotcha.
And I couldn't get it in the water without moving him. And so I get up there, and he's awake now. He's alert, and he's scared shitless too, and blood's everywhere because he's got water on him. So it looked like a lot more blood than it was just because he was wet. But I mean, he's got blood everywhere, and I'm freaking out thinking he's dying. And I took his pistol from him, so now I have two pistols. And I told him to get in the back and get the boat ready, and let's get the hell out of here. And he couldn't hardly move because of his ribs, and I wasn't thinking about that, but he was starting to gurgle and couldn't breathe, and I didn't know if he was having a heart attack or what, because there was no injuries on his exterior except his chin.
Wow.
Couldn't understand why he couldn't move. And like I said, he punctured his lung. One of the ribs broke and punctured his lungs is what happened. And as he's trying to hobble himself away, I'm not helping him at all. I got both pistols in my hand, and I'm just covering us so he can get the boat and we can get the hell out of there. And this thing just stepped out and started. It was beside a tree, and once again, I don't know how I didn't see this. They're perfect camouflage. I don't know how they do it, but they can be right in front of you, Lance, and I'm telling you, you can't see it. 9 foot tall, probably 4 foot across. It looked like a piece of frickin' plywood. It's that wide.
Oh my gosh.
And thick. I mean, just thick. Unbelievably thick. And oh my gosh, his mouth. Wow. He could have probably bit my head off, and I'm not exaggerating. His mouth was so freaking big, Lance.
It's almost like it's some people say it's something that it's like out of a makeup Hollywood horror. I mean, it's so massive and so big that it dwarfs our bodies so much that it's unbelievable.
It is. I can't. I'm trying to think of how to describe it. It like a cartoon almost, because of how big it was. That's the only thing that made sense. But its mouth was like enormous, huge. Wow. It would honestly have no problem biting your arm off. I really feel that. It didn't have like big canine teeth or anything. It had teeth like a human, basically. I didn't see any like pointed, sharp canines or anything like that. But the weirdest thing, the inside of its nose, the second time when it come around, after it stepped off from the tree the second time, it was standing there and it was like, I thought it was like playing peekaboo. And my cousin's like hollering and screaming, and he's spitting up blood and all this. And I'm froze again out of fear. And it's like poking its head back, and it was like swaying kind of. Like moving back and left and right.
Yes.
Back and forth. I don't know what it was doing, because there was nothing in the way that it would have to look around or anything.
Well, sometimes
it was like it was trying to it looked like it was like looking beside a tree and ducking back, but there wasn't nothing in its way. It come out around the tree.
Gotcha.
And it was just standing there moving back and forth. And then it like made a noise like it was clicking its lips. I watched it do it. It was only 20 feet away from me. And it was like making a noise like, I thought it was chomping its teeth down at first.
Yes.
Biting real hard on its teeth, but it wasn't. It was like clicking its tongue. Like I don't know how to explain it. It was just making a noise like that.
Right.
And then it like took a few steps towards us, and I'm still froze. I'm frozen terror. My cousin's going off. My cousin, I don't know, he wasn't afraid or nothing. He was belly bad, hollering and screaming at it and telling it to get the hell out of here and all this, and I can't even talk. And he's bent over. I didn't even want to take my eyes off of it if I could, but I didn't want to look at it, the face, for some reason. I stared at its chin. I couldn't look at its eyes. They were like real. They were far apart. No. Ooh, hang on. Ooh.
That's okay.
It's ugly. Man, it was ugly. Ugly, freaking ugly, dude.
Did it have a face like a human? Or was it more primate in looking?
There was nothing human about this thing. The only thing human about it was the way it stood on 2 feet. And I don't know, it kind of looked I don't know what it's called. It kind of, I don't take this the wrong way or something, but kind of look retarded.
Oh.
Like, you ever seen a retarded person, how they look? They got that look to them.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I do. I know what you're talking about.
It kind of looked like that. They got that. It had that funny look. The people, the retarded people that's retarded like that, they all look the same.
Right. They have a certain.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they have a certain look about their face. Yes.
Yeah. And you can tell. You know, if you see them on the other side of the road and you don't know they're retarded, you can tell just by the way their face looks.
Right.
It looked like that.
Right.
Kinda. Not exactly like that, but kinda. But the inside of its nose, Lance, and I don't know why, I kept looking at it, but it was pink. Bright pink. It reminded me of like Hubba Bubba bubble gum. When you chew it and you spit it out, it was pink like that.
Sounds like it was.
Just as pink as could be.
Yeah, it was upset.
And I could see in its nose good. I could see real good in its nose, and for some reason that just struck me real funny. Not then, but now it does. Its nose was wide and flat, kind of human looking, but flat, kind of like a boxer that's been hit too many times. Just wore out nose and pink in the inside. Its eyes were black as coal. I didn't see any white at all. No whites in their eyes, just black, like a shark. Like there wasn't nothing in there good, for sure.
Wow.
And far apart, they were pretty far apart. It looked like he had sunglasses on at first, but they were just black. Wow. I gotta need a second again, Lance. I'm sorry, man.
No, hey, no, you don't. Please don't apologize. You just.
I kind of feel better talking to you because you don't think I'm an idiot or.
No, sir, not at all. You're sane.
You know what? I don't know how to explain it. I want to tell somebody, but I don't want to talk about it. But I need to tell somebody, but I know they're just going to think
I know.
lying.
Well, here's the thing: is that there's plenty of people, and I am very impressed with the law enforcement because typically their hands are tied. They typically don't. Most people in law enforcement, game rangers, game wardens, people in the paramedics, in the health industry have seen these things, but they cannot say anything because their superiors tell them they are not allowed to say anything or recognize anything.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I didn't even get into that with you. A police officer is the one that told me how to get in touch with you.
See, that's where
he listened to me.
I'm impressed with that. So what I'll do is I will call you tonight at 11 o'clock sharp. And we can...
Okay, I understand you got to go, but let me tell you this.
Yes, please.
In the report he made, he told me a bear attacked my cousin. The police officer did. And I kept telling him it wasn't no freaking bear, dude. I know my animals. And he pulled me aside, and he wrote down your phone number for me and told me to call you, that he believed me, that he knew it wasn't a bear, but he had to put that in there that that's what he had to do. And I told him, no, I don't want you to do that. It wasn't a bear. Put in there that it was a creature. It was a monkey. It was a gorilla. It was something, but not a bear. And he told me that that's what he had to do.
See?
So
and that's,
you're right.
Yep, that's the norm because this has happened to many people we've talked to. So there's, I want to get into.
Come to my house, the cop did.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday, he come over yesterday and talked to me about this. He believes in it. He believes me 100%. He don't think I'm lying.
See, there you go.
And that makes me feel good that he believed that, because I was scared to death. I didn't want to tell anybody about it, especially, when I took him to the hospital and tried to tell him what happened, and they wanted to send me to the 7th floor. That's for the loony bins. And they're the ones that treated us like crap, like we were stupid, ignorant. But the police officer, the game warden, and a park ranger all was it that showed up when I made the phone call when we got back to the boat ramp. And within 5 minutes, there was 20 officials there from all kinds of different departments, and that one cop is the only one that took me serious and didn't jive. Even the police were driving us, and I couldn't believe that.
When we talk tonight, I want to talk tonight. I really do, and I'll call you. I'm a man of my word, and we'll talk some more about that specific subject matter.
Okay, and you promise you'll call me at 11 o'clock?
I promise. We'll get into some detail here, and I'll tell you my theory on some of that as well.
Okay. I'm sorry that
no
that I'm acting the way I'm acting. I can't help it.
That's okay.
I don't want to act like a little sissy.
No apologies.
But it's like I'm reliving it when I tell you, and it still horrifies me, dude.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just, I promise I will call you. I promise. Okay. Tonight at 11.
I'll talk to you at 11.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, Lance. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, Lance.
Was this okay still?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Sure is. Man of your word, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. No problem. I just had a family commitment I had to go to, and then we're back, and everybody's kind of off in bed, which I don't get to sleep till late and all that. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
I understand that.
How you doing, buddy?
It's just terrible.
Are you doing?
How am I doing?
Yes, sir.
Actually, 100% better since I talked to you for some reason.
Good. I'm glad.
Since the last time we spoke, I feel a whole lot better. I just don't know if I'm going to sleep or not, but I feel a lot better.
In talking to a lot of folks and having some experiences ourselves, I mean, I can't say I've ever had the experience you and your cousin had, by no means. I can't even imagine what you both went through, but it'll be a daily basis thing, it'll be a day by day, and it'll get a little bit better after, because it just happened on Friday. So, if your cousin will openly communicate with you, which it sounds like you guys been through a lot of thick and thin things, so it'll help for you both to kind of talk about it too a little bit, if he's willing to open up once he kind of heals up a little bit, but it may take some time for him.
He won't even speak about it. He basically just tells me to shut the f***. I don't even want to talk about it. That was his exact words.
Really? Well, sometimes you find out that does happen when two people have the same experience, and it's very traumatic. Especially, this is like a Class A where there was contact made, which is very, very rare. But when it happens, it's such a traumatic event to the person that some people never want to speak about it again. Some people do, and you never know who those people are going to be. So it's a day-by-day process. It's a day-by-day. And when he's, up to the point where he may not want to talk about it right now, or next week, or next month, or even next year, or maybe never. But at some point, he is, strange as it may be, it does feel better to share with someone that's not going to judge you and that will just listen and it'll make him feel better at some point down the road, but I don't know when that'll be.
It's amazing on how much better I felt when we hung up. I knew you was calling me back, but after I got off the phone with you, it was like a load of bricks was lifted off my chest. It was amazing. And
that's wonderful.
I went to the store and got, I almost got a beer. I quit drinking. I'm a recovering alcoholic. And I went to the beer aisle, and I was just going to get beer, and I didn't care. I was just going to get totally drunk.
Right.
Thank God I didn't. Thank
Good.
God I walked away from it. But that's how I felt. But then when I got back in the trunk, when I was leaving, I said a little prayer, and I thanked you, and instantly it was like a ton of bricks lifted off me.
That's wonderful.
I can't wait to get everything off my chest. I can't.
I'm glad for you. I really am. And I'm thankful and honored that you shared. And I'm thankful for the officer to have the courage to give you, even when he won't be able to document what he knows about you.
Well, he told me. Now, I wasn't going to say this to nobody because, well, you don't know his name or anything, but it doesn't matter. He told me that he has to write up. I wrote the report. I wrote it out in my own words. He told me he had to write a different report.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't understand why he would have to do that.
Well.
And he explained to me that he can't turn mine in to his superiors for some reason, that he's writing it up as a bear attack. Now, there's been maybe 3 bear attacks in 200 years around here. There's very few black bears. I'm pretty close to the Pennsylvania border, so we have more bears here than in most places in Ohio. But it's just so unlikely that that's what it was. I couldn't believe that that's what he was going to do. But he stopped over to my house. He came seeing me and made a personal visit to check on me and check on my cousin and find out how we was doing. And then here to find out, he had an encounter about 3 years ago.
Oh.
It's when he was hunting. So he knows they're real. There was no doubt in his mind what he's seen.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't want to talk to him because he's a police officer. I don't know. I just felt funny talking to him.
Sure.
Maybe it was face to face. I don't know what it was, but I couldn't open up to him.
Right. Well,
like, I feel like I can talk to you and tell you every little detail.
Absolutely. And there's one thing though we can say is that what I appreciate about this officer, and I don't know him, but what is rare in this particular circumstance is that he was honest enough and truthful enough to you to tell you the lowdown, which people never get, and that is this. He was honest enough and truthful enough to tell you he's going to have to write another report, and this is what we've seen, not just me, but many, many, many other people that have had encounters, whether it be in national parks, which happens very frequently, what happens in state parks, what happens in rural areas that county sheriffs have, police officers, emergency personnel, people with authority. And what happens is that there's 2 reports. And one report is what's printed as public record, and it goes in the newspaper that everybody sees. They see bear attack, feral dog attack, domestic dog attack. They see mountain lion attack. I'm not saying those things don't exist or don't occur, because we all know they do, but they are rare, and so a portion of those that are deemed or labeled like that are actually Bigfoot, are Bigfoot related. Or
right, but I've never seen a report in the paper of a Bigfoot attack.
That's right. Well, because they know that if they put the report initially, what you said, people they'll go out with firearms and pitchforks, and it will just shake the foundation of what is out there, truly out there in the woods. And so he's kind of the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. We've heard that statement. Right. He's kind of the guy that doesn't make the decisions, and he's told by his supervisor. I remember some months ago I was interviewing a gentleman down in Fort Sill who, when he was in down there at Fort Sill, right, he's in another state right now. He's in Utah, but he told me, he said, Lance, I was told by my supervisor in no uncertain terms, I am not to talk about this to any officer, anyone, period. And that was the thing. Whatever you see out in the woods stays in the woods. And that was the military. So
right.
I don't want to take your time here, but I just wanted to.
Okay, I want all the knowledge I can get. But what I don't understand is if these people know about this, somebody's going to get killed. I'm telling you that they're not nice. It's not. It wasn't friendly. It might as well have been a grizzly bear. If there was a grizzly bear there, they would want to warn everybody. Exactly. Hey, don't go to the reservoir. There's a grizzly bear. It attacked 2 people.
Exactly.
But why wouldn't they want to let people know, hey, there's a dangerous animal here. Don't go there.
Well, because in many respects, on multiple levels, it shakes the foundation of people at various levels. It shakes their faith. They feel that if these things are real, or that they believe these are real, it's going to shake their faith of Christianity, which I believe it actually strengthens.
I said a prayer. I told you that I froze. I went to the back of the boat. I left my cousin up. I even took his pistol from him. That's how scared I was. And I said a prayer, and in Jesus' name, I rebuked it. And believe this or not, I don't know what your faith is, but as soon as I did that, it was gone. It turned around, and it left. As soon as I said that prayer.
I believe it because we're Christian.
That's the honest to God's truth. I have faith in the Lord. I'm a Christian myself, and that's all I could think of doing. I prayed and
you
prayed
did the right
and prayed,
thing.
And I rebuked it in Jesus' name. And next thing I know, it turned around and moved. It reminded me of a gymnast, the way it moved. And this thing was so, if you could see how big this thing was, Lance, you would be like, now how did that thing do that? It's almost like it was walking on air. I know that sounds funny and like I'm making stupid stuff.
You're not.
Up.
No, you're not. Because
but if you could have seen the way this thing moved, it was unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. Being scary and big, but the way it moved, if this thing wanted me, there's no way you could outrun it. There is absolutely no way you could get away from this thing. It covered a few hundred yards, and I might be exaggerating just a little bit, but I'm going to say a few seconds. Literally, and it was gone. And it looked kind of funny, but I don't know, like cat-like agility. It was like kind of bent over, and its knees, the way it ran, it's like his knees were always bent. It's hard to explain. But it's like it's it was built like a human, kind of, but it didn't walk or run or anything like a human. It kind of like was like kind of hunched over a little bit, and then its knees were like almost at a 90-degree angle when he was like on his backstride, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Yes.
Do you kind of understand what I'm saying?
Yes. They never fully extended like a normal human walking gait. They always kept in this flexed posture. You know, you're describing so much of what other people describe: the movement, the behavior, the quickness, the agility, the strength, the glide. Everything you're saying, believe it or not, is coinciding.
Has other people said they're fast like that?
Yes. You're saying all the same.
I mean, unbelievably fast.
Yes. They're so fast that it almost, as my brother who had an encounter, when he saw it going across a wheat field, he said it was so smooth, there was no bouncing of the head. It was
right.
He said it was so smooth, it looked like an apparition floating on the soil.
That's exactly how I told you. It's like it was floating.
Yes.
I know it wasn't floating. It wasn't a ghost. I know it wasn't. But the way it moved like a cartoon, like its head never bobbed up and its body didn't bob up and down. It looked awkward, but so smooth, and it better than any gymnast I ever seen. And when it first took off, after I said that prayer and it took off, it kind of just turned around, and it didn't never turn its head to look at me. It turned its whole body, and I was like, oh man, here it comes. Because it didn't look over its shoulder at me. I mean, it turned its whole torso around to look at me. Its legs were facing the other way, but his whole torso turned towards me, and I just knew I was hit. And then it leaped, and it covered maybe 20 feet in a single leap, and it wasn't like it ran and did it. It just, whoop, and it was 20 feet further away. And then it just took off at a dead run from 0 to 60 and nothing.
Was it still on this island as far as you're aware of? It didn't jump in the water or anything?
No, it was still on the island. That was the biggest island, the reservoir, and you won't have any problem seeing the big island if you get an overhead view.
Sure, sure.
I've never done it, but I know that you can because my cousin told me about it. Like I said, I'm not real computer literate.
That's okay.
I need to learn.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to call him John, this police officer.
Sure.
He stopped by, and we talked for a little bit. And he told me he turned on a cell phone a website that talked about people that seen Bigfoot. And we listened to 3 different things, and I could tell 2 of them seen the same thing I did. I could tell it. I could sense it. And this guy seen one in 1982, and he was almost crying when he was talking about it from that long ago. And there was one that I don't know if the guy was telling the truth or not, because it just seemed like, I don't know, it just seemed fishy to me. And whoever was interviewing him, he was kind of feeding off of him.
Oh, I see.
If you know what I mean.
I see.
I don't know. I wouldn't say 100% this. I think this guy might have been looking for attention or something.
Gotcha.
But 2 of them I know for sure. I could tell by the way they were talking and what they said. It was exactly. The only thing I never heard them say was the way their nose was so pink on the inside. And if you seen one, you would know that. that's one thing you could not miss. That thing was like hot pink, almost like it glowed in the dark.
Well, what happens sometimes, I was thinking of that, especially with known animals in the known kingdom that of the animals we are aware of, like certain animals, like in the primate kingdom, like with certain primates, when they get upset or mad or anxious or aggravated, the capillaries in the nasal passages and they start increasing with blood, and so it's very, very evident to see this color change in these capillaries in the sinuses and in the mouth, in the lips and in the tongue, and it's very dramatic change because they have increased blood flow to those areas. But it's also used. They use that. With that change, it's a sign that basically I'm pissed, and it's a warning sign. It's an aggression sign when these changes occur in the sinus cavity, in the mouth, and things of that nature. So I can't say exactly that's what it is, but if it's anything like some of the primates that we are aware of course, that's kind of what happens. So. That was the first thing I thought of, but I could be way off base, but that was my first inclination as a possibility.
Seems to make a lot of sense because this thing was pissed, and I don't know why. I don't know what we did to piss it off. Always doing fishing. We wasn't making any noise, anything. We was flipping for bass. We was actually being kind of quiet.
Well,
and
what
then all
happened?
Of a sudden that rock, and then a bigger rock. And my cousin thought it was a big black man. And he's like, that big black man over there behind that tree. And it just didn't seem right. I'm like, what would a black dude be throwing rocks at us for? And then that's when all hell broke loose. And he was pissed. I mean, this thing was pissed. To look, I thought it was going to eat me, to be honest with you.
When you had, I'm going to ask some questions about the size of this thing, if you don't mind, and I know you could be just guesstimating, and that's all you can do is guesstimate. What do you think? You told me that you thought the height was around possibly 8 feet in height, if not more. What do you think this thing weighed, roughly?
700 to 1,000 pounds. I've shot 7 elk in my life, and this thing was huge. It was 700 plus.
That's a big one. That's a big one.
That's a fairly good estimate, give or take 100 pounds either way. But it was huge, unbelievably, unfathomably. I can't. It couldn't walk through my pad. It couldn't walk through my sliding glass door.
Really?
There's no way.
Really?
It was every bit as wide as the back of my pickup truck. I mean, it was 5 feet might be too much, but it was every bit of 4 foot. I compare it to a piece of plywood. And that's huge when you put it on an animal. It was every bit 4 foot wide, at least 8 foot tall. At least 8 foot tall.
Did you notice?
No exaggerations. I've been in the construction field for a while. I can judge. I haven't been back. I'm not going back there. But when it grabbed us, it stepped out from behind that first tree, and it reached its arm around, and that was a big tree, big around. It went all the way around that tree, and its arm was like straight out, and it was over my head. It wasn't like he didn't reach up. He just reached like straight across, and his armpit was above my head, and I'm 6'1".
Oh, wow. That's an intimidating size right there.
So I wanted to follow up here with a post-review of this episode. I've never done one for any episode that we have published on our show, but I wanted to do so with this one because I thought it was very rare to have an event like this happen, let alone so recent. So some of the things I wanted to go through just a little bit. Now, we're going to have a part 2, and we're going to just proceed from where we ended here, and we're going to talk more into part 2 of some of the folks that chatted with him immediately after, and continues to chat with his cousin, the one that actually sustained the injuries from this Bigfoot attack. So we're going to get into part 2 and some of the reasoning why and some scenarios. And so in taking notes here, we noticed that in the very beginning, when they were fishing around this island, that they were seeing rocks the size of bowling balls. Well, it didn't dawn on them that a human typically doesn't throw rocks like that are probably 30 pounds. They were throwing them like a Major League Baseball player. They weren't being lobbed over, and yet he still could not see what was throwing this. It didn't process to them. So I thought that was very interesting. Again, you're not looking for it. It just kind of happens. Another thing that I thought in taking notes here was that the sound that made him sick. We know that when under severe fright or fear, you have a major adrenaline rush. Your sympathetic nervous system, which is the fight or flight system, it's just such a rush of adrenaline, and combination of visual fear can make someone sick. We know that, but I also think that there might have been a combination of infrasound. Infrasound is sound waves that typically combine in such a way that could be within the range of hearing, but also infra implying below is the prefix for that. That if there's sound waves below 20,000 hertz, depending on the frequency, we possibly think that these can also make us ill. So that, in combination with just a visual fright of the size, sheer magnitude of how big this creature is, and all that combined can make him sick immediately, nauseous, as he said. With that being said, typically you never hear of anyone losing their bladder or voiding. And when you have that description and someone has enough courage to admit that, you typically see this in events that people had immense fear, immense fright. And so I appreciate this gentleman so much for being so open and honest with what really happened step by step, because we can learn from this, and others can learn from this, or even others that's had events happen, maybe not like this, but very similar, can step forward and share with us so we can learn to realize that these things are real, and you need to be aware, and you need to be prepared. So this release of bladder is also a sympathetic response. The ability to form urine or fecal material is a parasympathetic response. In other words, it happens, we don't have to think about it, thank goodness. But the releasing of bowel movements, the releasing of the bladder, is a sympathetic response. The sympathetic nervous system lies just below the neck and above the belt line, and what it does is it sends a lot of adrenaline into the system. It dilates the blood vessels in the upper arms and lower legs, what we call the upper and lower extremities, to engorge blood into these areas to flight, run, or fight your way if you have to. It removes a lot of the blood from the inner viscera, the guts, the organs, and it gets you ready to prepare yourself to live, right? So I thought that was a very interesting point that he made. You just typically don't make this stuff up. So this gentleman saw the real deal. That's what I am indicating here with that particular description he had. The flaring of the nostrils you typically see in the primate kingdom. I'm not calling Bigfoot a primate. I'm just saying that in the primate kingdom, when you have a male or female very, very upset, but especially the males, they have larger nostril. When they get upset at another male, or they're trying to compete for mating, or they're upset at another animal and trying to protect a clan unit, they'll have an engorgement of blood just inside the nasal cavity, and it's used as a provocation type of indication, I'm pissed, I'm mad, you need to stay away, and they'll get this engorgement of blood that can look pink or a reddish color, and it adds to the overall characteristics of their yelling, their teeth showing. And so in this case, this Bigfoot was mad. It didn't want him around, and so this gentleman focused on that, happened to just really fixate on that. And so that's a detail you very rarely hear. So I thought that was really interesting, talking about this pink, this brilliant pink color of the nostrils. And lastly here, I thought it was interesting, this swaying back and forth with this lip or tongue clicking. I've heard this in some other encounters, but I thought it very appropriate here. A lot of these characteristics this gentleman was talking about that this Bigfoot did coincides with many episodes that we've heard, many of you and other people have known. This swaying back and forth tends to be a characteristic when they're nervous. They're not sure who you are, what's going on, and they're starting to get nervous. It's kind of like you tapping your foot on the floor when you're nervous or anxious. And this lip clicking tends to be a characteristic of a mad or upset behavior. And so that's what I believe was happening. And of course, it happened. Finally, this Bigfoot, he was giving all the signs. I don't know, you're too close. We don't know what he was trying to protect at this point. Was it a clan? Was it a family? Did they have little ones? Was there a larger group on the island? I think so. He believes that also. I'm not sure if he talks about it in part 2, but I'll have to go through as I'm publishing it. But he did, off the air, when I did not have an opportunity to record, he did talk about out of the peripheral vision, he saw what he believes was another Bigfoot out of his periphery, but he was too focused on this male that he didn't really try to see if there was another one. But I believe that's why he was acting with immense aggression. There was others on the island. It could have been other clan members, but that was the reason why. It was him and his cousin were too close. So that was his way to say, back off, and you're way too close. Again, we're dealing with a smaller island. And so that made sense to us both. Again, do we absolutely know? Of course not, but we'll never know at this point in time. So part 2 will continue. I'll get it on as soon as possible. I just wanted to do a little bit of a post review here. And what's interesting on part 2 is a lot of the people that came to visit and talk to this gentleman and his cousin, what they said in no uncertain terms, and what is continuing right now. So I hope you share this story. I hope it'll stay up, but again, you never know who's listening and if it'll be taken down. So I hope you get a chance to pass this on, at least hear it a couple times, and we'll go to part 2 here very, very soon, I promise. So let's continue here with this part 2, and then after we finish up with part 2 here, I'll update you on how the gentleman is doing and how his cousin is doing and some of the conversations that we've had. And he reiterated how much he thanked me for not giving out his name or locations. This is a relatively small area of the country, and everybody knows everybody. And I know some of you are, you would love to find out who this is and everything, but I gave the gentleman my word, and I will not back down on that. I'm a man of my word. He was very thankful, and the reason why he didn't want locations out and names is because there was people that helped him, and he wouldn't want them to lose their job, which they could. So he just keeps thanking me that I didn't give his name out or locations yet. It doesn't mean later he may not give that out or ask that I can give it out. We may even follow up with a part 3 of how he's doing today, which I think maybe down the road, if he would like that, we can do that for you guys. So let's get going here on the continuation of the interview, and then I'll follow up with how things are today.
And his armpit was above my head, and I'm 6'1".
Oh wow, that's an intimidating size right there.
That's when I pissed my pants and I froze. I was dead. If he wanted me, he had me. I didn't draw my pistol. I couldn't do nothing but stand there and pee. And I didn't even know I was doing that until I was done. Until it was all over with. And then the worst part of it was when we got back to the boat ramp, because we called the police first, and then the game warden and a park ranger was there, and that nobody believed us but the one cop, and
Well,
he was come to the hospital to take the report from my cousin, and we was separated. We wasn't even together, and he looked at me a couple times, and he said, "Calm down." I had tears in my eyes. I was bawling like a little baby for a minute, and he said, "Hey, I believe you. Yeah, I believe you." He said, "You don't worry, I believe you." And I'm thinking, "No, you don't. No, you don't." And he started telling me about his stuff, but he's like, word for word, what you're saying is exactly that's my cousin. He's like, exactly what he's saying, and I don't think you collaborated and rehearsed this. He's like, I really believe you. He's like, you seen a Bigfoot.
I'm sorry. Are you on speaker again? You're cutting in and out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I heard bits and pieces, but I think I heard enough to answer you back here. Well, here's the thing. Earlier when we spoke, now, like I said, game rangers, game wardens, national park rangers, when the incident is over and you're coming away from that area and they say they don't believe you, sometimes they'll say they don't believe you to your face, but when you leave the area and when you leave the scene, they do believe you, and they'll send other people into those areas to investigate without your knowledge, without the public knowledge. They may call government officials that are assigned to look at these cryptids when an attack happens like that. When you have a Class A contact with a hominoid like this Bigfoot creature.
What do you mean by Class A?
Like a Class A is where you not only have an encounter, but you had an encounter and a contact was made with the Bigfoot making contact with a human, an attack.
Okay.
That's what that is. You can have various classes where you just have an eyewitness close up, where there's no misidentification, where you saw very closely. Then you can have people that say they saw something walk across a road. It wasn't up close, but I saw something. It was too big. It wasn't human. It was moving fast. And then you can have, so there's variants in they just kind of break it down. The encounter classification is what it is, but this classification, when they make a contact with a human and it's the human is injured, you bet that those game wardens and game rangers, they may say to you they really don't believe you and kind of look like they brush it off, but you can bet someone is out there investigating that. It may not be them, but it may be some people from the government out there looking into it right now as we're speaking.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah,
I certainly hope so. I hope they put a bullet right between its eyes. It might sound wrong, but
no,
this thing's going to kill somebody.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous encounter, and I'm so glad that you guys got away with your life. And I'm very glad that you rebuked it in the name of Jesus, because I tell you, that is very, very important in our minds, in our hearts, that you did the right thing. You absolutely did the right thing.
That was the only thing I could do. That was the only thing I could think of doing.
Well,
it really was. That gun, that 45 or that 357 was not going to do nothing. I know that sounds like exaggeration, but I think it would have just made it mad. I really do.
Well, in this particular circumstance, I agree. Because what happens is that even if you're a trained marksman and you can hit the target 100 out of 100 times, anyone under high stress and fright and shock instantly becomes a terrible marksman.
I'm a damn good shot. But Lance, I was shaking so bad. I'm shaking now. I'm shaking uncontrollably now. There's no way I could have hit it. You're right.
There's
absolutely no way I could have hit that. At 20 feet, I wouldn't have hit it. It was 9 foot tall.
That's just
There's
it.
no absolutely way I would have. But I didn't even think about it. That's the weird thing. That's usually the first thing I thought I would do, would draw my gun. And it never crossed my mind to do it until after I started helping my cousin, and his pistol was almost falling out of its holster. So I took it. I grabbed it from him. And I might have been being selfish, but I wanted to make sure I had some kind of firepower if I had to.
Well, he was not. I think you absolutely did the right thing in every way. I really, deep down in my heart, know you did, and I tell you why. Because your cousin was not in a capacity. He was hit. He probably has a concussion as well as that impact injury, that laceration. So he wasn't of the right mind. He wasn't of the right mind to pull his firearm. So you did the right thing to pull it for him, to have now a double means of trying to protect yourself and cover, using kind of the cover of the boat there a little bit in your favor. So I think no one can blame you, would do anything any different. I tell you, when you're under that high stress and shock like you were, I don't even know how you did what you did, honestly.
Me neither. Me neither, to be honest with you. Me neither. It took me, I was in shock. I'm still a little in shock, but I was in shock there I didn't even know I peed my pants. It seemed like an eternity, but from the time it came and pushed my cousin and then turned hard left and vanished, which I thought it was over. But it wasn't. It might have been 30 seconds.
Wow. And
then when it come out from behind that tree, and I don't know if I told you, it started swaying back and forth. And to me, and then it started clicking its teeth, making a clicking noise.
Yes.
And the only thing I could think of, I already had his pistol then. I was behind the boat. I just knew he was coming. He was just getting the nerve up or whatever he was doing, building himself up to make one final charge and kill us, and that was it. And then that's when I prayed. And it was gone. It was over. Thank you, Lord. Praise you, God. Hallelujah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord.
Well, from my understanding, what all those sounds and what it did, that behavior of that swaying back and forth, here's the thing you have to remember or understand now after this incident, is that these things do nothing by accident. They have intention in every move, every sway, every sound, every turn. There is purpose. They are very efficient in what they do in their movement. Everything is intentional. This swaying back and forth, to our understanding, is more of an anxious, unnerving movement. When we get nervous, we fidget. We sway our legs back and forth. We bounce a leg or a knee real fast, or we bite our nails. This thing sways back and forth, and then when it started to click or pop its lips or popping its teeth, that's I'm pissed. You're in my lair, and I want you out, and I'm getting pissed. And that's a sound of agitation, irritation, and aggression. It's I'm getting ready to do something, kind of a sound.
And that's exactly how I felt it was what it was doing too. I felt that it put a fear in me like I've never. I can't even explain it. It was like it projected fear to me.
People call it a primal fear. It's so raw, and that it's just pure raw fear to the core, to the bone, and that's when, like, exactly just what you said. Now, if I can recall right, earlier when we were talking, you said something about when it yelled the first time, you felt nauseous. And
oh my goodness, and a deafening. Have you ever been sitting in a train track and it goes right by you and blows its whistle?
Yes, I have.
It was louder than that, Lance, and I'm not exaggerating a little bit. But it shook. I could picture my hair blowing back in the wind if I had hair. But it vibrated my whole body, and then immediately I felt like puking. I don't know if it was fear. I don't know what it was, but it made me sick.
Well,
it really, and for several hours later, I felt the same way.
Well, there's some possibilities here that I can maybe touch on here as why. Number one, it's the obvious. I mean, when that sound happened, when people go into shock, we know that you can become nauseous. We know that your blood pressure can drop quick and you become nauseous and anxious. So that's one aspect, just the sheer immediate shock and adrenaline rush. Secondly, these creatures have among other very unnatural abilities, they also have an affinity or an ability to project sound below. It's what we call infrasound. And this infrasound there are sound waves that you can't hear and sound waves, obviously, that you can hear, not only hear, but feel. And
is that like what elephants and lions do?
Yes. Yes.
I know
tigers.
Elephants have something that humans don't hear, but other elephants can hear hundreds of miles away.
Right. Usually the sound where we can start hearing things, I used to know the exact number of the megahertz for sound for humans, but anything below certain sounds, we call it infrasound, but it's also can be sound waves can penetrate. It's basically vibration in the air, right? Sound waves. So the sound waves emitted from these creatures can penetrate deep and far. And if this infrasound, if there's a combination of infrasound with this sound that you were able to hear and the penetration depth, it can make you sick. There's some people that this infrasound is projected as a growl or within a yell, and it penetrates, and that right there is can accentuate or stimulate nerve tissue to the point where of nauseousness. You get sick. You start to sweat, and so
I bet that's what happened, because I was sweating profusely and very sick. It but my stomach, but it felt like it rattled my insides.
Yeah.
Do you talk to a lot of people about this?
Yes.
You sound very, very knowledgeable. Are you a doctor? Or?
Yes, I'm in healthcare here in Tulsa. Yes.
Okay, 'cause you sound like you have a lot of knowledge, and I'm glad that John gave me your way to get in touch with you, because that did happen to me, and I was sweating very badly. And Ohio's not, like I said, I live in Texas for a long time. Ohio in October is nothing like Oklahoma or Texas. It's chilly here. I was wearing a hoodie, a long sleeve shirt. It was 58 degrees, and I was sweating buckets.
Okay.
When that happened, and not only did it make me sick and feel like that, but that's when that fear set in that I've never ever felt before. Mm-hmm. And we never seen it. There was at that time we had never seen it. And then when my cousin threw them rocks like that, that's when it screamed and stepped out 3 or 4 feet from that tree and then grabbed it. I'll never forget how it looked kind of funny how it was, because it's like from its elbow to its hands were longer than the rest of its body, than the rest of its arm, but his hand was the way he didn't grab it like I would grab it. Like with my thumb, like I wrapped my arm around it, my hand would be there, my thumb would like be up.
Right.
His thumb was, it seemed like his thumb was, either the way he's holding his hand or his thumb was in a different position. But it was definitely a hand. It wasn't a claw, it wasn't a paw. This was a hand. I'm telling you, I know what I've seen. I'm not misidentifying this thing at all.
No,
I'm telling you.
I believe you 1,000%. Could you, when it's so, I hate to repeat questions here, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear here. And so when it came out from behind that tree, and it was hanging onto that tree that you said was just huge around the diameter, and you saw it for the first time, how far in distance was it from you and your cousin when it stepped out?
The first time, 40 feet, maybe a little closer than that.
And when it stepped out, what your
And
cousin?
I couldn't believe I couldn't see it that close.
Wow.
It was a big tree, but this thing was so big. I don't know how I didn't see it. It just blended like right. It just disappeared funny. I know it wasn't like magic.
Well,
it just a camouflage or something.
Yes.
I don't know what it was, but I should have been able to see that big thing.
Well, here's another aspect. If you start listening to some of our shows that we've done previously,
how can I do that?
Well, I can tell you. You can.
They talk?
Yes.
Do people talk about this stuff?
Yes. So what they do is, if you get on the computer and you type in YouTube, and you pull up the YouTube site, and basically YouTube is a collection of videos that people have made. There's millions of different types of videos, music videos, family videos, but there's radio shows on there, and there's TV shows that people have made at a professional level, a semi-professional level, to an amateur level, and some are quite good. So our show is on there, as well as some other shows that I think are quite good. And basically these are folks that have had, I don't want to say the exact same experience, but very, very close experiences and various contacts and encounters with these creatures, as well as other type of creatures. And they talk about their experiences, and this allows them to share and get it off their chest. But more importantly, and I should say equally important, it allows people that's had experiences that didn't know who to go to call in, share their experience, and not be judged. And it so helps these people feel like a release. They feel a little more at peace that someone listened to them, that did not judge them, because usually people that start these shows like ours, we start them because we've had experiences ourselves, and this was like therapy for us in starting these shows. So
I told you that after I talked to you, it was like a weight was lifted off my shoulder. I thank the Lord that I was able to talk to you. It was therapy.
I'm so glad that I could.
Thank you so much for listening to me. I don't know how to thank you for listening to me.
You did just by chatting with me, because I don't take anything for granted. I learn myself. I want to know. I want to understand these things, and like I said to you the first time, I can't even imagine what you guys went through. I hope I never have an encounter like that, but it is important to not only for you to just release it and share, but it's equally important for people to hear that are out there that are listening to these shows, that they too can say, wait a minute, I had something just about like that, and I need to tell somebody because it's been plaguing me for years, keeping it bottled up. I was scared to death that I'm the only person that's seen this. Me and my cousin, we're the only ones that experienced this. Well, what I can show you is that when you get on YouTube, you type it in, and to find our shows to listen, you can type in the words Dogman, and then you'll type in Sasquatch, and then you'll type in Oklahoma, and then you'll type in encounters in the search. Okay. In the search. Yeah, go ahead. Let me write. Is this your program? Yeah. Because I've really. I hope I'm not bothering you. No, you're not. I feel like I'm bothering. No, you're not. You're not. There's. Please, you're not at all. So, man, I wish I could stop shaking. Yeah. So you're just gonna, and when you look on the computer, when it comes to the in the top bar, or you can go to, you're gonna type in YouTube, YOUTUBE, one word. Hang on. Sure. I'm gonna tell my daughter to do it for me real quick. Yeah. Go ahead. Or I can direct her if you want. I need you to get on YouTube. What does she type in? Type in Dogman, one word. Go to YouTube and type in Dogman, one word. Sasquatch, honey. She's a good speller. Good. Just do it. Just please do it, honey. There's a reason for... Yes, just do it. Oklahoma. And the last word is encounters. Encounters. And then, so when she searches that in the YouTube video lineup, it'll come up. My shows will pop up. It'll have the state of Oklahoma. I got a picture of Oklahoma here. Yep. Does it have silhouettes of... It's black. Yep. That's your show. Yep. And I'll give your phone back to you in a minute, honey. I'm going to use it, okay? You need to get to sleep anyways. I'm sorry for bothering you. Thank you for doing that, honey. I love you. Good night. Sorry about that. That's okay. So you should see it looks like a kind of a creepy outline of Oklahoma, and then it'll have a circle, and it'll say in the circle, Dogman, Sasquatch, Oklahoma Encounters, and it'll have a silhouette of Bigfoot and a silhouette of looks something like a wolf. God, I'm looking at it right now. Man, okay. There's a lot of episodes on here. Yeah, those are all, well, I'll back up. Hey, what's that wolf? Is that Dogman? Yes. Because that police officer told me, he told me to tell you that it wasn't a Dogman, and okay. I had no idea what he was talking about. So he must listen to the show. Dogman is an entirely different creature that we can talk about. It's a creature that there's variances in how it looks, but one of the guys on our team had an encounter at a distance, not an up-close encounter, but he had an encounter at a distance with one of these creatures that wasn't a Sasquatch. It was a Dogman creature is what we're calling it generically, but and not just us, a lot of people call it that, generically speaking. But this Dogman creature, for the most part, looks like a very, very large werewolf that is built.
That's what it looks like on this picture here.
Yeah,
on your
it's built.
website.
It's built like a Sasquatch and has agilities that are just equally comparable to a Bigfoot. They're extremely fast and strong and powerful, and it sounds like we're talking about mythical creatures, but
yes, it does.
it doesn't even
But so is Bigfoot. Bigfoot's not supposed to exist.
That's right, but they do.
I believe in everything. I know Bigfoot's real. There's no doubt in my mind that Bigfoot's real.
Well, these Dogmen are real too, unfortunately. I wish I wasn't telling you that, but they are real too. We've had people...
Where do they live?
Well, here's the other
Is there
thing.
any in Ohio?
Yes, they're all over.
Oh my God.
They can be anywhere, literally. Now, I can't tell you specifically where because these creatures are nomadic. They can go wherever, whenever they want. They are opportunist, just like Bigfoots are. They can go anywhere they want and be anywhere they want, and they are opportunistic. If they can get food for free without hunting, they can. They'll do it. They can eat roadkill. They're built to. They're a predator. They are one of the most unusual apex predators we've ever seen. But if you ask if you ask police or rangers or national park rangers, they don't exist. But they do. They do. And there was a gentleman that works at a hospital facility here in Tulsa who saw one on just off of one of our major turnpikes outside of Tulsa, which is only 2 miles from my house. And
you live in town?
I live in a kind of a bedroom community on the east side of Tulsa, and I can get on the Creek Turnpike in 2 miles from my house, and he saw it on the very exit that you can take to get to my house. And because we're out here in the semi-country, it's kind of one of those areas that's kind of growing slowly, but there's still quite a few people out here. I mean, it's not totally just woods, but there's a lot of bedroom communities here, and there is schools right here, and Walmart supercenters and everything else. But the point is that these things can be anywhere at any time, anywhere they want. And these typically Bigfoots, a couple things are a rarity with what happened to you and your cousin. One, it's rare for a Sasquatch to be typically seen in the daytime. Typically what we know is that they are nocturnal. They tend to feed and hunt at night. And they don't like to move too much around in the daytime as to they don't want to be seen. But this one, you must have got too close to an area that it either had a family. There was others like it. We have a suspicion that they move in family units.
Wow, that's weird you said that, because I could swear there was another one. I never seen it, but like I said, I grew up in the woods, and I heard an owl at 5:30 in the afternoon. I looked at my phone at 10 after 5, and that's when the first rock was thrown. Just prior to, as soon as I got done looking at my phone, that's when that first rock got thrown. So between 5:30, 5:10, and 6 o'clock, plenty daylight. Doesn't get dark till 7:30. And I heard an owl hooting after this thing was doing that clicking noise and stuff with its mouth.
Yeah.
I swear I heard an owl, but it wasn't no owl.
Right.
Somebody was making it.
Was it a bad sounding owl?
Like it.
Yeah, was it a bad sounding owl? Like hoo 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 hoo.
Yeah. The way being from the country, it's like, who cooks for you? Who cooks for you? That's what an owl sounds like.
Yes.
And I've heard screech owls, barn owls, all up.
It wasn't
this thing was no owl. I'm telling you, it was not an owl. I know what an owl sounds like.
It wasn't the definitive owl sound like whoo, whoo, whoo. It wasn't anything like that. It was a really bad sounding owl is what we call it, and that's a means of communication they use a lot is owl sounds. You've heard
that before.
I haven't.
What I'm talking about.
I haven't heard it personally yet in the woods by me, but I have interviewed a lot of people that have heard that very same thing and have said that same thing. And I
knew I wasn't going nuts.
No, you're not.
I knew that was no owl.
And that's just a means of communication because that we're aware of. These things do have a speech. They do have a
there was more than one of them.
Yes, and that's it. When you see one, you can assume that there is another somewhere close by, if not a clan.
Oh my God!
So
something has to be done about
this.
Lance.
I know, and you probably encountered from the sound of it, from what it sounds like, and I'm just kind of putting it together here. You probably encountered the alpha male, even though he looked.
There's no doubt this thing was male.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. He didn't have underwear on. There's no doubt. He had a. There was no doubt about it.
So what?
That's for sure.
And here's another thing that strikes me kind of interesting. Not only is it rare for these to come out in the day, but if they do come out in the day, a couple things to consider is that the area that they're harboring in, there's very little people pressure, or they'll come out when they perceive a threat, or you're getting too close to a family unit, or their living quarters, or hunting ground, or breeding ground, because, and again, it's a multitude of things here I'm trying to correlate, and I know I'm only speculative just a little bit based on the incident, but this time of the year, by hunters' opinions and by retired rangers, they have said that in the fall, approaching the fall and through the fall, is their mating season. So that's another feature. So you could have been way too close to a clan or family unit. He felt threatened, and he had to protect the area, and he wanted you the hell out now. And when he
could have just asked me, and I'd have left.
Yeah, but when your cousin didn't know what he was looking at, and I mean, you assume it's going to be a human throwing rocks at you. Our minds don't jump and just go to a Bigfoot. And so what happens is this alpha male probably thought, I'm not scaring this cat. He's actually getting out of that damn boat, and he's throwing rocks at me. Well, now you're showing an act of aggression back at it. So he felt probably even more threatened, like, this guy's not going, these guys aren't leaving. They're coming on shore. I got to do something. I'm a little speculative here, but I'm trying to reason. Again, these things don't...
Makes perfect sense, Lance.
They don't.
I mean, we didn't do nothing to it.
Right.
At all. You know, we wasn't doing nothing, but my cousin did. As soon as he hit that shore, he picked up a handful of rocks and started hollering and screaming and throwing them. And he threw them right at that tree.
See?
And that's exactly when he stepped out and screamed at us.
Because that right there kind of that topped it for that Bigfoot. That was in his mind, he was supposed to just scare you and you guys leave, but he saw an equal reaction back in aggression with the rocks being thrown, and now you were on the bank. So he exposed himself, and you said something about that you couldn't see this thing until it just stepped out from the tree. Well, for as big as it is, you would think this thing would, stick out like a sore thumb everywhere. But here's the thing that from multiple encounters that we know. These things, their backyard, their home is the woods. Just like if I moved your couch 6 inches to the left in your house, you would know it's out of place because your home is your home. You know it upside down and sideways. Its home is the woods. It knows every tree. It knows every crevice, every depression, every cave. It knows it so well that it uses its environment to its advantage to hide itself very well. It can blend. It can turn sideways. It can squat. It can be on its belly, on its back, on its side, in a tree. They climb trees.
In a tree?
They can climb trees just as well as
big as that thing is?
As big as it is, yes. That's that's another scary thought.
Oh, I forgot to tell you this. Sorry for interrupting, but I want to tell you before I forget. When it took off the second time, when I prayed and it left, it jumped. It jumped and cleared about 20 feet. And then it landed on all fours, like a dog would. It ran. It was very, very weird looking because its head was like almost looking straight up. And it never looked at us again. Before it did, it turned its whole body and looked at me, and I just knew I was going to die. I just knew it. I knew he was just he had enough, and he was pissed, and he was coming to get me. And I prayed, and he jumped, and as soon as the wood line's probably about 60, 70 yards off of the beach, except for a little point come out about 30, 40 feet away, and that's where I seen him the first time. And then he come right at us and made a hard left and disappeared. And 70 yards of openness and was gone. And then the second time, when I started praying, that's when he made that jump and got down on all fours and ran like a dog.
Well,
it didn't run away on 2 feet.
Well,
it did the first time.
Yep.
But second time it ran on like it had hands. It didn't have paws. But it got down and ran like it had paws. I'm telling you.
Well, no, I've
seen that.
That's another feature that they can run just as fast on all fours as they can bipedal on 2 legs, and that's occurred in multiple occurrences and encounters with these things. There was I had a gentleman. Well, it's a story that's passed down. We never did get the gentleman didn't want to come on and talk about it, but basically he was out in central Oklahoma on some private property, and he took a buddy, and they were going to go just kind of plunkering around with 22s going squirrel hunting, and he went to his grandpa's land, and I believe it was his grandpa's land, and he knew about a pond that was very well hidden, and they were walking through this thick underbrush, coming up over a rise where this hidden pond is among the trees, and when they got to it, there was a Bigfoot bent down, squatting, bringing water up to, it was down on all fours with its lips on the water, on the edge of the pond, drinking, sucking water. And they were just in awe looking at this. and this Bigfoot apparently heard them or smelt them. I don't know which. Looked up, was startled, and initially took off on all fours, running extremely fast, just a bolt of lightning. And then just before it hit the wood line, it stood up and ran into the woods on two legs from there. And these two young boys were in such fright, they just sprayed the woods with their .22. So these things have a capability that's they can be bipedal on two legs, or they can be a quadruped on their hands and feet, and just as fast. Just as fast.
It looks very, very comfortable on all fours.
Yes, that's another thing. Very comfortable, very relaxed, very quick. They have a very unnatural, freakish speed that we can't explain. They're so powerful that it's far beyond any type of human comprehension.
It's unbelievable. Even when you see it, I still don't know if that's exactly what happened, how fast it was. I've never seen nothing move like that. Never. It's almost supernatural.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that it was a ghost or anything, but the way it moved was supernatural to me, because like you said, that one guy said that it was like it was floating off the ground. Yeah. It was on the ground. I know it was.
Right.
I'm not saying it was flying or anything.
No.
But it appeared to be.
It was like a ghostly apparition. It was so smooth.
It sure was, and just the most agile gymnast. When it landed, it jumped so far and landed, and as it landed in the same movement, it was 0 to 50 right now. It was. I'm lost for words. I don't even know what to say. It was unbelievable.
When it made its charge to you guys the first time, that I understand, and it made that hard left, was it to your left or its left?
It was to our left. It would have been his right.
Okay.
The water was directly behind us, and we was parallel with the shore. We was 20 feet from the water, heading towards the wood line. And when it came out, I didn't even know it hit my cousin until I heard the splash. And,
oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, I was froze. That's when I was like in total shock.
So he was right beside you, though. Your cousin was right beside you, right?
He was right there beside me, and it was coming right at me. And then, but my cousin was to my left. So as it turned, it went his way, and that must have been when it pushed him, shoved him, punched him, something. He had a bruise from his sternum all the way down past his belly button, but no claw marks, no scratches, no broken skin, no nothing. It broke his ribs and punctured his lung. And that's when I was trying to tell that guy that told me it was a bear attack, why in the hell doesn't he have claw marks on him then?
Exactly.
You know, if a bear's going to do that to him, he's going to claw him.
Totally, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. That's the truth.
We wasn't allowed. The police wouldn't let us talk to the doctors. The game, well, as a matter of fact, I don't know if he's a game warden or what he was. Would not. He told them what was going on, and they took us in a separate room and separated us. And this, I don't even know if he was a police officer or what he was. He was wearing, kind of looked like a biker to me. He come in and was like drilling me about stuff and basically called me a liar in my face, and I was getting mad. And then another guy come in, and he left, and went and talked to my cousin. But this other guy, he was all dressed nice in a suit and tie and real polite.
Let's back up a second. Okay, you know who you talked to?
They didn't give me their name.
I know,
well,
but I can tell you who you just talked to. I can tell you who you talked to, even though you don't know them.
You know them?
Well, I don't know them personally, but I know who they are. You said one was in a suit and one looked really rough, like a biker.
Beard,
big guy.
He reminded me of a biker. Just a good old. He didn't remind me of no cop or nothing.
Was he a big guy, relatively big guy?
Yeah, he was a big guy.
Yeah,
yes.
and
not real muscular and everything, but he was a big guy.
You're right, and the guy in the suit was a little bit smaller guy, but a little bit well mannered, and the guy in the biker was a little rougher.
The biker guy was basically calling me a liar and disagreeing with everything I said, and the guy in the suit was real polite and nice. He went and got me something to drink.
There you go. And, so let me tell you who these. Let me tell you who these guys are. Okay, and I'm going to direct you to some episodes that's not on my show, but I want you to listen to them. And there is an uncanny resemblance on what happened to you.
Let me get a pen, please.
Yeah.
So I can write this down. All right, I got a pen.
What I'm going to do is I'm trying to remember the episode, so I can't recall off the top of my head. It's another show like ours, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to find it for you, and when I find it, I'm going to can I send text to you?
Yes, I can text.
Okay. So what I'm
not that silly.
Okay, what I'm going to do.
I just don't get on. I can figure out how to get on YouTube and stuff.
Yeah,
I just never do it.
That's okay. I have the episode in my mind of which one you need to listen to. It's uncanny what happened to you at the very end and what happened to this gentleman. The same scenario happened. A gentleman in a black suit.
In Ohio?
Well, it wasn't in Ohio, believe it or not. It was in a totally different state. But this gentleman had an encounter with a Bigfoot that he shot. And he saw a larger Bigfoot pick up this Bigfoot and go up a steep cliff wall with this other Bigfoot over its shoulder like a rag doll.
Wow.
And it went over like it was a feather. So this guy reports it to a game ranger. The game ranger's pissed because it's Thanksgiving Day. Reluctantly, the guy doesn't give up. He tells the game ranger, look, I shot something that wasn't a damn bear. I need to tell somebody. So the game ranger finally agrees. They go out. The guy shows him a pile of blood. It looks like lung tissue. He shows him the wall with handprints still there with blood on the wall and where this thing went up. And finally the game ranger says, well, I thought you might be lying, but I see now you're telling the truth. And the guy said, damn right I am. I'm telling you it wasn't no bear. And the game ranger says, well, you may be getting a visit here soon from some other people. That's all he says. About a couple days later, this guy was working in town. He has a local business. He was visited by guess who? A guy in a nice suit, in a dark car with government tags, and a guy that looked like a biker dude, really rough and very gruff.
I'll bet you that's the same people.
So what they do is they ask to speak with the man, and the man said, I'm about ready to close my shop. When I get done, we'll talk. They go to the guy's home, follow him home. They sit down. The guy in the suit asks, tell me what happened. The guy tells him everything, the way it looked, what he saw, that he shot it, it picked it up, it went up the wall, it freaked him out. He thought he was dead, but he shot one of them. And then the guy in the biker outfit, big guy, said, You didn't see a Bigfoot. You shot a bear. This guy said, the hell I did. I know what I saw. I saw a creature that was damn big, and you can't tell me I'm not lying. I saw what I saw. And the guy said, you're not following me. You saw a bear, and that's the way it's going to go. And if you don't be quiet about this, we can make it very miserable for you. The guys got back in the car. The government tagged car, dark windows, and left. The guy didn't. Yep. The guy didn't say anything for a long time because he was afraid that was a threat. So here's who you talk.
That was a threat.
Yep. So here's who you talked to. You talked to an underground government agency that's well and alive in America. We don't know who they are. It's a division of the government that investigates Bigfoot and different types of cryptid creatures across the United States. Their job is to make contact with all the humans that made contact with these creatures and to stop the fire. Put out the fires before they become a raging fire. That's what their job is. And what they do is they pose threats. That's it. They're intimidating.
That's the guy that told me it was a bear. He told me 3 times that's what it was. And I argued with him, no, it was no bear. That big biker guy. He's the one that told me that. And that's when, after they were there within 24 hours.
See what's
I
happening?
was at the hospital visiting my cousin, and they come in, and the first guy in the suit took me out, and me and him had a pleasant conversation, real pleasant conversation. He acted like he believed me totally, but he also was trying to tell me that it's very easily to misidentify animals and in the dark and all this. And I tried to explain to him it was 5:30 in the evening, and it wasn't dark. And as far as I know, there's no 9-foot bears that can run around on 2 feet like this thing does, and blah, blah, blah. And the next thing I know, this other guy comes in, and the guy in the suit leaves. Well, they talk for a second privately, and then they leave. Then the guy in the suit leaves, and this guy sits down, and kind of like you'd see in a movie, turn his chair around backward, sit with his legs all crossed like a tough guy and everything.
Exactly.
And basically wanted to hear what I said, and then contradicted everything I said. But there was never a threat. He never threatened me. The only thing he said is, if I was you, I wouldn't go and telling everybody that you seen a Bigfoot. He's like, a Bigfoot didn't put your cousin in the hospital.
Yeah.
And that pissed me off.
Exactly.
And I was like, bullshit, that's exactly what it was.
See, what they were doing,
me 3 times it was a bear.
What they're doing is seeing how committed you are. I guess what I'm saying is how committed you are to telling somebody is what they're seeing. By saying it 3 times and you coming back 3 times saying, no, it's not, no, it's not, no, it's not, they're seeing how committed you are. Is this guy going to rat out that this? Is he going to tell the Inquiring magazine? Is he going to go to Channel 8 News? What's this guy going to do? So there is agencies out there that they don't want this out. They think they're protecting the public by not saying anything, by covering things up, but actually it makes it worse because there's people that are innocently out there and they encounter these things and they could be killed. They could.
Well, what if my daughter would have been with me?
That's it. They wouldn't have had a chance. I mean, that
pisses me off that they don't want to tell people. You need to warn. Lance, you know better than I do. They need to warn people about this stuff. This is real. This is not make-believe. This isn't, I don't drink, I don't do drugs. And at the hospital, they tried they wanted us to take all kinds of drug tests and all this. And that one guy did say we was on drugs. He's like, I don't know what you was smoking, but it made me mad. It basically just called me a liar. But if they know this stuff for real, they need to make people aware of this so that more people don't go through this. I'll tell you what, I'll probably never go hunting again, Lance. I'll never go in the woods again by myself. And I don't have very much money. And just yesterday, I went to Dick's Sporting Goods, and I ordered me a .458 Winchester Magnum. I got a 300 Win Mag, and I don't believe that's big enough.
Well,
I ordered a .458 Winchester Magnum. If I ever go in the woods, that's what I'm carrying.
Yeah, I don't blame you one bit, and that's we recommend that people carry at least at a minimum a 30-30, if not larger. Now, personally, with me,
I want bigger than 30 caliber.
Now here's, and I know this gets into some controversial things that people argue with regarding in this genre. There's a big controversy. Again, you're kind of unfortunately new at this, but there's a big controversy, shoot, don't shoot, in this Bigfoot arena of people having these encounters, and people that's never had encounters and thinks these things should be cuddled and coddled and fed. But here's our premise. These things, we know, like I said, they exist in some type of a family unit or clan. They have their own social network or structure, which we don't quite understand. We know they have their own language, which we don't really understand. We know that they have different personalities.
It wouldn't surprise. You said that this creature looked like it had that syndrome, that retard syndrome, where the people's faces are saggy and droopy.
Yeah, they call it trace. Yeah, it's in the human. With humans, it's called trisomy 21, and it's the Down syndrome look.
Down syndrome, that's it. Down syndrome. That's what I was trying to think of. Not retarded, and I apologize if I offended anybody out there saying that.
The incapacity, such as trisomy 21, which is a Down's child or Down's adult, and so I understand their faces, their morphology looks a certain way because of this genetic. So you're not the first person to say that regarding a Bigfoot encounter, that some have had a very, very similar retardation type of morphology in the face. Compared to the others that they saw. So you're saying things that are very common, what people talk about and how they describe the encounter with other Bigfoots they've had. Very, very, very similar. And you wouldn't know it yet because you've not heard any of the shows or other encounters.
You believe me 100%, don't you?
I do. Absolutely.
Thank you. I can tell. Thank you. So thank you so much.
Oh,
because I know I'm not crazy. I know what we saw.
I believe you 1,000%. 1,000%. Here's the other thing I want to help you and stress just a little bit. These guys that came to talk to you, and I guess it was at the hospital, you said?
Yeah, sure was.
And they separated you, right?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so that's a tactic they use. They want to isolate you, separate you. They want to get your story. They want to get your cousin's story. And if they corroborate, then they know that you guys are telling the truth, but they're trying to convince you. They're trying to, if you will, brainwash you a little bit, but also see your conviction, your determination on whether is this person going to tell the news media, a news outlet, the newspaper. So here's what, and I would not put it past. I'm just a practical thinking guy that tries to make sense of things. So I wouldn't put it past after that interview. Be mindful that phones can be tapped. I know that sounds bizarre. This sounds like a Hollywood movie. be mindful that phones can be tapped. Be mindful that if you see any unmarked cars or where you work, it could be just kind of keeping an eye on you.
Somebody followed me today.
Really?
Yeah, they did.
Tell me about it.
It's funny you said that, because somebody followed me today. I've seen the same vehicle 4 times, and it was following me. There's no doubt about it.
So here's what I'm saying. For your safety, and I'm not saying anything bad's going to happen, so I'm not going to allude to that. I don't.
Every heads up I can get, I appreciate.
So I know it sounds like I'm double talking here, but I guess what I'm saying, I probably wouldn't, aside from me right now, and I wouldn't just go down and start telling a bunch of people what happened. This process, first of all, between you and your cousin, and if he'll open up a little bit where you guys can at least share maybe what happened here, maybe, I hope soon.
I do too.
And
it's bothering him bad.
I'm sure it is. I have no doubt.
He's a tough guy. He's one of the toughest guys I know, and I really think he's having a nervous breakdown. I really do.
If you can, and I know this is going to be a hard one, but if you can in any way, without being too pushy, you know him better than anybody. If you can get a picture, if he will allow you to get a picture of his laceration and of his bruised area, because it's going to be all kinds of pretty colors of the rainbow when you get hit in the ribs. Get a picture of that, and get a picture of that laceration. Put that on a thumb drive, and put that thumb drive somewhere where you know where it's at, and don't tell anybody.
Okay. I'll send it to you.
Or you can do that.
If you want it. I don't know if you would want that.
Yeah, I would want it. Well, we can talk some more on it off the air or whatever.
I was going to say, can we keep in touch?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got my personal number, and if you ever need to talk, I'm available 24/7. If I don't answer immediately, I'll apologize ahead of time, since I see patients through the day. So, because I feel like I'm helping people in this genre, in this category. But
send me the bill.
No.
This is the best. Since Friday. This is the best I have felt. I'm shaking real bad. I'm shaking real bad. But other than that, my mind's a lot more at ease. Lance, I don't know if you know, you're doing a great job, buddy. You're a godsend. Keep up the good work. This has helped so much.
I'm so happy.
I haven't even covered half of what I want to cover, but this has already helped me.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're absolutely welcome.
Thank you.
You're so welcome, and I can tell, I can hear it in your voice and your heart. A couple more things here regarding that. Pay attention for the next couple of weeks and even the next month when you get look around you, see if there's anybody following you. They're probably following you for a couple of reasons. They want to see where you go. They're going to pay attention where you go shopping. Are you going to the newspaper to talk to people? Do you go to the cafe? So keep the same normal route that you normally take. If you go to baseball games or volleyball games, keep doing all the same normal stuff. A lot of people can...
Do I confront them if I see them following me, or just act like I don't know?
You can confront them, but I would prefer just pretend they're not even there, because if you do confront them, that's probably going to agitate them to aggravate you more, follow you more.
Can they make my life miserable?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. I got you. 10-4.
So I'm I want to kind of help protect you ahead of time. We don't know to what level, but they can make threats, and they probably can follow it out with the threat. I'm not saying be fearful of them. Just conduct your life how you normally live. I'm just as pissed that people will threaten people because of something truthfully you saw, and you're just trying to find answers, and they're trying to cover it up and call you an idiot when you know what the hell you saw. That's what
he called me a liar 3 times right to my face.
Yep. So that is a tactic.
And I don't lie. I'm not a liar. That made me mad.
Yes.
I can understand people thinking that I'm crazy. I can understand this. I don't want to tell anybody because I know what they're going to say. But for this guy dude, I was crying. I had pee all over me still.
Well, see, what they're trying to do, again, is call you a liar so they can see, are you going to say, you know what, maybe I did see a bear, maybe you're right. Or are you going to say, hell no, I didn't see a bear, I know what the hell I saw. Do you think I just wet myself to wet myself? I saw a Bigfoot. So when you're committed in your opinion of what it is you saw, that's giving them the answer that they need to follow you a bit more closer for the next month or two, and they want you to know they're following you. If they wanted to follow you and you not know, they could do it.
Right.
So they're wanting you to know, hey, we're giving you a message. We want you to know you're committed, and we're just going to see who you're going to contact. It wouldn't surprise me if they're listening right now. It wouldn't surprise me in the least. Yes. Yes.
Wow.
It wouldn't surprise me if they're listening. They have surveillance equipment, and you know what? Conduct your life just normal. I wouldn't. I honestly would not, for your safety, just not go to anywhere. Don't go to the newspaper or anything like that. Just keep it quiet for right now, and let things pass over. Let your cousin kind of figure things out, see if he wants to talk over the next couple of days. So I would get a picture of what happened, if he will allow you, if anything. My opinion is don't take it over on your phone. Don't take it on your phone.
Gotcha.
Take it on a camera that is not Wi-Fi capable, and then save that. But I'm
going to do that. I trust you. I know I don't know you, but I trust you, and you've helped me so much. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to keep in touch with you. And I know once I talk to my cousin, once I talk and let him know that I found somebody that we can talk to, and I know he'll have a sit-down heart-to-heart with me. And I'm going to explain to him some of this stuff and you've been talking about. Now, would you mind talking to him?
No, absolutely
and
not.
Helping him, because I know I can't help him as much as you could.
We can definitely
talk. I have no experience with this. He has no experience. You know at least what you're talking about, and you've comforted me, Lance. You don't know how much you've comforted me so far. Just what we've talked about. I don't even know how to thank you, man. I don't even know how to thank you.
Hey,
this has helped me so much.
You're more than welcome, brother. I mean, it's just we got to help each other, and it's a very high emotional, frightful, shocking, adrenaline, primordial fear when people encounter these things. And people that don't know the internet don't know these shows exist, but there's some really good shows. We're not the only show out there. Everybody has their own flavor of how they interact with people, and we have ours and other people have theirs, but it's a very intense, unforgettable fear, and you can't go to anyone and talk about it, and that's what bottles up in people and can make yourself sick. People have had very severe post-traumatic stress disorders over these things, these encounters, and it can ruin their life if they don't talk about it. And people that...
like I said, I quit drinking. I'm an alcoholic, and I'm afraid I'm going to start drinking again because of this. I really am. Well, I went to the beer aisle. I was going to do it. Thank God. I prayed and I handled it this time, but I don't know.
Well, here's my.
You know, it's really affected me bad.
Well, I pray that you don't start, I think you've got a good plan in rebuking anything and asking Lord Jesus to help you and guide you and give you the strength to not reach for the alcohol. Alcohol is a depressant, and people use it to ease and calm, but also prayer is more powerful than that. And the Lord the Lord can help anything, no matter who they are, recovering alcoholics, drug addicts, it doesn't matter. So I know you're tough, and I know you can do this, and you don't need to take a drink, but maybe us just communicating like we are and you keeping in contact with me and through prayer and maybe getting some conversation back with your cousin can allow somewhat normalcy back. It's going to be at a daily basis. It's not going to be immediate. It's going to be a recovery that only your healing is going to be different than his, but if he will open up, you both can heal together. And I would say, please, when you talk to him, don't talk to him over the phone. Get somewhere where it's kind of like in a park, like in a busy cafe where there's a lot of background noise, and talk about this instead of over the phone or at your home or at his home. Because my feeling is that someone might be listening. They're just trying to see how much information you're going to tell the public. And it's not that I'm afraid of these guys. It pisses me to no end that they feel they can threaten people. But here's the thing. You asked me point blank, and I gave you an answer. Do I think that they can make your life hell? Yes. I really think so. I'm not saying...
I appreciate the honesty. That's all I want is honesty.
I'm not saying that they're gonna. I'm not saying they're gonna go out and shoot somebody. I don't think that, but I think they can make things hell for you in many other ways, and that's the last thing you need. So I would just say, chat with your cousin in a private or busy manner where there's a lot of background noise, or very quiet walk in a park. And in the meantime, just be observant of your surroundings. Of that car that's following you, that's who's following you. It's the government. It's a form of the government.
Wow.
Of an agency. We don't know who they are, only that they're an underground agency that actually follows these attacks, these encounters quite close, and their job is to put out the fires by making threats to people, good hard-working Americans, that if you talk, we're going to make your life hell. That's how they go about it.
They were there within 20 hours of this, and I don't even know how they knew. And, oh, wow. And I'm going to get a copy of my 911 tape because I'm sure I sound like a hysterical little girl.
If you get a copy of it,
I'm going to send it to you.
Put it on that thumb drive. Put it on the thumb drive. And then I can tell you where to send it, where I will personally receive it. I'm just a guy that puts things together that makes sense to me. I think I
might have an upper hand. I've done a lot of covert stuff. I was a ranger, so I'm used to being covert. So we can handle it.
Yeah.
If you can handle your end, I'll handle my end.
I can handle this end. And I'm
going to get in touch with you with a different number, and it'll be a secure line.
Yeah, and I can even give you another number that I have as well. You know, there's so many different ways they can do surveillance. They can do surveillance on your house from a car. They can do it over your
satellite.
They can do it from a car through the walls of your home. Sound. They can do it. They can do it over the phone lines. Definitely easy. They can do it over the cellular lines. I would say that the easiest way to talk to your cousin is basically just
person, face-to-face.
Face-to-face in a busy arena where there's lots of background noise, and just tell him a little bit of what I shared with you. And if I'm not trying to, I'm just being very blunt and honest with you based on other episodes, and I'll remember that episode, and when I find it, and
however you feel best to do it.
Okay, and when you listen to it, it's going to sound very, very much
Not the same encounter, but what's very close is when the guy describes who he spoke to and what they told him. And you're going to say, that's the same two guys that I spoke to. They isolated him in his home, him and his wife, and they basically, in no uncertain terms, said, we can make your life hell. I would suggest you keep quiet, sir. And that's
So
it.
this is no coincidence they showed up.
No, sir. They scan the airwaves. They have access to all scanners. The other aspect of this, too, is they may have had a call from law enforcement or wildlife rangers. They stay in contact with these people. That's why I tell people when you have an encounter, the last people you need to call is don't call police and don't call game wardens or game rangers or national park rangers unless there was a murder. And now that's different.
Right.
But that's
well, we kind of had to because of the injuries.
Oh, I understand.
Cousin.
I understand, and that's okay. I'm not saying you did the wrong thing. You absolutely did the right thing in this case. But if, heaven forbid, you ever have again an encounter, not like that, but just an encounter, I wouldn't call any of those people if it wasn't life-threatening or there was no injuries. We'll definitely notify federal authorities, and you may get a visit again.
I'm calling you if it happens again, which I pray to God it never does.
I do too.
But if it does, I'm calling you.
I suspect as we're speaking right now, if not today or the day before, over the weekend, I bet you 10-1 there was federal agents on that island and military personnel on that island.
I was going to say something. There was 3 Humvees down there. You got to go. There's only one way in, and there was 3 Army Humvees at that bait store yesterday on a Sunday.
So who did you see specifically, going back to the hospital, you talked to an officer, and who else did you see there at the hospital as far as law enforcement? You saw the 2 guys, one guy in a suit, the other guy looked like a biker. Who else did you see?
Okay, at the boat ramp, we made a phone call, and we was advised to wait there. And a local police officer showed up, a sheriff. 3 minutes later, 2 game wardens showed up in the same vehicle. And I started to explain. My cousin couldn't really talk because of his collapsed lung, and the ambulance was on the way. There was one person tending to my cousin until the ambulance got there. And then when they got there, the first police officer went to the hospital with my cousin in the van, in the ambulance. The game warden, the park ranger, which are separate from game wardens here in Ohio, 2 game wardens, 1 park ranger, interviewed me at the lake. By the time I got to the hospital with my cousin, there was the same 2 game wardens. Why they came, I had no idea. The same police officer was with my cousin still, and then 4 park rangers. And these were kind of different park rangers. The 2 park rangers that were there earlier were dressed in their light green uniform of park ranger. You could tell them from a mile away they was a park ranger. The other 2 that showed up were in civilian clothes and said they were park rangers. And 3 of them interviewed me at one time. And then in the middle of that interview, that's when the guy, the biker-looking guy, come in and cleared the room, and it was just me and him.
How did he clear the room?
He had a position of authority because when he come in and told everybody to get out, they left.
I was going to say, how did he clear the room?
What
did he say?
Asked everybody to leave but me.
And this was in a hospital room?
No, this was in off of the chapel, in a room off of the chapel. They took me to interview me. I wasn't injured. I was visiting waiting on my cousin out in the waiting room when when the park rangers and the one game warden showed up, and he shook my hand and was talking to me very pleasant, and he asked me if we could speak alone and take a report, and that other police officer took that report, the handwritten report that I gave him at the boat ramp, and he's the one that said it was the bear attack, and kept pushing it 3 different times on that in his report. But then he said he's not going to write it up as Bigfoot no matter what. So I handwritten my own report and put in my own words, and I never seen it. I don't know what happened to it or whatever. But they were talking to me, and within 15 minutes of that, that's when them guys showed up. This was the very next day, though. I hope you realize that.
Oh, this was the next day. Okay.
Yeah. This wasn't the game wardens and the rangers and the police officers all I spoke to the first night, and then I gave the cop my handwritten statement, and then he wrote up his own statement, and then the very next day is when those other guys came.
So as far as you know,
it was 4 park rangers, 2 in their uniform, 2 in civilian clothes, and the game warden, and then those 2 guys showed up, and I haven't seen nobody but them.
And what day did you notice this past week the Humvees, and where were they at?
Yesterday, they were in the parking lot of the bait store.
Did you see
that we made our phone calls from?
Oh, really? So did you see these gentlemen that were in the Humvee, or was it just parked and they were probably inside?
No, there was one of them was empty, and then the other 2 had soldiers in it. They were the military. They were Army.
Okay, so here's my theory.
And there's nothing around here. There's no Army. There's not even a National Guard base around here. So, but I didn't put it together that's why they were there.
Yeah, well, people don't realize that this has been going on by the government for a long time. So probably
With the Army?
Well, they get the military involved when there is an attack on a human. What happens is that
they'll kill that son of a bitch, ain't they?
And take it to some Air Force base or some type of military base and study them. They've been doing it for a long time, we believe. Now, I cannot definitively say that's exactly what I know, but I can say that it makes sense based on many other encounters that people have spoken about and that have occurred very similar to yours. The military sometimes shows up shortly after, or there's helicopters in an area that normally no helicopters ever go to. You've got all of a sudden military carriers and Humvees in an area that military never comes to. There's no military base within miles or miles. So I suspect what they were doing, they were either A, going to go in there and shoot it dead and take it out, just shoot it and take the body off, or they were going to go back to that island and either put boots on the ground or a helicopter and basically either dart the family unit that may exist on that island and relocate them to somewhere else.
Wow.
It's speculative on my part, but one of those scenarios is probably the truth. We just don't know which one.
This is much bigger than I thought.
It goes deep.
Way bigger than I thought.
Yeah. It's these guys are firefighters, and I don't mean literally, I mean figuratively. In other words,
right.
They're Johnny on the spot. Anywhere in the United States, they know a Bigfoot had contact with a human, or there was an incident that a Bigfoot was shot. A Bigfoot was being loaded up and somebody was trying to load a Bigfoot up and take it to Walmart to show everybody, or a Bigfoot attacked a human.
Their job is to go in there, locate the Bigfoot, take it away, and make threats to the people around, collect phones, erase all photos on the phones, all data. If even you get your...
They asked me for they took my cell phone. I got a little flip phone. I don't even have a smartphone, but
See what happened?
I haven't got it back.
See?
That guy, the rough-looking one, took my phone.
See? You know why he took it? Two reasons. Number one, he probably took it to see if there was any photos on there. They can crack the code on your phone, and they can look at every picture you've taken on that since you've owned it, and anything you've stored in the cloud on that phone that's not on that drive. They can look at everything, and they're making sure that you didn't take any photos of that incident. Number two, when you get your phone back, here's my suggestion. Don't use it. Get another phone, go to an AT&T store and get another phone. I don't trust that they may not put surveillance inside that phone.
Copy that. Copy that. I'm adhering to everything you're telling me, Lance.
I know.
I appreciate all the advice. Anything you think of like that, tell me. I will adhere to it. It's going right in the garbage. If I get it back.
Yeah, if you get it back, exactly. But they're going to check for audio recording. They're going to check for video recording. Anything that may put you back at that incident, they'll erase it. They'll take it off. It just like it didn't exist. Out of sight, out of mind. If you took photos of a print of your brother's face, they'll erase it. Or excuse me, of your cousin's face, cousin's injuries, dents in anything that brings back that event, that you have nothing. So it's just hearsay if you tell anybody. Because, people say, well, show me a picture. Well, I had one. Yeah, right, you're goofy, right? That's how they want people to view you. So when you get your phone back, it'll probably work, but I wouldn't trust it as far as I could throw it that they don't have a surveillance, something inside that thing. Not that
as soon as they hand it back, the battery's coming out and it's getting thrown away.
Yeah, I would just get the photos off of it, or download it in the cloud to save your photos that of the kids or whatever, because you need those, right? Those are family photos.
Right.
And but I would just go get what they call a burn phone. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do. That's what I said. I'm going to call you on a different phone.
I would just get. That's what I would use.
I'm going to get a secure line and call you.
Yeah, I'll have a way I can give you. I'll do the same, and we can communicate. I put things together, and I've listened to enough.
It sounds like you have experience, and I appreciate that. And like I said, I'm adhering to everything you say, and I can't wait. I hope I have updates with you on this. I'm getting more and more intrigued now. About the situation.
Well, now you're putting things together that there's a reason for it, right? Where at the time when you're under high emotion and stress, you're just doing what they ask, right? Okay, you want me to give your phone? Okay, you're just doing and complying. But whatever they did to you, they're going to do to your now you can tell him. And just kind of inform him on the same way. About the phone, about anything. They're going to want to erase it. But
absolutely,
I would still follow through in my mind. I don't know, to try and see if you can get some pictures with a other device.
Right.
Not that you can, not that you're going to go to. I would not go to the newspaper. I really would not go. I would not post anything on Facebook. I would not do any of those things like that.
I don't even have a Facebook account, so we're okay there.
Good, because
I don't plan on doing that. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have talked to anybody about this, except for that police officer. He was the only one, and now I'm wondering if he's in on it too.
Well,
but I don't know, because he sure did have a lot of information about Bigfoot. Either he's told me he's had an encounter, and he had a lot of information, and boy, he had your phone number right off the bat. And now I'm wondering if maybe he's in on it, or maybe he's just had an encounter and he's trying to do his best too.
I think it may be the latter here, just from that's a rarity. You have a law enforcement officer do that, but that's a blessing. I suspect, just based on his actions, that it was the latter scenario where he has had his own experience, felt sorry for you, and his way of telling you that you're not crazy, that they do exist, was to give you our number. I suspect that he may have some knowledge of these government agents that we don't know who they are, what their title, or necessarily specifically which federal group they belong to, but it is
he told me to be careful and not just to talk to anybody. That was his exact words. He didn't say government or anything like that, but he did say be careful in who you talk to this about.
Well, there you go. He knows then. He's aware.
And then he did pray with me before I left the hospital the first night. Before the next day when I went back, when those guys were there, he prayed with me before we left. So I'm feeling a little better about him. I think he's genuine. I think you're right. I think he did have an encounter and he knows what's going on. And you probably talked to him. I don't know. You might know him or have talked to him. And it was very good advice I think he gave me to talk to you. So I thank the Lord that he put a couple good people in my life right now to handle this, because I really was going out of my mind. And I'm getting tired, and I think I could go to sleep right now.
Well,
I really do.
Good.
I haven't slept for 3 damn days.
Well, here's the thing. Your adrenaline and your shock will start to dissipate, and I'll just declare that in Lord Jesus that he'll heal you, and he'll heal your cousin, and it'll be a day-by-day process. It just will. There's nothing that the Lord can't do, and I'm very thankful this gentleman cared enough about you, and I think that he may not have had any direct knowing that these federal agents were going to talk to you, but I think he knew of them enough to kind of give you a little bit of generic warning. So
because it was before they even showed up the next day. So he did have some kind of knowledge of something.
Yes. So I would be leery of your phone coming back, and you might pass that information, just kind of whisper it in your cousin's ear. And I do mean literally, not figuratively.
Right.
And tell him don't talk about that subject matter on his phone, and just kind of educate him on what we talked about. And then anytime he wants to chat with me, or if he doesn't, that's okay. We're still friends, and if he ever wants to, that's fine. I would be more than happy to just chat and get his perspective. And because it's not that it's going to be any different from yours, but it's going to allow him to kind of release a little bit, and it helps. Trust me, it helps.
Yeah, I know it does. I feel so much better, Lance. I do. And I really appreciate it. And I want to talk to you more. There's more to this. There's a lot more to this that we haven't got into. And
well, I tell you what,
I'm really not up to it right this second.
No, it's okay. Listen, here's what we can do. But I don't want to lose contact with you. I really do want to be able to talk to you. Well, this is my personal number. I do text, or you can leave me a voicemail. I answer to either one, and so this is my personal phone, and so you can call anytime you're ready. No hurry. And so
can I give my cousin your number?
Yes.
Okay.
And if he'll just tell me he's your cousin,
he'll reference it.
Yeah, just say, hey, and I'll know who it is. Absolutely, you have my permission. And we will absolutely talk again. This won't be the first and last time right here. So I want you to get some rest. Please eat well, hydrate, and that's all necessary for this body to heal right now, mentally and physically and spiritually. And
thank you, because I haven't eaten or drank or I haven't taken care of myself for a few days. I just been in a stupor.
And your body, you're so welcome. Your body goes into self-preservation mode, and it kind of gets out of sorts. And so you've got to take care of it. You've got to eat good food. You've got to drink some water. Don't drink any caffeine to keep you up. Don't, and no stimulants. And don't reach for the alcohol. You're going to be fine. The Lord will heal you there. Just be prayerful. Let your body rest when it's time to rest, and that will really help the healing right there. The next time you want to chat, call me, and we'll plan the next time, and we'll chat, and we'll just, take it from there, little by little, and try to make heads or tails of this. And if I don't know, I'll tell you, I'm not sure. I don't understand what took place there or that, but if I know or I have a suspicion, I'll give you heads up. I
really appreciate that.
So,
and I'll take pictures of my cousin, and I'll get with you on that and find out, where to send it and all of that.
Yes, sir. Yes,
and,
sir.
As much detail as I can find out about other things, I will, and pass it along to you when we're secure. And a lot more with my encounter I want to go over.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I feel so much better, Lance, that you're a godsend. I want to say a prayer before we get off here.
Absolutely.
I want to keep in touch, and I want you to call me anytime you want to, and I'm definitely going to get back in touch with you here pretty soon.
That sounds wonderful, brother. That's great. And
Dear most heavenly gracious Father, Lord God, I thank you so much for your blessings. Lord, I thank you for putting Lance into my life. Lord, I appreciate the police officer that guided me in the right direction. Lord, I thank you for sparing my life. I thank you for keeping us safe. And please, Lord, be healed. Heal his mind, his body, everything, Lord God. Please help me to deal with this. Help send the right people. Help Lance with the right knowledge, and if he thinks of anything else, Lord, to pass on to me, please help me to get some rest, God, please. Lord, I need the Holy Spirit to fill me and comfort me and give me peace. And Lord, all the people that's had these encounters with these horrible creatures, and please protect us from the evil, Lord, and be with us, be with Lance's family and his friends, and all the people that he comes in contact with, Lord. And please, God, just help him to be able to help them like he helped me. I thank you so much, Lord, and I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. So I wanted to follow up here after this interview that I had with this gentleman and give kind of a post-review on some of the key points here. Now, I know some of you have had some interesting questions, lots of questions regarding military intervention, and this must be fake and everything, and especially U.S. military has better things to do besides blocking this entrance to this boat ramp and things like that. But it was a wonderful surprise here. My good buddy and team member here, Wiley Dave, showed up at the house, and so I wanted him, being a veteran of the armed forces, give his 2 cents. He's got some connections still in the military, and I wanted him to give his 2 cents regarding these men in black, these men that showed up that said that they were representative of the Homeland Security, as well as the military blockading this road, and what he thought and his 2 cents.
Hey, y'all. Lance just asked me to say a few things here when I found out about the encounter. Basically, the way this thing has went, about 15 years ago, let's see, it was about 15, I guess it was about that time. I had a bunch of my military buddies, guys that I'd worked with at different bases and stuff, and staying here at my house, and they were all down here for this gun show, the big one in Tulsa. And Sid, he was one of a handful of guys that were snipers back then. He went to Somalia and other places, and he was we were sitting there at the table at the house, and he was telling us this story about when he was at Fort Lewis. And he said that they had to go out on one of these encounters and chase one of these things that had tore up a campsite and done some stuff there outside the base. And they hunted the thing and found it, hemmed it up in a canyon. And when they did, they lit the whole family up. They killed 3 of them. And they brought in a gunship. They had 2 teams on the ground, and then flew it out with a Chinook helicopter and a cargo net. So this was 15 years ago, before I wasn't even into any of this stuff. I was a shooter and hunter and everything. And then I recall when we got into this, they start talking about what happens when you tell them that you kill one of these things and the military comes in. And the only time they intervene is when somebody gets hurt or they kill someone, because they can't, the way they look at it, it's a rogue individual, or the things are dangerous at that time, showing themselves too much. They're going to take them out. And they've got these teams all over the United States, these bases around the United States, and they'll put somebody in that's close, wherever the encounter is, close to that base. That's the team that's going to get the work. So people out there think this don't happen. It happens. You just don't hear about it because they want this shut up. They don't want people knowing. And like I said, Sid told us this story, and this before I was ever into this subject, before I ever called the Dogman, or even Lance and I met each other. So basically, this same thing happened. I told Lance what would go on, when these things happen, and it's almost to the letter, isn't it, about what happened?
Exactly. Dave and I met. We went through and just started talking, my brother Lane and Bill, and so Dave was giving the possible scenarios, and it was kind of all new to me as well. I think one of the things, Wiley, I want you to bring up too, is that there's a few comments of people saying, well, I've not seen anything in the paper. There's nothing. I've been looking all throughout Ohio. There's nothing in the papers. There's nothing on the news. So what's up with that? So what would you say to that?
Well, they don't want this out there. They want a closed mouth situation.
Exactly.
Anytime one of these happens, it's a bear attack, because that's the only thing here in the United States that they can use that would do damage like that. And a chance of a black bear whacking somebody in Ohio is like, it's just it's unbelievable. It's not even in the realm. But these things, when they do this stuff, the government's not stupid. They can't control these things themselves. So when an encounter happens, they've got to close it down. They've got to get the problem out of there and get it over with right now. Because they can't take a chance on somebody else getting in there and having 2 encounters in the same spot. Then it would be hot news, and there'd be some questions. But they shut this up. They don't want nobody saying anything about it. The fire teams that go in and take these things out, they're told total secrecy, and they don't talk about it. Unless maybe somebody, their military buddies, in between channels, they talk about it. But what they do is they'll put 2 teams on the ground. One team will go outside the perimeter and circle around. The other team will start working in a grid pattern until they can close it up and get it in a kill box, and then they just light it up and take it out. And if it's, if there's more of them than they can handle, they'll just call in a gunship with a chain gun and smoke them. And that, you just don't hear about it. That's covert operations by military forces, and you're not going to hear about that on the news.
One of the other things, too, Wiley, that people kept bringing up is that, I don't hear anything on the news, but I don't see anything going on at any lakes. There's no excitement going on. I don't see helicopters anymore. And my question to that, and I want you to kind of chime in here, is that they are so efficient to get in and get out. And a lot of people want to know where this is, and I don't blame them. I totally understand and get it, but as I did in kind of the prelogue to this episode, I promised the gentleman I would not disclose his name, and he reiterated to me, thank you, and please don't write yet. Things are still too fresh, too new, and things still are in question what's going on with his cousin. But they're very efficient, so the government and the military will get in, remove these creatures, and very quickly. And then they'll go in there and they'll have a cleanup crew. They will take every piece of scat, hair, erase all prints, anything that remotely had anything of these creatures existing in this particular area will be gone. Period. That's my summary of what will happen. They have they'll have a crew, military, go in there and take these things down. They have a team that removes them, and this is why this gentleman said he's former military, so he knows what certain helicopters and personnel carriers and everything are and what their purpose. And he said there was Chinook helicopters coming in for heavy, and what are they designed for? Heavy payload. Yeah. And so after that, after removal or extraction team is done, you're going to have what's called the cleanup team. They go in there, they remove all evidence, blood, everything is going to be gone. I just want your opinion on that.
Well, yeah, that's just like a crime scene. I mean, they're gonna come in there, and they don't want anybody else following up, anybody coming behind them and trying to do research or anything. And you've already had people trying to get a hold of you to say, oh, well, I can help these guys. Let me go in and look. Yeah. And they don't need anybody's help. Okay. They don't need researchers in there and that kind of thing. I mean, if you went over there and ran onto these guys in the woods, you're not going to like what's going to happen to you when they encounter you. If these guys are on an actual hunt, you're going to get handcuffs thrown on you, and they're going to put you in the back of a military truck and set you somewhere where you're going to be sitting for a while. They don't need your nose in the woods out there messing around. And they don't want this out. They don't want it out there, period. I mean, this is a really hot topic. Anytime one of these has ever been killed and somebody brags about it, it's just 48 hours to 72 hours, they get a visit from the government. These guys are Department of Interior, Homeland Security, and they're going to tell you, shut your face, this is a bear attack. Better not hear nothing else. And that's just the way it goes. And, this goes way up the channels. I mean, higher than, the people that I have dealt with on different bases and stuff when I was doing contract work and things. So, they're answering to several people up the chain. So the word is silence. That's it. And you're not going to see it on the news. You can dig all you want, but you're not going to find it. If you did and tried to bring it forward and tried to make a case out of this thing, they'd make you look like you were the worst guy on the planet. They'd come up with something to discredit you with, and you'd have more trouble than you could shake a stick at. But right now, they don't want anybody in that whole area. They want people out of there, and if they catch you there, they're going to take care of it.
Well, I think that's what I wanted you to, the point to make here is that I know some of you are intrigued about where this is at, so you can go there, but I'm telling you, there's nothing left. There's nothing there. They're going to go in within 24 to 48 hours, kill, extract, remove evidence, and they're out of there. And it's not like there's going to be helicopters flying around for weeks on end or military vehicles. They're in, they're out, it's done, it's over. And if we were able to be close to that area right now, there wouldn't be anything to find. There'd be nothing. So that's just kind of the way it is, and that's how efficient these people are. I just wanted, is there anything that you wanted to add to this whole encounter, Wiley, or anything from hearing the episode or comments or anything that you can add to this?
Yeah, anyway, if you listen to the guy when he's on there, I mean, I don't know how many people, listen to people talk, but you can tell that this guy is, he's pretty upset.
Yes.
He's got some nerve problems. He's got some psychological problems over this. And you can tell by the way the guy talks. And I mean, he's not some chump. I mean, the guy was an airborne ranger, and so he's been in combat. He's been in some stuff. And after you deal, the guys I know that have dealt with that, after that, nothing scares you. There's just nothing scares you.
And that's what he said. He said there was nothing that he's never been afraid of any man. He's never been afraid of the woods. Both him and his cousin are pretty tough outdoors guy. He said this is the first time that he can ever recall where he lost his bladder, he wet himself, and he was just very distraught and emotional over this whole thing.
Well, anybody would be that didn't. He said he didn't believe in it anyway, And he said when he was at Fort Lewis, he heard him talk about it and mention it, but he didn't believe in it. But so he believes now, and that's what happens to a lot of people that don't believe. They have an encounter like this. But people say, well, the military, how can they get in and do this? Let me tell you what. These guys are the best of the best that they put in there. I know a bunch of Navy SEALs, and they can drop in your backyard and be in your house while you're asleep, and you'll never know they ever landed. I mean, they're in the woods in 30 seconds. They're out of the chopper lifts off, and they're gone. That's it. And you don't know anything. I mean, they're once the helicopter clears the area, unless you were right there when they landed it, you'd never even know they were there. I mean, they sneak into other countries and kidnap adversaries and bring them out to interrogate them for information. And I knew a guy that had 25 years in as a SEAL and Master Chief, and Dean retired. He told my dad a lot of stuff that he did, and a lot of that stuff you see in these movies and TV, he was the guy that was actually doing that stuff for real. So they can get in and out. They don't advertise their presence, and I mean once they drop their people off, I mean they can be in the woods, and unless you're right there where they're at, you're not gonna know.
Yeah, I've never had the privilege of serving in the military, but I have a lot of family members that did, and they were always very honorable people and very truthful and factual. And the other thing I noticed, Wiley, is that there were some folks that are misinterpreting. They think this gentleman has been on some other episodes. This is the first time, folks. This gentleman, I had to instruct him how to even find YouTube. And I don't mean any disrespect with that, but there's a lot of folks that are not computer savvy. This gentleman told me that from the get-go, as he was starting to learn that there are other shows that have people that come on and just tell their story of what happened. And so I informed him how to get on YouTube, how to find our shows as well as other shows. So this gentleman's never heard any episodes of any show. This was the first time he had called, and the only reason why he called me when I spoke with him is that we're the only show that had a toll-free number. And we're just, after being now almost a year with this channel, we still have some other things we're going to add to it, such as the podcast for iPhones and other things. But my point is that he contacted us with, and because that toll-free number that the police officer gave, because there are certain parts of the country and in different areas that people just don't use the computer. They don't. And this gentleman told me, all I do, I have a flip phone, I read the newspaper, I watch a little bit of television. Most of the time I'm working or I'm outside. That's it.
My dad, man, I mean, he was a smart guy. He built tooling for aircraft and American Airlines and other aviation firms. I mean, he made tons of money by the Ideas program, and he would do things that would outsmart the engineering group there. And he never used computers. He didn't even know how to hardly run one. But I mean, there's a lot of guys in the area like he lives and stuff, and the way he lives, the lifestyle he's chosen, they just don't have time to deal with this kind of stuff. But the guy, I think the guy's real. I've never heard him on any show, and I can tell you, I listen to everything out there to try to see what is going on and see what's real and what's not real. And there's a lot of bull crappers out there, but I don't think this dude's one of them. I just don't detect that from him.
No, neither did I. And, I know that's been some other comments is, Lance, you need to have a vetting process. There is. And what I do, it's the pre-interview, and it's later discussing. I still make phone calls to the people that I have done. I've got episodes I have not yet aired because I haven't spoken to the people enough to get a sense of whether they're credible or not. But as soon as I heard, and this was the first episode that I actually included the initial phone call that I received. I typically have never aired that, but because there was such fright and shock and fear in his voice, you could hear it. I put that on because this gentleman was the real deal. You can tell this is a gentleman that's just a hard-working guy who served the military, who works very hard through the week. I just had to put it on, and he, for the first time, heard the episode, and we speak almost daily now, but he heard the episode, and he even told me, he said, Lance, I can't believe how much better I'm doing now in talking with you, but I was messed up. I was all over the place when I was talking to you, wasn't I? And I said, no, you were doing okay, but you could tell you were upset. And as you heard, he said upset's not the word, but he just said he was a basket case, and he's doing much better now. He's still not quite there, but he's doing better on a daily basis. So the other thing to update you what's going on, he is, as I just mentioned, he's doing better, and it's a day-by-day process. As I told him,
He is concerned for his cousin. His cousin is a good man, and they were really close and tight, and his cousin is still having a hard time. Some bizarre things have happened. His cousin lost his job for reasons he doesn't understand. Now, it could be just coincidental, sure, but it's highly suspect since just after he went back home and he's still suffering for his injuries, a couple days follow, and all of a sudden his employer comes to the door and says, "You're fired." I think that's highly suspect. I don't think it's coincidence, but we can't prove that, disprove that. The other thing is that people say, well, let's see some hospital records and some paperwork to prove that this guy had injuries. We would like to work on that, but you have to understand, I just can't, as a healthcare provider, no one can just get records. And it's because of HIPAA, which is a Healthcare Portability and Privacy Act. You just can't get that. It has to come from the person. I have yet to talk to his cousin on the phone or otherwise. So to just get records of somebody, you just can't get. Now, there might be some public records of someone going in. I've had enough time to go in and take a look at the public records, but if I can get a chance to speak with his cousin and do that, then we might. I am curious myself on how they classified this case. I was talking to the gentleman that you heard, and he said that they were talking about at the hospital to classify it as a boating accident or a bear attack, as you said, Wiley. So anything wouldn't surprise me, so it wouldn't raise any red flags. But the gentleman is doing better. His cousin is not at this present time. He's not talking a lot, and he's trying to build a rapport. And he's still upset, notably. He's still recovering from his injuries that are still, I'm sure, very sore and everything very, very fresh. And I don't know if he's talking to anybody. What's helped this gentleman is talking to us on a daily basis.
Well, the other thing, too, I told you that my buddy that I've got some contact with, I'm not going to reveal him because he's a good source of information. He's high up in the government. But I told you what he told me about that he thinks that the scientists and stuff are working on a biological way to reduce the numbers of these things because there's just too damn many encounters of people getting hurt. They're showing themselves too much. There's all kinds of terrorizing going on with people's houses and stuff, killing their dogs and livestock. So when these things get out of hand, it's out of check, you got to do something about it. You can't just turn a blind eye to the thing because it's going to be a matter of time to when them breaks down somebody's door and comes in after them. And they don't want that happening. And that's why they want to keep it quiet. And, when you get a visit from those boys and they tell you, hey, we want you to keep this shut down till we can do something about it, that's what they mean. I mean, don't go out there and sell your story to the newspaper or the tabloids or some bunch of TV reporters around. They want you to be silent about it because they just ain't going to walk off. They're working on this deal. They're going to take care of it. And they just so many of them that it can't be everywhere. So it's just a matter of time till something like this is going to happen. They're going to start reducing their numbers. They're working on a way to do it.
Yeah, that would surprise me in the least. Again, it won't be something that we'll see in the newspaper, in print. It'll just be something behind the scenes that happens. So we're going to close it up here, folks. I appreciate you intently listening. I hope you've learned something to those, the 20% that's had encounters on what not to do and what to do. And we have some very interesting shows afterwards here coming soon.
So if you listen to our Bigfoot compilation from last week, there were a few stories there where the Bigfoot that our guest came across turned out to be friendly, and it seemed to be somewhat curious and actually happy to interact with people. That last story, though, was altogether different. It definitely changed my life as a host, as a podcaster, with the Sasquatch turning extremely violent very fast. Generally, this is quite rare, I've noticed over the years, this occurrence to happen, but it can. This is why it's so important to be careful when you go out into the woods, and if possible, don't go alone. Be aware of your surroundings and know your rights also when it comes to talking to members of law enforcement. Be respectful, but I also don't want you guys to get taken advantage of as well, especially by these MIBs. In the next episode, we're heading back to 1979, sort of. When listening to a podcast about a cryptid encounter, this guest was reminded of a sighting he had had while on patrol at a military base at Fort Benning, Georgia. Now, we've heard of this happening plenty of times where someone didn't even know what they'd seen until they heard about it on a podcast or seen something in a documentary years later. Only then do they realize what they'd come across face to face with. And in some ways, I wonder, is that better? Ignorance is bliss after all. It can help suppress the true terror that lies before them.
You can use my name Mark.
Okay.
I'm not afraid. I'm not ashamed, and I can back up anything that I say. So,
Okay.
you know,
Okay, I appreciate
it
that.
doesn't bother me. I don't care about our world today. It just, to me, our world today is fake, and
Yep.
what I lived, I lived. I mean, I was in the military, and when I was in, there was nobody from anywhere instead of city. They were all from Podunk, Junction, so on and so forth, what state, you know. It was never this, and, you know, I'm from this little small hick town, and they were a good bunch of guys. I mean, when I served in the military, it was a good bunch of guys. I mean, they were, you could talk to them, and you related to them, and so on and so forth. But what I've got is several stories, and this has happened over a long period of years, and I've been listening to y'all's website. I mean, I've been listening.
Oh,
How I want to say this. I'm kind of, now I'm getting a little tongue-tied here for a second. But anyway, my story is going to start out in 1979. I was 18 years old then, okay? Like I told you before, I came from eastern Oklahoma, just free-for-all kid. I mean, just moved to Oklahoma City, lived in this, and then started living city life. And I've never in my life heard anything about Bigfoot or Sasquatch, none of that stuff. I didn't hear that. That wasn't a part of our world. Until late July of 1979, Fort Benning, Georgia. Now, I'm going to say that, and then I'm going to stop, and I'm going to tell you something real quick before I go further with that.
sure.
This is what got me. This is why I called you.
Okay.
Because I was listening to, was it the Sasquatch Chronicles last week? Excuse me. And I was listening to the interview. Well, I guess was it Les or Wes? His name? Or,
Yes, Wes.
Wes. He was interviewing a man named Terry, and he was telling a story, his encounter that he'd had with. And he was like a 14 or 15-year-old kid with his girlfriend, and they went fishing with her father on the river at the Chattahoochee River in Georgia, and he said it was at Fort Benning. He said, I lived in Fort Benning, Georgia, and that just triggered my brain. I went, whoa, Fort Benning, let me hear this. Mm-hmm. So I listened to the whole story. And after listening to it, it just really brought back everything in my mind. I'm like, wow. Because he was naming the airfield, which was Lawson Field, which is where and I was in jump school. I was airborne, and that's where they jumped us out of, at Lawson Field. And he was telling a story, and it was a fascinating story, and I really got into it, and it was so believable because I lived this. And then now I'll go back to my story.
Okay.
This was happening in late July of 1979, and his story was in 1981, and that's what got me. I thought, well, 81, I was there in 79.
Ooh.
So, anyway, when I joined the Army, and I went to Fort Benning, we went to Fort Benning, and they put us in this area. And you got to understand, I want to explain this because we were in what they called Harmony Church area on Fort Benning. And these barracks were World War II barracks. Old wooden structures, two-story structures on stilts up off the ground. Excuse me. And they were very heavy. And we were at the very end of it. Where we were at, we were really basically off the main post. They put us to the back of the fort. And we were right with woods. There was woods, thick woods all around us. And like I said, we were living in those barracks.
So this all went on, and of course, we're going through training, and so the drill instructors had to come up. When we got there, they come up and they said, "Well, okay, look, guys, here it is." They laid it out for us. At nighttime, you guys, we have fire watch duty. Everybody will pull fire watch, or what they call the road guard, which they had a makeshift. It was a fake road guard with the beam come across the road, but you had to stand there. It was just training.
Oh, gotcha.
One man had to man that post, and then the other one was what they called a roving guard, which he had to rove. He had to walk the perimeter for about a mile, maybe a little bit over a mile, all the way the perimeter of the company area. And so, and when he did that, the roving guard had a baseball bat and a flashlight. And then the guy who manned the road guard, he just stood there. Of course, no cars ever came down there. There was no vehicles ever came through there. It wasn't that kind of a road. And then, of course, the fire watch guy stayed inside. But anyway, so we went on through training. This was in June when we started. And it got to my time in July, late July. It was my turn to do roving guard. So, anyway, I'm kind of catching my breath here for a second.
Sure. Take your time.
It was my night to do roving guard. Well, the drill instructors, I was 18. You're young. And when the drill instructor speaks and he tells you something, you by God listen. And if you don't want to get in a lot of trouble, you do what he tells you. So his instructions were plain and simple. Who's on roving guard? I am, sir. Okay. My duty, when there was like three of us, but because you went out in like an hour, it took about an hour and a half to do the roving guard. So there was a couple of guys before me, so on. That's fine. They did their, but it was my turn. He's explaining to us, when you guys go down and do this roving guard, I'm trying to set the picture for you, but
sure.
Like I said, we're at the very end, the back end of this whole military deal. We're the very last area, heavily wooded areas on the north side, the west side, and the south side. And so his instructions were, we had a recreation area, which was way out, probably, maybe 300 yards from the back of our barracks. And it set down the bottom of a hill. You couldn't see the top of the place. It was just because it went down below the hill. And that was our recreation hall, which was not a very big building. I mean, it was, maybe the size of maybe two houses together type deal. And he says, when you roving guards rode down through there, you better walk the perimeter, you better walk behind this building, and you better check these windows, and you better check the door. And he said, make sure they're locked, and so on, and down, and so on and so forth. And you better do it because you'll never know when I might be there. Okay, well, that's enough to scare the hell out of you. So, you're not going to get in trouble with the DI. You're going to do it, right?
Right.
So, anyway, it's my turn to do it. So, I'm doing my roving guard duty. This is like 1 o'clock in the morning. So I get my flashlight, and I take over from the other guy, and he leaves and goes to bed. So I take off walking. And I go down, and I come to the point of the recreation here, and I start to walk down the hill, and I'm like, oh, God, I'm 18 years old. And it's pitch black. I mean, there's no lights down there. It's just a building sitting in the dark by the woods, and it's pitch black. There's nothing there. But you have to walk it. And I'm thinking, boy, I sure don't want to walk down there. But I got to do it because my drill instructor and so on, I'm like, oh. Anyway, I go down there, and I kind of hesitate. I'm thinking, God, dogs. Well, I know I got to walk behind this building, so I'm thinking, well, then I start getting this uneasy. I'm starting to feel like, well, somebody's watching me, and I'm thinking, drill instructor's here. He's watching me. I said, I got to do it. I was just going to bypass it and turn around and turn left and go back up the hill and go on my way. But no, I said, no, I better not. I'm going to get in trouble. And like I said, I felt something was watching me. So anyway, I do it. I walk behind this thing, but I walk fast. Trust me. walked fast. And I got around this building, and I got to the, or not around it, but I got to the end of it, the last window. And as I got to that last window, well, I heard some noise in the woods. In the woods, now you're talking at the back door of this building, the woods picked up maybe 10 feet beyond this back door. That's where and I'm talking, there's a Georgia woods. These are tall, huge pine trees and a lot of underbrush. And I heard at this last window, I heard something like crunching. And I was like, oh, and it was a loud crunch. And that was all it took for me. And then I turned left and I hauled ass. I was like, oh. So anyway, I get on up the hill and I carry on and I go on through my perimeter check. And it's about another, 30, 40 minutes. I'm starting to finish up and I'm turning and coming back to my company area. Well, as I get back to my company area, I see red and blue lights flashing at the road guard area. So I walk on up and standing there is my drill instructor. He's standing there in his underwear and his t-shirt and he's got his drill instructor hat on. He's just standing there with the roving guard guy that was there, a gentleman that I knew, and a couple of MPs. And as I walked up, I'm like, what the hell? Well, then all of a sudden, here's a helicopter flies over, treetop level. The helicopter's flying over with big floodlights, and they're shining off in the woods, right back in the recreation area where I was at, where I had been maybe 35, 40 minutes earlier. And my drill instructor kind of looked at me, and he said, Craig, get over here. And I went over, and he said, are you on roving guard? Yes, sir. And he said, did you hear or see anything down there? Oh, no, sir. What? And I'm like, whoa, I'm stunned.
Right.
So we're still standing there, and he turns his attention back to the MPs, and the MPs are talking and with him. And then he turns back to me, and I said, Drill Sergeant Spade, I said, what's going on? What's the deal? That time, another helicopter had flown over there. It had two helicopters up there flying around with big spotlights, searchlights. And he looked at me, and the MPs were standing beside him. He said, well, there's been a soldier killed. I said, oh, there has. Yeah, he said, there was a soldier. And I'm not sure what it was, what group it was, from the 109, whatever, I'm just throwing the number out there, 192nd Engineer Battalion. But they were across the woods from us. And they were about a mile and a half, maybe 2 miles through the woods as the crow flies. But, about 6 miles if you take the roads out of Fort Benning.
Gotcha.
So he said a soldier had been killed, and the MP stepped up there, and he said, yeah, a soldier's been killed, said his chest was ripped out.
What?
And the helicopters are in chase of something. They've seen something large and hairy, and it's running rapidly and running fast through the woods, and they were trying to catch this thing. So I'm like, okay, wow, I'm like, what the hell is this,
Mm-hmm.
I never heard of Bigfoot in my life up to that point. I had not heard it, man. I mean, it wasn't a part of it. So, anyway, we're standing there, and the helicopters go on. They're going on further west, away from where we were at with their search. So the drill instructor looked at us, and the MPs packed up their stuff, and they went on down and went following the chase. And so the drill instructor told us, he looked at me and he said, you got any more? How much time do you have on? I said, well, I got another 10 minutes on my roving guard, type deal. He said, well, you do the rest of your roving guard duty up at the back of the barracks and stand up on the back door. And that's where you stand. So that's, you ain't going to tell me twice.
Right.
So I did. And so I did that, and then the relieving roving guard told him, you do your roving guard from here. That's how it went. The next night, for the roving guard, they issued M16s. Now, we're in training, and you got to understand, you're in training. They don't issue the M16. They don't issue your rifle to you until you go to the gun range, or until they require a gun sling as you're marching. But they issued the M16 to the roving guards with a clip with 3 rounds in it. And they told them, all roving guards stand at the back door with your clip in your belt, not locked and loaded, but you stand there with your M16 with your clip in your belt. And that's where you do your roving guard. And we did that for about a week, and then they just canceled roving guard duty, period, for the rest of our term there. So, I mean, at that point, then of course, and I was writing letters. And another thing that got me, too, is I got my old letters. My mother passed away in 1995, and I got all the stuff that I had given her over the years, and I just happened to go pull out my old letters I had wrote to her, and her and my dad. And I mentioned it, I write it in her letter, and I didn't want to scare her, but I wrote a little bit about it to her, and then I wrote something to my dad about it. And I forgot about that until I got the old letters out here about a week ago and was reading them. I was like, wow. And my sons are like, damn, Dad, wow.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, well, I mean, that's what I told myself. Yeah, I lived it. I mean, I was there. It really happened. So my oldest boy, he's been searching. And, of course, this is military. And I was listening to a couple of your shows. They hide this stuff, man. They cover this stuff up. You can't. In one of your shows, you said you're not going to find out, and you're absolutely right. You can't find out anything about this.
That's right.
We tried to get a hold of the Columbus, Georgia newspaper. Of course, they didn't have anything. Nothing, nothing. And military, Stars and Stripes, of course, you're not going to get anything out of the military. You know that.
Yep.
So there's nothing there. I mean, there is no proof that existed. The only proof that I had that happened was through the 2 letters that I wrote to my parents in July of 1979. Now, mother boy looked at me and says, "Well, Dad, you think maybe they just did that for training purpose?" I said, "Well, no. You think about this. The military is not going to go at 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. They're not going to go out there to scare a few little roving guards or a couple little recruits. They're not going to send helicopters up in the sky, send MPs out there at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and get your drill instructor up at 1 o'clock in the morning. He's been up longer than you have. Mm-hmm. They're not going to do that just to try to have a little training session. That was not even. Again, I go back to that common sense thinking that I was talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Common sense tells you that's not going to happen. I don't care who you are. They're not going to do that.
Exactly.
The most that they would have done was the drill instructor would have went down there and unlocked the window and went back home and went to bed, and then the next morning said, "Did you check the windows at the recreation area?" Yes, sir. Were they locked and closed? Yes, sir. Then he could say, "No, they weren't because I unlocked it," and then you're in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, now, I never really, after I wrote the letters, and it took about a week, then it just completely died down through the whole platoon or the whole company. Or nobody even cared about it. It was gone. I mean, that's the last I'd heard of it. So, anyway, that was what happened in Fort Benning in 1979. And that's what got me with listening to Terry, with Wes talking to Terry and him saying that it was there. There was a Bigfoot there. I know it was. I didn't really think about it back in those days when I was 18. I came home from leave. My mind was coming home. Because when I left basic training, I was coming home to get married. And I married the woman 4 weeks later. And I'm still married to her today, I'm happy to say. But
that's great.
But anyway, that happened.
Well, Mark, can I ask you a question on that?
Sure.
When it was your drill instructor, when you asked what happened and the MPs were standing there, it was your drill instructor that told you that a soldier was killed and something hairy did it. Is that right?
Well, the drill instructor said, yeah, he said there's been a soldier killed, and he said the company that he was killed from that was across the woods, but then the MP stepped up, and the MP said, yeah. He said, yeah, it was something big and hairy, and that's what they're. He interrupted the drill instructor, and he was saying that something big and hairy, and that's what they're looking for. They're chasing through the woods now.
Wow. So it was the MP. So what was when the MP said that and interrupted your drill instructor, how did your drill instructor behave?
Oh, he just stood there. He was just as flabbergasted as we were. I mean, he's like, whoa, he was woke from a dead sleep and brought out there for that reason. It's like, whoa, what's going on?
Right.
I mean, I could understand his response to it. That's why I say I had sat and thought about it, and that's why I say this was not an Army ploy. This was something that just happened.
Right. Well, it's there's things that that happen in the field, and a lot of people that have been out in these particular areas, training areas, did a story on a gentleman. There's an episode, I can't recall off the top of my head, but a gentleman that was training down in Fort Sill. He basically was on, they were doing military exercises. He was manning, they set up a bivouac, him and another guy, and it was cold. And so basically they were going around these howitzers, just making sure no locals were out there messing around on them. But before all that, what stays in the field was kind of mentioned. Well, long story short, he had an encounter of a Bigfoot right next to a howitzer. In fact, it had its arm around the barrel, and it was extremely tall. He walked up to it, scared the bejeebies out of him. Well, he got back to the bivouac site. He had to call in on the dot, and he told his superior. And his superior said, "I don't want you to ever say that again, and you shall not tell any officer what you saw. What you see stays out here." And that was it. And he's like, but they don't want to acknowledge it, that it upsets them. Some people, it upsets them because this is not supposed to exist, and when they have clear visual that it does, or that they are real, some people act, and the reason why people do that is that they act out of anger in covering for their fear. That's why they do it. Because it scares the bejeebies out of people to know they exist, or something like this can exist, so they mask it with anger. Don't talk to me about it, and they get very violent and with verbiage, and that's what they're doing. They're covering it up with anger, because their perception of what they thought existed has all been shattered. So that's very interesting. When I agree with you, common sense says you're not going to get a drill sergeant up that's out in his skivvies, and you've got helicopters out there. No, that's not a training exercise. That's the real deal.
No, absolutely. I mean, the military's not going to fly Huey helicopters up in the air at 2 o'clock in the morning. They're not going to fly helicopters up there. Mm-hmm. Just to prove a point or to try to train somebody, because they're not training anybody. What are they training? 3 people? I mean,
exactly.
You're going to train, you get the whole company out there, But exactly. No, it's. I agree. I mean, it's.
Did you ever find out?
It's always here, man. I mean, this is a story. Now, I've told this story probably since 1979. I may have told this story 5 times, and out of those 5 times, I've got nothing but laughs and eyeballs roll. Oh, come on, man. That kind of. So, and I don't talk anymore. I'll say it, and I'll say, okay, well, never mind.
Well,
and I walk off.
And I understand. We have family that does the exact same thing. They roll their eyes. There's an agency, we don't know what they're called, so we just call them the Men in Black, that their sole purpose is to cut the chatter. They deflect the truth by distorting the truth. And that's all they have to do. All they have to do is throw out a perception that what you saw was a bear. What you saw was a misidentification. And they say it loud enough and long enough to make you look like an idiot, because 80% of the people that hear it is going to go, yep, he's crazy, he's an idiot, he needs medication. So
right.
That's all that's necessary. So they're hoping that people will do just what they're going to do, and that is, right. There's an agency. Yeah, I saw that movie, and yeah, right.
Exactly.
You're a conspiracy nut. And I said, well, I told my dad, I said, well, you can believe what you want, but I'm telling you right now, they exist. They've existed for a very long time. And they work in concert, both the federal government agencies that are whatever the agents are called, as well as they have contracted civilians working with them with military, whatever military base is the closest, and you're automatically under oath as a military soldier held to strict confidentiality in conducting any secret, whatever your superior says to keep shut. You said it earlier, whatever your drill sergeant says, you're going to do.
Exactly.
And if he says you will not talk about this to anyone, do you think you're going to listen? Yes, you will listen. In fear of your career being on the line? Who knows what else? So, yeah,
right.
You'll be quiet. And so
it was kind of strange too, Les, because when this happened, like I said, this happened like between 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and our formation was called at 5 a.m. So we're talking 3 hours later, and even in formation, nothing was said. Not one word was said. Nothing was said. Well, gentlemen, we had a big deal here last night. If y'all heard or saw, nothing. It just carried on training as usual. I mean, you would think at least there'd be like, go look, somebody would raise their hand and say, "Sir, what happened?" Nothing. It was just, they just kept on going. I mean, it was like nothing happened. So,
do you know whatever came of their investigation or looking around, the helicopters or anything like that?
No, we never heard anything, never got anything out of it. I wrote back to my dad 2 days later, I guess it was, or the next day. I think it was the next day. I wrote letters every day, and I told him, I said, the MPs came back out. The MPs came back out to I think it was 2 days. This happened I want to say, I'm not sure if you look back on an old calendar and see probably, but I think this happened on a Saturday. I think it was on a Monday when the MPs came back out to our platoon area. And again, I say, I want to reiterate, we're in the boonies, man. We're in the boonies. That's where we were at. As a matter of fact, our group that went through these World War II barracks, we were the last group to go through them. After that, they demolished these things a year or so later, like a year later. They never put any more platoon training through there. But that being said, I wrote a letter to my dad and telling him the MPs came back out and was talking to our officers, our people in charge, our drill instructors and lieutenants, and telling them. And of course, I never got, he drill sergeant, do we know? I said, nope. And that was it. I mean, and after that, it kind of went out of my mind for many, many years. I mean, of course, I reiterated it when I came home. Oh, yeah, this happened. Well, everybody laughed. Okay, forget it. And I never thought about it really thought about it and put intense thinking into it, Lance, until I heard Terry talking with Wes on his Chronicles show. And when he said Fort Benning, then I was like, God dang it, I knew there was something going on out there. Mm-hmm. And that's when I started, and things started coming back to me. I was like, dang it. Like I said, I'm 56, man. It's been almost 40 years. I mean, But anyway, that was, that's all that happened at the Fort Benning that I could get up. And I've been trying to look for the last week. I've been trying to pull up, and I'm trying to get information, trying to locate old guys that was in my platoon to see if anybody remembered it. I'm getting nowhere with that. But
what happens in some cases is that there's two reports. We always talk about this. There's two reports. Right. There's what happened, and then there's the report that goes out to the public. Now, in this regard, this occurrence, it occurred all within the military. It did not even hit a civilian level. So there may have not... There's a report somewhere, you can bet, but it's locked away in a secret place under confidential old reports that'll never be seen. So it did happen, especially if the unfortunate encounter of a soldier losing his life like that. So they had to make a report on something to his family. But you can bet it wasn't.
You and I both could sit here right now, and we could disclaimer real easy. We could write a disclaimer to the newspaper tomorrow and say, well, a soldier was killed at Fort Benning, Georgia last night. Yes, he was mauled to death by a bear, and the military chased after the bear through the woods and didn't get him. And the rest of the public out there would go, wow, unfortunate, sorry.
Exactly.
We all need to watch them bears. Well, there's no damn bears on Fort Benning, man. There's just too much. There's too much. There's too many guard posts. It's Fort Benning, Georgia. One may wander into it, but they're not a killer bear. And we don't have grizzly bears. Black bears don't do that stuff like that. You're an outdoorsman. Black bears just don't attack and just rip people apart and kill them, just for no reason. And that's going to be a part of my other story I'm going to tell you in a few minutes, and I'm going to say it, and you'll understand why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Sure.
I don't have to tell you. I know you already know, but this happened to me. But
well, one more question real quick here, and just so I understand and so people listening. So when that MP officer stepped forward again, did he say it was something on two legs or upright, or again, how did he describe what killed this? What had happened to this soldier?
The only thing that he said was the helicopters were following something. That's why they're up there with the helicopters are following something very large and very hairy. A lot of hair on it. That's how it's very hairy. And he didn't really specify it was up on two legs or, anything like that.
Okay.
It was just that the helicopters were following something. And if they're, again, I go back to the common sense deal. I'm sitting here thinking about, well, okay, a black bear, those dense woods, you're talking pine trees, Lance, that are 100 foot tall easily. Easily 100 foot tall. And a helicopter flying above treetop level, they can't go much lower than 150 feet. That's a lot of looking through dense pine, very dense pine forest, and trying to follow something and look at something like even a black bear. A black bear, okay, give me a 500-pound black bear.
Yeah,
it's not. You understand what I'm trying to say?
It's going to be like trying to find a needle in a haystack when you have something that blends into the foliage, and you have 100-foot pine trees, and you can't get any closer, and you have dense undercover. It's going to be virtually impossible.
That's why. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just anyway.
Yeah, I understand. That's very, very interesting. And you were right there. So,
yeah. Why me? I don't understand why it was me. Why was I the one that had? Because stuff like that just didn't happen to me.
A sighting made all the more interesting by the fact that it took place over 40 years ago, and yet it sounds virtually identical to a sighting from today, doesn't it? And I'd just like to remind all our listeners that if you've had a sighting 5, 10, 20, 40, even 50 years ago, we still want to hear it. We are certainly still here to help you process and recover from your experience. Many people never get over this, folks. A lot of people have PTSD. They have to share. You must share. From the sounds of things, it seems like the government has been attempting to cover up sightings like this for as long as there have been reported sightings. And I would venture to say it goes back decades and decades. They've been doing this. Some of you may remember the first part of this next story, either from when it first broadcast or from our Dogman compilation from a couple weeks back. This is a sequel to the story that took place in a Florida state park, where some MIBs took Richard's SIM card after they spoke to him about his encounter. Understandably, Richard was upset and looking for answers.
Well, after I talked to you, I kind of thought you was with them guys. Sorry.
Oh no!
Because they're. I guess they know that I talked to you. They know I'm still talking to you right now. I guess I don't know. They told me everything I said. I tried to get my stuff back on my computer.
Oh yeah. And, so back up for me just a little bit and tell me what you did, if you don't mind.
Well, what they told me is it doesn't matter me talking to you or not. That ain't going to change nothing. Who's going to believe me?
So did they know that you talked to me?
Yes, sir. They told me everything I said to you. They told me everything you said to me.
Interesting. So how did they...
I guess that's what we come to find out, because I thought you was working with him at first. That's why I never called you back.
Well, no, I don't. I just...
Oh, I know that now, but I'm sorry for thinking like that. But
no, I don't blame you. So tell me, I just want to get my mind's eye wrapped around this. How did you?
What happened was I talked to you the night I talked to you. I had left and I went to the boys' camp that's in front of the park entryway, and I sat and I was waiting for these vehicles to pull back in. Well, they pulled up. One was coming out, one was going in at the same exact time. I guess they talked to each other or whatever. So I just pulled in behind them and blocked them in, really, is what I did. And I got out, and of course the mousy guy, he got out first, and I just told him that, I wanted my stuff back on my computer. That's all I want. I don't want nothing else. And that's when he told me so I can crawfish. I'm the only one that ever says crawfish. I've never heard no one say crawfish in my life. And I told you that I'll tell them whatever I want to hear, and I'm going to crawfish on them. You remember that conversation?
I do. I remember that.
They told me everything, and then I got pretty upset, and, so I just didn't, there's nothing else I could say, because I didn't, I'm a man, I'm not a liar, so of course I told him yes, of course and they kind of made it sound like he was their partner, which
they made it
I
sound,
don't know.
They made it sound like I was?
Yeah, they made it sound like that, they know all about you, and, you're not hard to handle, whatever that meant, I don't know.
I have no idea. I have no idea who they are.
I did. Well, I know a lot more now than I did. So
were they in their car when you were talking to them, or where were they at?
No, I got out of my truck. I pulled in at an angle, and I got out of my truck, and I did block them in. I did, because I stopped in the middle of each vehicle, and one was facing me, and one was facing towards the park. And I got out, and I started, I wanted my stuff back. I wanted stuff on my computer back. So I started talking, and he interrupted me and started telling me everything I talked to you about. Everything.
So did he have a tape recorder, or he just kind of verbatim just talk about it?
He talked about everything I said to you.
So they're listening to, they've got something tapped. Did you have your regular, when you were calling me, did you have your regular phone with you, or what did you have? Yeah,
I had my phone that I'm talking to you on now.
That's probably what's tapped.
It gotta be. Now, I mean, I talked to another gentleman that's a game warden, and between me and him, we had to go out in the field in the back, because he didn't want to talk to me around his house or my house, so we went out in the field, and we talked, and because he knows a lot more than what they act like they know.
Oh, I realize that, absolutely. So at least he had a
certain things happen. They can't. They got a protocol they got to follow, and theirs is a phone number.
Exactly. So
I do know all this now. So I mean, if they tap or not tap, I don't. They know. They know that I know. So. And there's too many other people that know. You know what I mean? It's just really, this is really just crazy. I don't understand why you'd want to lie to somebody, and try to make people fools when they're not fools. You know what I mean?
Well, they do it because it's easy to do. They actually
there's got to be a reason.
Well, there is a reason. There's a multitude of reasons why they do it. One and foremost is that they view these cryptids as a dangerous animal. It's like a weapon. So that's why these groups, or this group, again, collectively we call it the Men in Black, or this agency, whatever they call themselves or represent,
They're, I can only imagine, a part of the security and national defense that's not well known to the average public. And they go out and they feel that they're protecting us. They're protecting the people by not telling them about this and covering this up. This has been going on for years. And so it's the average person that has these encounters think they're doing a favor by calling the game warden or the sheriff's department and or the Department of Natural Resources, and unfortunately you're just kind of starting the catalyst for someone to ultimately tell you to shut your mouth and you didn't see what you saw. Just keep it quiet.
First thing comes out of their mouth is a bear. That's what gets me. A bear here, if he weighs 150 pounds, that's just a monster. That's what gets me. I don't even...
Well, unfortunately, it's easy for them because, 80% of the public is going to go along with that. They're going to say, you didn't see no 7-foot wolf-looking creature. You saw a bear. Come on, man. So it's easy for them. I mean, they're right. If they say that who's going to believe you, well, that's kind of in their favor because not many people will. They'll rank it up there with the Easter Bunny.
Well, I was told that they have more... Exact words. What was the word they told me? They have more. I can't think of the name they told me. Some sophisticated name. In other words, they have more lawyers and time and money than I will ever have.
Well, yeah, it's the federal government. No one. It's the federal government. They.
I tried to get anything. I tried to look for anything. I looked so hard that I let them badger me for another 45 minutes just to try to find something, a piece of paper. I looked so hard, They thought I had my head down. My head wasn't down. My head was down, but man, I was looking for anything that said anything. And they are clean as a dadgum whistle.
Well, and that's just it. When you're dealing with the government, no one gives their name. Our taxes are their salary, and they don't have to say anything. They don't have to acknowledge anything. They don't have to say anything but for the person to be quiet, shut your trap, and they think they can take everything, but there's ways. I'll just say that. If they're listening, there's ways that they don't have. They can't get everything. So,
well, they threaten me. I raise birds and I sell them all over the world, Bob White quail, and they threatened me with my license for.
What were they? How did they say? What were they going to say? What were they going to do when threatening you? What did they say they were going to do? How were they going?
They would take my license with a phone call. My license would be revoked.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they told me, without no hesitation at all. Without no hesitation at all. They told me that flat out. So, and I told them, exactly what I told them is if they done something like that to me over telling the truth, it'd be an all-in-all war. I promised them that. Because they know who I am already. They know who I am. They know who my dad is. They know who my uncles are. And if they don't think I couldn't cause a wave, man, they got another thing coming.
Well, I'd like to say, when it's your livelihood and when it's everything, you and I care about that because that's important to us. Your bread and butter. But to them, they don't care. They don't care to the wind at all. All they're doing.
I thought about this. I thought about this, and I thought to myself, if I just lay down and be quiet, one of those kids, this thing, if you would have seen what this thing was doing when them kids was getting rowdy, it was unnerving. This was really not a good thing. It was like, how could I say it?
Well, it was ready to attack. It sounds like.
Yes, it when the kids got real jumpy and movie, and he would come out where I could see him crystal clear. He was in the dark. These things are not stupid by no means.
Oh, absolutely not. They're
but the kids, was making him come out where you could see
he was getting anxious.
A baboonish looking type thing. This is crazy as heck, man. Just crazy. It's crazy. I mean, people can talk and say and talk about this stuff all day long, but when you see something, you have to, I don't know how to tell you this, but oh my God, it's not just words. It's a fact. It's really real. It's not some storybooks tell. That's what just blows my mind. It just blows me away.
Well, and that's the part that it's so conceptually hard to tell someone that you got to trust me. You got to believe me. I saw this physical thing. This wasn't a mist. This wasn't an illusion. I wasn't on drugs. This wasn't any computer generated anything. I saw this. This thing exists as you and I standing right here. And to tell that, to make someone believe so they can understand you at an emotional level, people can't. It's so far beyond, because some of these shows that come out, you leave a movie theater after seeing a horror film, you go, oh, that's CGI created. Hey, that's all done with computers. But when you see this thing, you realize real quick, damn, this thing, how does this is real. How does this thing even exist? Where does it?
That's the hardest thing to swallow for yourself, for myself. It's. I mean, I need to. I feel like that I need to see it more. I don't know why. This is really retarded. It's really stupid of me. I know it is. But I feel like that I need. I don't know. I just feel like sometimes I just really need to see this again, but I don't really want to see it. But then I do. I don't know what. I don't know.
Well, you're going through some phases. What happens is that when people initially see this, it's shockingly terrifying. They're scared. Everybody's on a different level of fear and shock. And so when they see it, that's what oh, hell, my gosh. And then they go through this disbelief in milliseconds in their brain. Am I seeing?
Really denial. Really a lot of denial.
Exactly. Am I seeing what I'm seeing? Am I believing what I'm believing? Wait a minute. I got a buddy that's seeing this too. He can't be, we're not dreaming. And then what you do when you go through these phases, then you get to the point where, wait a minute, I got to see this thing again. I just have to know that this was real, what I saw, because to me right now, I know what I saw. My eyes weren't playing tricks. I saw how it was being agitated, as some type of an agitated possible attack. It was getting excited to do something when those kids were hitting that piñata. So that's the part, not only crazy just seeing it, but what it was doing, its demeanor, its character, its actions of how it was getting anxious or aggressive, and how it was popping in and out of the wood line there. That's the part that's to the next level of bizarre or freakish, why you want to see it again.
Well, I think it's just, I think you're right, because I tried to put everything in the place of this animal, and there is nothing that you could put in that place. Nothing. Not maybe from Africa, something I haven't seen, but nothing that's here. Nothing. It's just I just, and you just don't know. It's nothing even. What do you do? I mean, just, I've been digging. I've been coming in the backside of the park. I was born and raised here. I know the place like the back of my hand. I've camped and went through the woods as a kid. This is what gets me. As a kid, I've never had any kind of anything like that. I had what we called a cottom. It's a rolled up bed that my grandmother made for me that I tie to trees and I stay up off the ground so the snakes didn't get me,
Right.
And I tied my dog underneath it because it was open holes in it. And if my dog was pulling me, he'd swing me, wake me up. And then I'd, tell him, hey, what's going on? What's going on, buddy? Most of my dogs named Buddy. So I've always been like that. But I've never, ever even I just never, I just think there's getting to be more or something. There's more of them or something. It's got to be.
Well, it sure appears that way. I mean, one instance you could say that the computers and World Wide Web has connected a lot of people, and that it's just a matter of connecting these stories, and that's why it appears that there's more. But I think in doing this a while and listening to other shows and talking to people, it appears that there is an increase every year at certain times of year. We know the activity increases typically in the fall and the winter because you have the dormancy of a lot of vegetation, plants, berries, and so it limits food sources down to just meat sources. So these things, the meat sources are relatively sparse in an area, then they will start venturing out into garbage cans, into bedroom communities, gardens. They'll go into areas. Some people will feed them on a regular basis, which I don't recommend, but it happens. They'll raid garbage, these huge garbage bins in the back of restaurants, in these rural areas and bedroom areas and suburbs. So that's what happens in the fall and in the spring, in the winter. Have you ever seen the tracks that they leave when they're traveling on fours? Not on fours, but I have on two.
Okay, well, that's easy to pick up on two. But on fours, I will tell you that they kind of look like a cow track with a thumb. Even the back foot, the way they put it in the ground. I'll have some pictures that I can send you on your phone, and I know. Believe me, I will never tell you something that I think, and if I do, I'll make sure you know that I think. But a lot of people think that they are wild cows tracks, but if you look at it real close, you can see the knuckles. You can see where the thumb is way over to the right or to the left. It depends on which way it's coming or going. This is Florida. I mean, we got sand and mud. It just blows my mind that they are that smart to do that. I don't see. I know which way he come and he went because it's just really simple area. If he went any other place, he would have to go through a field where volleyball and, so there's really only one way for him to go or come. I didn't see him. I didn't see what he did. But I know I know what he did. I looked at him. I seen what he did. And the only thing that made sense was he's on all fours. I'd like for you to ask around about that and see if I'm telling you the facts.
I would, when we get off, if you can immediately text that to me or send me via text, I'd like to take a look. I don't think I've ever seen anything in what you're talking about. But I'm going to go back and get more pictures. I have to do it this weekend, but no one's been around it. It's not been touched. I had somebody go look for me yesterday, and it's still the same. So I will have fresh pictures of it, and I'll put my finger, and I'll show you, and you tell me what you see after I send you the pictures. Yeah, and
I may be able to do that tomorrow. I may do it tomorrow.
Okay, and if you can either put your hand by it or give me a size reference or put something by it that kind of gives me...
You'll have an absolute size. You'll see I got tapes in my truck. I got tapes, something I work with all the time. I got plenty of tapes. So there's a bit of size reference so you'll know. And it'd be the funniest cow track you ever seen. Which could be looked at. If you looked at it kind of fast, you'd say, yeah, but it doesn't to me. I mean, I've been around cattle all my life. I know.
Yeah.
I know. And I really wasn't looking for that because I was looking for a really odd-looking track because it doesn't look – it looks human because it's big, but the front of it doesn't look human. I don't know if you've ever seen a regular track, but it doesn't look like a human's track at all. You got a heel, but the way it's so flat and it's so daggum wide that it does look like a human's like that, I guess, if you're looking at it.
Yeah,
but
I've seen
the toes and stuff,
Yeah, I've seen him mud and in some sand, but when it gets really sandy in some places like that sandy loam, and places, like in Florida. I've not seen what it would look like in that regard. So I'm curious to find out.
All right, you will. You'll find out. I'll send all the pictures to you fresh. I mean, just as fresh as they could be. I'll just take them and send them right to you, and then maybe if you have time, you can tell me what else you need at that time, and I can take care of it right then.
I want to ask a question about your buddy. Did he ever get his job back?
No. Nope. So we I got him a little something to do on the side, and he's getting paid really too much, but I picked up some extra work for him just to have, and I just let him have all the money. I'm not even making, actually I'm losing on it really, but I just felt like it was my fault because he didn't want to go, and I really insisted, really, I did. But we went in the daytime, so this backfired so bad. I don't even...
I want to, if you don't mind, I don't want to beat a dead horse in the ground, but I'm still just like you, trying to wrap my mind around this. I've heard so many stories regarding these feds. So this guy was, was he dressed? Was he in a tie, clean cut?
No, yeah, he was kind of, he was an average Joe. The lady was dressed, but he was just, if you'd have seen him on the street, no, I wouldn't have thought he was anybody, just like I told you before. But she was dressed slacks and really nice, dressed really nice. She was dressed nice with some kind of badge thing that was around her neck.
Both of these were the same people that you spoke to or came in contact with the first time?
Same people, same two people, same exact people. One coming, one was going.
And you met them in their car at this park? Was that right?
Yes, that's where they was at. One was in the SUV type thing. The lady was, and the guy was in the car, that whatever kind of car that is.
So when you came up, did they say, "What do you want?"
Do what now?
When you came up to them, did they say, "What do you want?" I mean, I'm
no.
Sure.
I went when I pulled up there. I just went to them. I said, "Look, y'all guys know what you did, and you know what you did with my laptop. All the stuff that you took from me," and a big smirk come on his face right then. And I said, "I'll drop this. I just want my stuff back. I'll let it go." And then he says, "So you can crawfish?" That's when I put my head down. That's when I thought, man, this guy's in with them. That's when I went off the deep end a little bit. But anyways,
well, that tells me
I checked you out a little bit, and I thought, man, this guy doesn't know nothing.
No, I'm not. But, they can spin it as if I am, but I'm not. I have no idea who these people are. I do, but I don't.
Well, that's how they kind of portrayed it, because they was kind of like talking as us and you was us. That's how it was left. But I got 3 miles from them, and I pulled over, and I looked up those things that you told me to look up, and I heard your voice, and I said, "No, this guy." But I don't know. I was back and forth a little bit. And the gentleman that gave me your number, I went straight to him. I mean, it was like 11:45, but I was really upset. So, and he absolutely told me without a doubt that you're a helper. You're not somebody that's going to hurt anybody.
No.
So, and that is his name. The guy that gave me the number, your phone number.
Well, he's a good man. I don't know him personally, but he's a good man to help you.
Well, he said you helped another gentleman that he knew of or something like that. He told me without even a hesitation or anything. Yeah. He told me that I had it wrong, and I said, well, I okay. And I told him what happened, and he just said, them son of a bitches, I can't believe what they do. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, and they do their job very well. I mean, I'm not going to lie. They do it very well. They're very good at what they do. They're very good about having lots of ears and eyes out there when it comes to game wardens, when it comes to Department of Natural Resources, of course, and all kinds of representatives and personnel. in that field, and they're very good at having eyes and ears at sheriff's departments and police. I mean, they've got a number of people that are the ears and eyes out there, and all they have to do is just go right to a location. So I suspect, as we spoke before, that I suspect, how would they know to go there? I think someone other than your buddy called that they saw something bizarre or had an encounter or was an eyewitness to something terrifying, just as you guys were, before you guys even went out there, way before, and that's why they were out there. Now,
it had to be.
It had to be. These things don't have. I know you listen. If you listen to shows, people come up with the most crazy. I mean, people will say,
I'm pretty level. I'm pretty earthbound here. I'm not.
Yeah.
I know. I hear a lot of people digging for stuff that just doesn't.
Yeah, they'll say, well, they all have chips embedded in their hair, and that's how they know. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I like to see who stuck that one in anybody.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know exactly how they came to be. I mean, I'm open, but I doubt that. I'm just going to say I doubt that hypothesis. But I bet you someone had an experience. They saw it, who knows, and that's why they were there, and they were there before you guys were there. Unfortunately, they were there at the same time that they saw you witness, you and your buddy, one of these things on the edge of the tree line there. That's timing.
The scenario that I played. I've seen it. I played it in my head again and again and again and again, and you're dead right. Because where that car was parked half and half, where you could see part of the car, and I've seen it in my mind. I do remember seeing that car, but what I was looking at in the woods kind of blew me away, So I kind of lost thought of everything around me except the kids. I kept seeing the kids, and that kept really blowing my mind. It just, I was going to get out, and I said, no, not yet. I'm going to get out. No, I done that like 10 times. I mean, I'm not kidding you. It was just...
Well, I wonder with that. I wonder, and going back, because I thought about our conversation, I wonder if whatever device that was on that car that female federal agent, whatever device she had going on that car running, if it wasn't directed in that direction of it, and that's why it was staying relatively at bay, and where it was wanting to come out but it was staying back, it was wanting to come out but it was staying back. I wonder if they were just in a mode of preservation of that family, trying to protect the people, let them have their picnic without saying, get the hell out of here, you need to leave. And I wonder if it was if they were keeping it at bay from attacking.
Well, I can tell you this. If you have a dog and you know where they're at, and you think that the agents are around, take your dog. Your dog will not lie to you. They don't know how. And whatever's in their vehicle will turn your dog upside down. I mean, it will drool. Your dog, you will think your dog is going to throw up in your vehicle. Like the car sick, you know how dogs car sick?
Yep.
That's exactly how my dog was. Just like he was car sick, and my dog don't get car sick. He since he's a puppy, he's been in my truck.
Was he in the back seat, or was he in the back bed area?
He's right behind me. He's right there. I got a $50 cover I put on the back, and he rides there just like a person. He sits just like a person. He's a short-haired German pointer. It's like having another kid. Sit down, shut up, be quiet. He does what he's told. He just went completely off the chain. Like he was in bad pain.
Man.
I mean, that just blew my mind. And then the look this thing had, I didn't see it facing because he wasn't looking at me when he did it. But he backed up, and I seen his head go back and forth, and it went down and went up. So, and then my dog started. I knew something was up right then. I knew something was up because he bolted. I mean, this thing looked like a streak. They are so freaking fast. It's unbelievable.
Now, when he bolted, did he bolt in the open or in the bushes, in the shrubbery?
In the bushes. Went back to the bushes. And I know he went to all fours because I didn't see anything up high, and there was just a small area. And you'll see what I'm talking about when I send you pictures. Or I'll video it, but since my phone got messed up, my videos, I can't send them unless it's a little nothing video. I gotta drop it off or something. I don't know what happened to it, but It doesn't. I can't send a video for love or money. And I sent videos to my dad. I send so many videos to my dad and my wife all the time. I send videos of stuff, especially when I'm talking to something about something on the job, and I can't. It says resize, too much or too long, too something all the time now. So I can't even do that anymore. So I don't know what happened. I got no idea. But I can send pictures. That I can do.
Yeah, I'd like to see that for sure. So how long did this, you said this second meeting when you went, how long did that last with these guys?
Just about an hour. A couple minutes being an hour.
Were you standing outside or were you in a building?
No, it was right outside. It was right outside where the vehicles were sitting there. The lights was on. I was sitting in there, and I was waiting for somebody to pull up to break it up. No one pulled up. It was a little late to go in the park, so I knew that was going to happen real quick, but it didn't even happen. Even after I allowed, I didn't even see nobody. So no one even pulled. Everybody was in there, and everybody was not there wasn't no traffic really.
So they were by themselves there, or was there other vehicles?
There was another vehicle, but I can't tell you that it was with them or not because I didn't see it with them, but I seen the lights go off. And it was in the parking area where they pulled me up by the gate. That's where I seen the vehicle, the lights went off. I got there and I walked up, and when we started talking, I was looking, of course, everywhere. I'm just checking everything out. I wanted to see what they had in the cars, really, and I seen the lights go off. But it could have been, I didn't see it after that, so I can't tell you that. The two, for sure, was the same two people. So, but I didn't go inside. I just turned and I went and I pulled over right down the road and started checking you out and checking everybody out I could. Well,
I don't blame you. I really don't. I mean, when you encounter something like that that's so outlandish and so nutty, and then we talked, I mean, I can see that where you thought I might have been with them, and so I don't blame you one bit. I mean, knowing what they said and how they said it, it sure sounded like as if I was in on this whole scheme that they were doing.
Yeah, well, I did pick up on a couple things that they was talking about, and just like my pictures and stuff. They told me, or they was talking amongst themselves and to me, like making me a joke, of course. And basically all they have to do is get more pictures out, or more BS out, and that just...
Say that again?
That just shuts down.
Say that again. I missed what you said. Your mouth was muffled.
A lot of BS. If they put a lot of BS out, if things starting to get heated up, if all they got to do is throw a little bit of BS out, and then that'll stop. Everybody just kind of phases off. Yeah,
that's they're right. I mean, they just put enough of, and that's a good word for it. A lot of BS out there, and just kind of say, this guy's crazy. He saw a bear.
A little BS goes a long ways. That's another thing that they said to me a couple times.
Oh, really?
Yep. A little BS goes a long ways, and they just laugh. Everything's a joke to them, It wasn't even a joke to me whatsoever. None of this is funny whatsoever. But everything's a joke to these people. Just, without no second guessing, they flat tell you what, just like you said, a little BS goes a long ways. Just without hesitation or nothing, And it just made me madder and madder, and I just caught myself, and I'm not ready to get locked up, And I did in my mind. I took him out twice in my mind. I thought, I guess this lady ain't gonna be nothing. This guy here, I just take him out real quick and get my stuff. But I just stopped. I just stopped myself. It's not worth all that, because there's no telling what the hell I'd be getting into if I'd done something stupid like that.
I mean, I don't blame your thoughts. I really don't. But you're right. You made the right decision, because there's powers that be we don't understand. We know enough to know that they find pleasure in destroying people's lives and livelihood. They find pleasure in being able to lie and everybody soak it up as the truth. They're right. That is a very good word or phrase, if you will. A little BS goes a long ways. All you have to do is put a shred of doubt anywhere in there, and that's all they need. The rest just kind of, it's like an infectious cancer that keeps spreading, and people will just eat it up, and they'll say, yeah, I knew he was off his rocker. I knew it. Why would the agents or people don't know behind the scenes that these are the people causing the lying,
to get the lice started. And they don't need much. They don't need
No.
much. And that's just it. So
It's really sad, man. It really is sad. It blows my mind. It just really does. I mean, I don't even know why. I mean, the only thing I can think of is there's millions of dollars of fishing tackle and fishing stuff, and there's millions of dollars of tents and camping gear bought every year. Would that have an influence on it? Maybe it would. Maybe that's what they think. I don't know. I mean, I'm just reaching for stuff right now. No one's told me nothing.
I would say you're right. I would say there is a revenue aspect to it. It's in huge, monstrous proportions that could be affected, and it's a domino effect. It's kind of Pandora's box. Would it affect people if we recognize that there is some hominoid creature or creatures in the thousands across the U.S. that roam freely? People wouldn't camp, fish, swim, hike, hunt, bike. They wouldn't do all that. And then you would have agencies trying to close all the lands, the wetlands, the swamplands, the wooded areas. Yeah. And then, on top of that, you have a phase of protection. They think they're protecting the public. And they protect the public by all means, which means they either kill these things or sometimes they may somehow dart them. We don't know. They take them. They've studied them. They know they exist. They've been studying them. They extract them, and then they remove all evidence that they were even there. And so to everyone else, you just told a lie. Show me the proof there. If you had it, well, there was tracks right here, but they're gone. Right.
Yep.
Right. Yep. There was blood right here. Right. But it's gone too. Uh-huh.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
So there's no way. I got a lot of people who believe me because I was so against this in my younger years that they just can't believe that I'd even tell them what I told them, and I've told a number of people, but I just, they know me. I'm no nonsense. I don't have time for that. There's too much real stuff going on without having nonsense in your life. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
And I just, I've got, I'm just going to investigate a certain area that I know. And I know that they've been working this area. I know they have, but I don't know what they know.
Well, that's just it. We will never know. We'll never know because they're always covertly operating, and we don't know who knows about this. Is military next coming in? What are they trying to do? What kind of surveillance? We just don't know those things unless you're working on the inside. So tell me this, if you don't mind, for someone that, and I know you've been saying it over and over, but for someone that is, that listens to these stories online of people that are these agents, again, these men in black, that people that say, oh, this is a made-up story. These people don't exist. If they existed, we would have known about it. The president would have said something. My senator would have said something. What would you say to the people that deny that these people exist?
What would I say to those people?
What would you say to someone that said, someone didn't mess with your computer, someone, these people that's in these black vehicles with government tags, they don't exist? What would you say to someone that says that to you?
I would say that you're a well-paid liar. That's what I would tell them, because that's what they are. They're a well-paid liar. For someone to come out and say something so ridiculous, so outrageously idiotic, is either a retard or a retard. You have to be a retard to even say something like that unless it happened. The odds are against you from the beginning.
Yeah.
So why would you do that? I would stand up for any person that said, yes, I seen this and told me, because I know what he's thinking in his mind, my reactions. He thinks I'm a liar. He thinks I'm this and thinks I'm that. I've done it. I've done it in my brain so many times. And I flat out told him, look, I don't give up. If you think I'm lying or not lying, I got no... You tell me, what do I have to gain by telling you some kind of crap? It doesn't make me bigger. It doesn't make me smaller. It kind of makes me look like a retard if it's not true. I mean, would you not agree? I mean,
no, I agree. I'm just
that's what I try to tell. And people to tell me, nah, you seen a bear. Nah, you seen a bear. No, you seen. Look, all they are is a well-paid liar. That's all they are. They're doing what they get paid to do, and that's to lie to the people. And I don't know why, but I can tell you, this is going to come out, and I know it is. I know it is. There's too much more. And something bad's going to happen to somebody, and I know it already has, but it's been somehow locked up. But it's going to come out where no one's going to be able to say it was a wild dog or a cougar or a bear, and it's really going to be bad then. And it's going to happen to somebody that's got some money and got some power, and man, it's going to hit the fan. This is how things work, and I know it's going to happen. I know it is. Because I believe if them people, if I'd have just waited as far as it come out, the last time it come out, when that car, that's why that car come. Because this thing stepped out where you could see everything. You could see ball sack. You could see, this thing was kind of like, I'm telling you, I believe it's going to grab one of them kids. Or two, or whatever.
Oh, good Lord. I'm so glad it didn't.
I could be exaggerating two or three. I'm not, saying, but I know. And I don't know if you ever looked at their mouth or how big their mouth is. Their jaw structure is unfreaking believable. Well, the whole thing's unbelievable. But to add all the stuff that's true to it is just unheard of. Unheard of.
I wondered, too, in thinking about this, and this is another thought that crossed my mind, that I wonder if they didn't, and again, I'm only speculating here and just guesstimating, but how they were able to be there while you were there, I wonder if someone didn't have someone snatched up or a child, heaven forbid, I hate even thinking about it, but a child picked up or a child missing or something, and that's how they were called out there.
I don't know. I dug for any kind of thing. The only thing I could come up with this is that somebody has seen it, because this has been going on for almost a month from what I was told. So somebody in the Park Service has seen it outside of JW, and I guarantee you somebody told somebody that told somebody. Had to. It had to have.
Yeah. Oh, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I absolutely do.
And I just think they was monitoring. They'd been there for a few days, or they knew. I just don't know how they knew. I never parked there. I never, ever, ever parked. I have been in the park over 1 million times in my life, over 1 million times. And that's not exaggerating. And I have never, ever, ever parked on the side of the road like that. I've either parked in a parking area, or I pulled up by the trestle, or somewhere like that to get off the road. I've never pulled there. He said, pull over. I pulled over. This is where it comes. He was pointing and telling me, and then our jaws hit the ground. About the same time. He's ready to go, and I'm ready to stay. I was pretty tough in my truck. But if I was on foot, I don't know how tough I'd have been, but I was pretty tough in my truck. I wasn't.
Oh, yeah. I
was kind of scared, excited.
Well, and this was about what time in the day when this happened in the state park?
3:12.
Holy mackerel! That's midday.
It's right in the middle of the day. It's the party's going on. This is what. This thing had the kids had to bring it with the screaming and playing and laughing, and that's what gets me, man. Is this thing come through a pretty tight area, a pretty good ways to get where he was at, to see the kids doing what they was doing. It just he had to come a long ways. Not a terribly long ways, but he had to come a pretty decent way to get where he was at. Because they try to keep the park natural, so they mow around anything they can mow around, and they got palmettos and cabbage palms and oaks, and there's a little bit of cabbage palms around the oaks, and it kind of makes little fingers, going back towards the Micah River, so that's, and that's the way it come. It went through fingers. I mean, really thin areas, not no really much room for error. Not this big rascal. There's no way, he knew exactly what to do. These things are really slick. I will tell you.
Wow.
I just, man, I don't know. I think I got them figured out as far as size. I think the brakes, when they do the brakes, they do the brake straight out, and I think about 3 foot add to the brake, you got a pretty good estimate of how big the creature is. And that's just a theory. It's not been documented yet, but I will have it documented before too much longer.
Well, one more time, I know you told me before, but on a rough height and weight, what do you guesstimate both of those?
The height, I've never seen him. There's no way they can stand straight, I don't think. Maybe a back problem. I don't know if it's a back problem or they stay on their fours or what it is. But if he was straight, I'm going to say 7'10", 7'11".
Dang.
7'10", 7'11". And I can tell you, I can give you a whole, I can put it pretty tight. Because I know the limb, I know the tree, I know the mark, they go up and they're white. They're called water oaks, and they get dark and white, dark and white, dark and white. So I know, right? I've seen it. I kept looking and marking it, looking and marking it. Then it went up and it went down, and went up and it went down. So I got him at the height where he was standing there. It didn't happen in just 2 minutes. We was there for a few minutes. It wasn't like, he's going. It wasn't none of that. It wasn't none of that at all. So that's what and the kids, that's why. The kid was there, that's why he was there.
And and what do you think, though, the weight then with 11, 7'10"?
I said about 450. That's what I said. But he told me that he made me put in some other factors because of the size, and he thinks that, and by listening to what he's telling me and the thickness and looking at the tree, I think he's closer to 5 than he was 450.
When you say he, are you saying your buddy?
Yeah. Because he said, look, man, you know how big that water oak was? You couldn't see from his chest. Now, his chest, that was the thickest part. But if you ever look at them, they kind of look like a barrel in the front. I don't know if you ever noticed that or not, but it's really like a barrel, like round barrel. But it comes up, it's really wide and it's really thick, especially up around where it's, up from his armpit to armpit. That's where, they are strong. Oh my God. They're ripped. You can see everything about them. Wow, man, it's something else. I know there ain't no weights out there, so they must be using their arms for all their trees or whatever they do. I don't know that for sure, but I believe that they do climb trees quite a bit. I believe that.
Well,
especially the babies. I believe that they stay in trees. I really do.
I have heard that. I've heard that they do climb trees equally as well, and just like Bigfoot do, and they have that capability. So they're very agile in the tree and water as well. I've heard they can swim very proficiently, extremely strong against current. So,
they have to swim. They have to. There's no way to get out of there unless you cross the river.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no way to cross that unless you go to the rough that they're going to. And it's a rough. It's a rough. And it's a lake and a river. They got to go through it. They've got to go through it. And I've not been able to find where they're coming in or out of it. I may be off. They just don't. I don't think they make a straight line to anything. I think they make circles to where they go. That's what I think. That's something I believe is going to come out.
Pick the thickest, densest places, and that's probably where they're going.
Right. I believe, and I've never seen. Well, I haven't seen a lot, so me thinking that I don't want you to think that I have because I haven't. But I do not believe they travel straight. They travel circle. They make like circle passes. There's no straight to it. And forget a trail. If you want any kind of sign, go outside of any kind of main trail to the right or to the left of it. Usually if there's a hill or a higher place, but there's nothing here in Florida like that. So you just got to take your luck, go right or go left, and just keep looking and look for breaks. Look for breaks about 6 foot, and once you start seeing the breaks, then that's usually where start looking good. And that's what I found out. But my grandpa was a tracker. My cousins are trackers. Okeechobee. I mean, hog deer. I was raised doing that my whole entire life, so. It's nothing, it just, I've been taught that all my life. So it used to be a big competition thing with us. But
I mean, you absolutely know what you're talking about then when you're looking
at
a sign.
I just know that, something's not going to reach up, too much to do anything. They're going to work, where they can keep looking because, these things have got to keep their eyes out. They got to be winding and looking, the smell and the sight. That's why they stay out of sight. I'm just trying to put myself in how they stay hidden and, the camouflage is the biggest part, but their nose and their eyes is definitely. Well, and they got the eyes to see. Oh my God! I mean, my God, like big black. I mean, kind of cool eyes. Like ooh.
Well,
I tell you right now, a woman sees it looking in the window, they will freak any person out.
Well, it'd give them severe trauma. That's what would happen.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some people that has stared through the window and they can't see anything. What they didn't realize is they were staring face to face with this thing, and then when they did, it freaked the hell out of them. And I mean, they rolled up into a corner in the fetal position. I mean, I
don't blame them.
You know what Wiley says? The guy that's on our team, is a professional coyote caller. He said, "You can never trick the nose on these things if they're like the coyotes, which they're a predator. They're much, much bigger and much more aggressive, we feel, but with a coyote, as a predator, the only thing you can trick on a coyote is the sound. You can trick them with sound, but you can't trick the nose and you can't trick the eyes because they don't have to see you. If they smell you, they're either coming your way or they're out of there.
That's right.
And if they see you, they're either coming your way or they're out of there. And so, but the sound's where you can trick them. That's the only place that you can trick them. Because
that's a fact. You've got to be, have no sense whatsoever, and that's just about impossible to do. I've got special washer clothes in, and I've tried all that stuff, and I've been given away so many times by something I have no clue.
Yeah,
I could not tell you. I don't know.
Well, these things are one with the environment. When I say that, I mean that literally. There's just about, it's virtually impossible to even trick them with sound, and you're going to have to be an experienced caller like Wiley Dave is, and he designs his own calls to a certain megahertz. You have to go with someone like that. Otherwise, these sounds typically that you get from Bass Pro, these electronic, that's not going to do it. It's just not going
I got a Jennings bear call. That's the only thing I've had any kind of response to. Any kind of grunt, any kind of blow, any kind of knock, or any kind of anything. That's the only thing that's ever worked.
Well,
I've got no sight or nothing like that. No, I mean nothing like that. But I'm still working on that though, and it's I've been working on it pretty hard. So
well, here's the thing that you have to be mindful of that people kind of forget. If they're doing this, you have to remember when you see one, there may be more, and if you run a call like that, you're basically ringing the dinner bell. You might have more than one. You might have more than one on your tail, and then what's going to be your plan? You can't run from them. You're going to have to figure out a contingency plan, and you better not be by yourself.
Well, I do it by myself, but this is what I do. I use high pines. I use thickets outside of thickets. I try to get a place where the swamp is really thick, but I can see very well and I'm 30 foot plus, that's the only way I can keep my scent, because then I can start dealing with coyotes. And if I can deal with, just like your partner, because he's a smart man, if I can whoop a coyote, I'm doing pretty good. I feel like I can get those to come in also. I do.
Yeah, I mean, if you can, I mean, that's the good point. Coyotes, people don't realize, Wiley calls them land sharks, and that's right. But I tell you what, your average coyote that runs across the United States is one smart predator. And if you can fool a coyote, then you've done some homework. If you can fool a coyote, you've done some homework. And I tell you what, Wiley knows what he's doing. I've seen it with my own eyes. That guy can shoot wings off a fly at 400 yards easy.
Well, that's the kind of shooting that you got to have. Unfortunately, I got to have something with a whole lot more pickup, because I don't have shots like that here. It's too thick. I've got fields, and calling across the fields pretty, I've got that pretty well down pat. I use a blanket, and I use the blanket to color the grass, which right now everything's brown. So I use a brown blanket, and I just spin a big circle and sit down, and I look like the grass. And I want to be able. I want pictures, and I want a video. That's what I want.
Well, you want what we want too. I wish it happened every time we went out, but it doesn't. It's just, everything's got to be just right. The moon phases.
That's right. Well, the call is the most important part of all of this.
Yes.
And as a kid, the stuff that I heard in the woods, I have put it to use in different places, especially if I go to my dad's. And, man, I get some reactions you would not believe. Oh, my God. But no sight. No sighting. At dark, it gets a little close. But no sighting. No star. I got a starlight starlight. Everything's white, and my son got it for me because that's the first time that he used it, that he's seen what he's seen with his own eyes, and freaked him out. But he's with me on this deal, so
gotcha.
It just takes a lot of money to get the stuff that you need. But I just want
real
proof. There's no way to buck this. It's not a blob. It's real, just like the pictures I had on my phone. It was no blob. It was there. It was. Look, I mean, you can't make that up. You can't. If they said I designed this thing, I would be like the #1 designer of the world.
Wow.
There's no way to build a suit. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way you could do it.
Well,
you could see the sun, especially his hair. All his hair shines like they lick it, or they call. I think it's a grease coat or something.
An oil, like a
oiled, but it's real shiny. If it hits the sun, if you see a flash in the daytime, stop and pay attention, because it does ricochet off them, and it does glare. It does. It's not dull by no means.
Now that's an important point right there.
This is a fact. I can tell you a fact about that. So when you see you see something like that glare, like a glass or something, you know what I'm talking about? Like the sun hit it, or
I do. Yeah.
Pay attention, real close attention in that area, because man, you'll be amazed. He stepped behind a tree or something, but it will, man, it's like a mirror off of them. It's what it is. The truth, though. It really is. So they're not dull by no means. By no means. That oil base, whatever they got, is it's thick, whatever it is, and it just shines, really shiny. With a light hits it, it'll ricochet off of it. It'll glow. You could see it. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about it at all. So tell them to keep that in mind too, especially during the day. I mean, you could see it a long way. That's a big animal. I mean, it's just, wow. Wow is all I can say.
Wow,
I hope they didn't make these things up and turn them loose. That's what bothers me a little bit.
Well, there's a lot of theories to that, and I don't know what's true. It's I think they've been here a lot longer than what we think. I really do.
My grandmother said they was. My grandmother told me that she's full-blood similar. She told me, the big man in the woods, like that's what they call him. And they have been around since she was a kid, and her grandpa told her about them. So that kind of knocks that theory out the window.
Well, I tell you, what a heck of an update you gave me here, and I do appreciate you taking my call, because there'd be no way in hell I'd ever be associated with those guys. And but
well, I believe that now. I don't. I apologize.
I don't blame you a bit for thinking that, based on the circumstances of what they said, how they said it, the demeanor that they had, and so close to us talking, and then boom, you go over there, and then they say that. So that tells me they're either listening right now, either they got your phone tapped, my phone tapped, one of the two, or both.
Well, I'm not worried about it no more, because I know that they know my family, so they know that I may not be able to cause a tidal wave, but I can sure cause some waves. I can do that. That's one thing I can do.
Well, just keep yourself safe, and you're a smart man. I know you're witty too. I can tell it in your voice. So I just thank you so much. You've got my number.
Yeah.
You can call.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Like I say, I'm really in it for the proof, and it, I'm not advertising and look at me. I don't care nothing about none of that. Matter of fact, you're probably the man. I was told I could send it to you, and you could take care of business. Me, they could shove in a hole. You, a little bit different story. So,
well, if you don't mind sending those, and you can send it over, you can send it to my phone.
Absolutely, I'll send stuff to your phone. So if stuff pops up, you know my number, and you'll see. I'll show you a track wave, how I get the heights, and it all absolutely makes sense. I'd bet $1,000 on it.
I bet you're correct, too. I bet you're correct. Knowing your background, you're able to look at those little details that matters to pick it out. So, okay, Richard, well, I appreciate that. You've got my number. Call 24/7 if you need to. And,
if I call you, it's going to be something. I won't call you just to
I know,
bother you.
But I just want to put that out there that call me anytime. And
I will do it. I was hoping to call you when I was in the woods a couple times, but it just didn't work out.
Oh, I understand. No problem. So it's been an honor. Thank you so much for giving me an update here. Blessings to you. Thank you for the wisdom of sharing the details to everybody, and just to me. I mean, I'm learning as well. So I just want to thank you again. And if you have any updates or pictures, send them this way, and I'll put them online.
You'll have them by this weekend.
Thank you, sir. You got
it, buddy.
And
I'll be talking to you again.
Yes,
if
sir.
you need me, please call anytime.
Okay, thank you.
You got it, man. Thanks, buddy. Bye.
I just want to take this opportunity to remind everyone to stay cautious when talking to people you don't know about these encounters. Often, government agents will know when an area is a hotspot for Dogman or Sasquatch activity. They monitor it closely, folks, so they can swoop in and squash any chance of any sighting being reported to a wider community. That's how they've managed to keep the lid on these cryptids for so long. It also answers a common question: how come in the age of everyone carrying a camera with them on their phone, have we not seen a clear photo or a video of a Sasquatch or Dogman? And the answer, I think, is twofold, honestly. For starters, have you tried taking a photo of your friend through thick forest or branches? It's not easy to get a clear photo, even if you can see them clearly with your eyes. And secondly, perhaps those that do get a clear photo have their phone or computers hacked via the cloud, or some technology we consumers don't have access to. And those photos that's on your phone or computer, they just disappear overnight. Lastly, for this week's compilation, we've got a story from Pennsylvania. 3 young men were just hanging out in a junkyard late one night, even though they shouldn't have been there, and they stumbled across something that terrified them. Not only that, but the secret government agencies we've been discussing seemed to know what was happening and appeared quickly out of nowhere, intimidating these 3 friends to stop them reporting their encounter. Luckily for us, and luckily for them as well, we were on hand for them to report their sighting and hear just what happened that fateful night.
Yes, this was back in when Haley's Comet went by during the winter. I don't know what year that was, but...
Oh, I vaguely remember that.
Okay. And I really don't want to bring this up, but because we were doing illegal things, but the truth must be told to make the story more real. Then I'm going to say that we were in a local junkyard in what do I want to say? Pennsylvania, which is in between Pennsylvania along Route 217.
Okay.
Late night, early morning, 12:30ish, 1 o'clock. Me and my two buddies. The plan was I would stay in the camper, a little camper-like vehicle, and they would go into the yard to get the part they wanted off this car. And they took the little tool bags, and we had those little walkie-talkies. So I dropped them off at the front, and then there was like a little restaurant nearby, and I parked in the parking lot away from all the lights and stuff. And I'm sitting there, and I'd say 20 minutes goes by, and all I hear on the walkie-talkie in a loud, thunderous voice, "Get it started right now! Get it started right now!" And I get on the radio, I'm like, okay, I'll think enough of it. And thank goodness I start the van, camper, and I get in the back. And I unlock both doors, the driver's and the passenger's. They came out of nowhere. There was like shrubs and small trees between us, the restaurant parking lot, and the junkyard. I guess they came straight through all that to get to the vehicle. He gets in, and then the other guy gets in, and we're out of there. We're heading back towards Lake Trobe. I'm like, what the hell? What is it? What's going on? He's like, I don't know. There was something in there. I'm like, what? And I turned to look at the junkyard through one of the camper windows, and I see this creature walking back into the junkyard. I'm like, it looks like a very large, wide old man with a fur coat on. And we get about a quarter mile away, heading into the nearest town, Barry, PA, near the rock quarry. And out of nowhere behind us, this pickup truck comes up with its lights. I mean, this thing even had the bar lights on top. Just,
Okay.
Forward-facing kind. And they all come on us. It's black 1 second, and it's bright as day in the camping area where I'm sitting at. I'm like, what the hell? And he comes, he's 100 feet, and he gets close to us, I'll say 20 feet. And he still has those bright lights on us, and he's following us for, a good half a mile. And this is, out back, kind of, open road area.
Mm-hmm.
And he follows us for that distance, and then everything goes black again. He turns around. So we get back to my house, because I was the first one to be dropped off. My buddy was living with his parents at that time by Arnold Palmer Regional Airport, a town called. So he just drops me off, and he said, I'll tell you tomorrow. I got to go get settled down or whatever. And I'm like, fine, okay. He drops me off. And that's when I noticed I see the comet in the sky by the moon. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. So, I go in and I think nothing of it. He comes by the next day in the afternoon, and I was living with my parents, and I had my living area downstairs. He goes, we're going to go downstairs. I'm going to tell you this. What happened in the junkyard? I'm like, oh, great. Good. So I'd like to know. we've done, a couple jobs like that, and nothing happened. They come back peacefully with their tool bags and the parts, and, nothing, they left everything there. Their tools.
Wow.
Their flashlights. All he had was the radio in his hand. And he was yelling at it. I can hear him running, high breath, high voice, running, telling me to turn the van on and get it ready. So I go, no, what happened? And this is how it goes. As we were walking up to the car, they had cars, junk cars on both sides, junk vehicles on both sides. As we walked up, we noticed we heard some rustling and, stuff coming from the woods. So, we thought it was deer. We start working on the car. And my buddy, he starts slapping me on the shoulder and real rapidly. I turn from the motor of the car to my left, and I see a school bus with no wheels. But he's still not saying anything. His flashlight's still, he's pointing like a dog with his flashlight. And he says there was eye shine, level with the windows.
Ooh.
From the back, on the other side of the bus, like Bigfoot leaned over to see what the noise was. And they figured he was sitting on the trunk or the hood of a vehicle next to the bus. Because, they both looked at it and, they seen the eye shine in the head in a position like, leaning over to look around the corner of the bus to see. He wanted to know what was going on.
Right.
And they both got away from the car, took a couple steps towards it, with their lights. They're like, well, what is this? Who are you? And that's when they said it stood up and faced them. That's when my buddy ran, dropped the flashlight, and started running towards me. The other guy was still there, and he wanted to make sure what he was looking at. He said the shoulders were at the height of the windows, and the chin was, the head was just about even with the roof of the bus.
Wow.
It took a step towards him, and that's when he decided to run. Now the junkyard, I'd say it was about a good, 500 feet. They were in 500 feet. That kid caught up to my buddy in order to get to the van damn near the same time.
Wow.
And I said, well, here, draw me a picture of what you draw me a picture. And he drew the bus, and then he drew like the car in the back and the head first peeping out around the corner. And then he drew me another picture of when it stood up to face them. And then my buddy gets a call on his phone from the guy that was with him that night in the yard, like last night. And he says, come over here. I got to talk to you. I got to tell you something's going on here weird. And we go to his house. And he's saying, dude, I'm getting these weird phone calls. There's a voice, a plain male voice, but with a lot of weird noises and weird music in the background. But you can clearly hear the guy say to me, forget what you saw last night. We won't press any charges. Don't say to anyone. Just let it go. I don't know how he got the message. My buddy never got a message like that. Neither did I. But we were in his vehicle the only information they got was all from him.
I see.
And yet they call this guy saying, whatever you seen last night, forget about it. And that's what prompted me to call. And we went out the day after that and talked to a few neighbors and stuff like that, which they said, no, there's nothing strange going on. My buddy, who's the owner of the camper van, he's a real motorhead. He had I think a 72 Nova, built up blueprinted engine in it. And he took some buddies along late night to see if he can see the creature again.
Oh.
They did. They slowed down to a crawl. They're looking around at, in the same area where they were at the junkyard. And he asked the one kid, "Do you see anything?" And he goes, "Yeah, I see it." And he's like, "Where?" "Right behind us." And that's when the creature, as I put it, I'm going to say Bigfoot, put his hands on the trunk and started pushing down on the car.
Oh, man.
My buddy gets scared. He slams the gas pedal, which the tire starts moving and squealing. And according to the guy next to him, the passenger, who's still looking at Bigfoot, the tires squealed so much he grabbed his ears, and that's when he let go of the car, and they shot. They're gone. They go up to nearby, which is 10 minutes away, to the there to get gas and drinks and whatever, try and calm down from this. And the kid goes around the back and he sees the handprints on the car from the dust.
Man.
When he pushed down on the hood or the trunk.
Right.
You can see where he put them down, and then you can see, like, when you pulled your hand towards you.
Mm-hmm.
He brings the car to me the next morning and tells me the story again. And I'm like, I come outside and I go, "What? You mean these handprints?" Because they were still there. Luckily, he did not wash the car or anything. He's like, "Yeah, those are them right there." And you can, I could clearly see it. I'm like, "Wait a minute, don't do anything." I go downstairs, I grab my Polaroid camera, and I take 2 pictures. One, as is seen, and I take another picture with my left hand to where Bigfoot's left hand was at. And it's 3 times bigger.
Sure.
I call and I tell him about it. And I tell him about the picture, and he's like, "Oh, great, I'll be right down." And I didn't make copies of it. I wish I would have. And I give it to him and the story. And about a few years back, I called, and I always check in with him and stuff. And he's like, I'm like, "Do you still have those pictures that I gave you, those Polaroid pictures of the guy's car and the handprints?" And he's like, "No, I lost him due to a flooding accident in the basement."
Oh.
I was like, "Damn." Nothing else was brought up. I mean, the guys eventually quit calling, like, in a week's time. Nothing else was heard. But, during the spring of that same year, that's when Bigfoot was spotted again up on the ridge area, like area, where the lady was like in the garden at night, and Bigfoot was like 12 feet away from her. And then another story was that a lady and her son spotted him in their yard up in there. But yeah, I just wanted to tell my side of the story of my encounter with Bigfoot in Millwood, Pennsylvania. And what really scared me was that this pickup truck came out of nowhere, and with all these lights on it and everything that chased us.
Yeah, I was going to ask what you thought about that, because I initially thought when you said that, I was thinking some type of a government vehicle, but what did it have on the back?
It had a bar, it had a rollover bar on it, but those were all like floodlights on it pointing forward.
Right. And they were following, immediately when you guys hit the highway, they were right there behind you.
Yeah, they were there like the whole time.
Well,
like they knew about Bigfoot was there.
Yeah, it almost sounds like...
and we walked into something.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally.
It sounds like they were monitoring the situation or had been doing it, and you just unknowingly got in the middle of it, and they got your tag, or they got your buddy's tag, but surprisingly, they didn't contact him.
This brings up something. When they left their tool bags, I'm pretty sure the guy had his name, phone number, and address, in case he lost it, please return to.
I was getting ready to ask if he had any identification in his tool bag or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he was receiving calls, you say, for about a week saying, forget what you saw, and there was music playing in the background?
Yeah, weird music, weird noises.
Maybe not to...
Just forget what you've seen, and there'll be no trouble.
Did your friend question who he was or anything, and did he reply back, or
That's all. According to him, that's all they would say and hang up.
And this went on every day for about a week?
Every day, 3-4 times throughout the day.
Interesting. So, how long ago did this incident happen?
When Haley's Comet came by.
Okay. I remember, it's just, I'll have to do a little bit of research on that.
Late 90s, mid-2000s? No, wait a minute. It had to be late 90s, early 2000s, because I was still living with my parents.
I'll have to take a look and find out when that was. Let's see here.
I never got any phone calls, and the way it was lit up, if they took any pictures, I'm sure they got mine.
I just did a little bit of a quick research on it. It says the last time that Haley's was here in 1986.
Wow. Okay.
Let's see. That was Haley's Comet. It said last time was 1986, and then projected to return in 2061.
Ooh. Yeah, because I remember the crescent moon and seeing the comet.
And then they said that
when I got out of the guys.
In 1997 there was the Hale-Bopp comet that swung near the Earth in 1997. But if it's Haley's, it looked like this is from Google. It says 1986.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember that, because everyone was, hey, the comet and all this and that.
Right. Interesting. Time flies. So when your buddy drew what he saw, so this thing was at least standing, it sounds like at least around 9 feet at the head, if not taller.
Because the bus did not have wheels. It was just resting on,
Oh, I see.
Whatever. The brakes.
What did he describe it looked like? It was obviously, it wasn't a man as big as it was, but...
It was covered in fur. The larger man covered in fur is what he could tell me. I only seen the back shoulders of it, and those were massive, wide, I'd say at least 3.5 foot apart from shoulder to shoulder. No neck, head, covered in light brown fur.
So, who did he take back in his Nova with him when he went back?
The same guy and his girlfriend.
So there was just 2 of them?
Yes.
Okay. And the picture that you took, you said that there was 2 Polaroids. You gave one to, and the other one went. Where did that one go?
They both went.
Oh, darn it. Well, you did right by taking 2, except you want to separate them.
Yeah.
Wow. So since that time, has anyone gone back to that? Is it still a junkyard?
No, it's all gone.
Is it really?
It's all cleaned up. The restaurant building is there.
You know, I've often heard, I've not interviewed anyone yet, but you hear of these sightings in areas that are creepy anyway, like cemeteries, but I have heard, and I can't recall where, it was someone had spotted, it wasn't Bigfoot. They were talking about this Dogman creature in and around a junkyard down in Texas. It was one of those junkyards that's off the beaten path. It's not near a huge metro, and it's just kind of like in between towns, and it's acres and acres of just car parts and junk, and you know, you go in there and you find the part, and then you go up back at the office and you pay for the part, kind of thing.
Yeah, we have one like that on U.S. Route 22, just outside of Brazil.
Yeah, and
You pull it yard.
Exactly, something like that.
But I never heard anything from that area.
There is a lot of sightings down there, and it's.
I will tell you this. Now that I'm bringing this up, I was recently chronically homeless here in Pennsylvania, and one night last winter, I'll say last July, I was sleeping in the Little League dugout, and about 3:30 that night, sometime before there, and you know, you hear things, you know, even deer would come in from the woods and feed off the well-mowed field they have out there. It's a soccer field, Little League field. But,
okay, yeah.
no, it's a couple thousand feet of clearing. And then you'll get to a little wooded area and train tracks that lead up to the steel mill. And then they have a yard where they put all their processed steel out in the cold yard with you know, odds and ends. There's an old trailer out there and some metal, you know, long sheets of metal out there and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm out there, you know, I'm finally settling down. And about 3:30 at night, I hear what I call a mountain gorilla growl. And that had been at least 1,000 feet away from where I was at, to where it was at out in this yard, you know.
Really?
And I heard it twice. And then after the second time, it threw one of the big metal pieces.
Wow.
And that's when I decided to get up and go walk around. I didn't want to be there no more.
Yeah, I don't blame you one bit.
And when I was walking in, they got a little water creekside trail, public trail they made a few years ago that, you know, goes around the creek, but it also goes into the backside of these woods. But as I was walking in, like 9:30 at night, on this trail next to the creek, it drops tremendously. I'd say like 40 feet down into thick brush, old dead trees and stuff, and then it goes to the creek. As I stopped to put my batteries in, I just bought from the Dollar General store into my flashlight, I heard a couple of big branches snap. And I'm like, no, that's not a deer. I know how a deer sounds at night. And that was all I heard, was just two big branches snap. I put my batteries in. I shined down to look. I didn't see anything. And so then I went, through the area on this path to get to the Little League field. And then, you usually hear birds, insects. The deers are usually up and, feeding.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. It was dead silence. And the reason why I didn't go back to explore, because it was raining all that day and mostly into the night. So it would have been just muddy. And all I had was tennis shoes. And by the sound of those two growls, I would have been no trouble with it, I would have been like a baby seal with an orca. After hearing those tree branches snap.
So
yeah, that was last July.
Wow.
And oddly enough, when I made it into the shelter a week after that, early August, we were at our local here in and late afternoon, me and the guys from the mission are at we spot, because you can actually read right off it, the Keystone, and saying state police on the inside the Keystone, flying really low along the creek bed here, along the Willihanna Creek here. It'd make a couple of stops and everything, and I kept doing this for that half hour, which prompted me to call KDKA Channel 2 News about it. And, the guy asked me, well, can you make out what kind of helicopter this is? I'm like, yeah, it's state police. It says right on it. You can see the bowl where the camera is. You can see the searchlight hanging off the nose. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. And I go, this is my number. Let me know what's going on if you're with police. He calls me back a half hour later. He goes, well, I called Westmoreland County Emergency Management, and they told me it was insignificant. Insignificant to bring a state police helicopter into the city police department area?
Yeah.
Up and down the creek at about 200 feet altitude?
Was there any missing people in the area? Did they say any flyers or anything?
No, there was nothing in the news about it either. The local paper, the local Tribune, no. Pittsburgh's news stations, nothing.
Wow. Sure sounds fishy to me.
Yeah. Especially when you tell the news guy, insignificant.
Exactly. Those are words that isn't that interesting how some of these words are, how they use keywords sometimes. Nothing to see here. You need to leave. Insignificant. It doesn't matter. Those are like pickup words. Like, wait a minute. No one in their right mind, the average person, uses those words. If it's
it shows up with a big red flag.
Exactly.
Like, oh, I should go check this out.
Yeah, instead of someone saying, well, we're looking for someone right here. Apparently they're lost, sir, so we've got it covered. No worries. We'll find them here soon. Something like that. But they've got to say, you need to move along.
Yeah.
So, do you ever talk...
If I wasn't, in the shelter where we had, we had to do certain things at certain times, I didn't have the time to go, down to Park to where the helicopter seemed to be the most at, circling. I didn't have time to go down there to see what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Had you ever make contact with those buddies years ago at the junkyard?
No, they no further contact. But like when the creature moved on, so did they.
So I didn't ask you in the very beginning, what's your take on, did you grow up having an interest in Bigfoot, or what's your premise or your thoughts on the Bigfoot creature or Dogman creature? And
it all started when my brother and I in the early 70s went to the movies to see the movie Monsters, Mysteries, or Myth. And one of the things was Bigfoot. We were living in Illinois at the time, and they showed a nationwide map of reports, and back in that time, Illinois had 26. I were never, really caught on interest until that night we were out in the junkyard. And then, I've gone to YouTube and seen other reports, heard audio. And that's what got me there. I mean, yeah, there's Bigfoots out there making these sounds. And a couple of guys out there running around off camera making these sounds, especially when I heard that mountain gorilla growl last summer. I mean, it was a good distance away, and yet the hair on my neck was standing up, and I felt you need to go.
Yeah, you were by yourself, I take it.
Yes.
Had you heard anything like that before?
No. I myself never heard any audio live.
We're sometime here soon we're going to have an episode to talk about yells and howls and screams, and we're in the process of collecting as we know it, real sounds, not online made up sounds, but real sounds that were collected by individuals across the country. And so, who knows? There might be something on there that sounds like what you heard.
I mean, it wasn't a dog. I'll say that. It wasn't a dog. It wasn't a bear. It was a deep, throaty growl.
Kind of a guttural.
Nothing replied to it.
Yeah, thank goodness.
There's nothing. That's an active park. There's geese. It's deer there.
Mm-hmm.
But it was eerily quiet as I walked through the wooded area to get to the baseball field, and the rest of the night there was just silence.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Like they knew it was there, and they didn't want it to know he was there. Unlike me, I'm just noisily walking on gravel and with my flashlight on.
Right. Did, as you know, did your friend that left the tools, or I guess maybe both of them left tools, did they ever go back and get the tools when they went back, when the one went back for the second time?
Yeah, they went back during the daylight, a whole day later, and they were gone. They did it in a way like they were questioning about looking for a part for a car.
As to not give away that they were there nights before.
Right.
Well, I'm sure they'll remember that for the rest of their life when you encounter something like that. I mean, that's just, and that happens time and time again. Whether people believe in Bigfoot or Dogman or not, it doesn't really matter. It happens at the most any time is an inconvenient time, but I mean, it happens when you least expect it. And
yeah, you're not ready for it.
You're not ready for it at all. And it has a very profound effect to a person's emotional state, and it can be for life. And that's why a lot of these folks have a lot of PTSD.
For life.
Yeah. Yeah, especially up close encounters. It's a little bit different when you see it a ways away, but even one of our buddies on our team, he one of these Dogman creatures was about 400 yards. Well, it's still a distance away to the naked eye, but he had a scope. He had a scoped gun that could literally look in the face of this thing, and that's what he remembers. And it frightened him because of the detail he was able to see, even though it was out about 400 yards. It's just
that would burn into my memory as well.
It did. He said that's the first time in 35 years of hunting predators, coyotes and mountain lions and bobcats, that he felt he was scared. He was honestly scared. And he was by himself. And so when you see anything like that up close that you're just not expecting, which he was not, it has a very profound effect on your emotional state and on your lifestyle.
Oh, your trauma and shock.
Exactly.
I mean, even here, this brings up years. I'm going to say early 80s. We were still living in Illinois. And we came out here for our grandparents for vacation, Christmas vacation. And there was an article in the bulletin warning residents on the road that we lived on, the road between, to be on the lookout for this creature. It was literally attacking dogs. I mean, the one dog they described was, a very large, meaty dog, a shepherd, that, nobody really wanted to get around to begin with. And the night it came through our area, this dog tried to take on, I guess it was a wolf-type creature. And this creature literally yanked the dog out from his collar because they found chunks of fur and skin the next morning around the collar.
Oh my gosh.
And it was many yards away, they found the carcass of what was left of the dog.
Oh my gosh.
And, that was the only time that was ever brought up. It made the papers and everything. They wanted to warn people that troubles in early 80s, some creature attacking dogs, I guess, if you wanted to look it up. I asked him about it. He never heard anything about it.
The hard part about looking at some of this and these events, of course, they'll happen near small towns or bedroom communities or out in the country, and it's hard. I mean, if you get something reported, it's rare because most people, they're not going to talk about it, and if they do talk about it, code words are going to be dog attack, feral dog attack, hog attack, mountain lion attack, bear attack, that nature. It's never going to be what it is. So you kind of have to see. Now, could it be all those? Sure. But you kind of question. I mean, I have to admit, when I see people on the news that come up missing, missing hiker, missing boater, missing hunter, we know that there's a lot of bad people in the world that do hurtful things to people, and they kidnap people and they mug people and all that. But it's I can't help but part of me goes to, could this be a cryptid event? A David Pilates missing?
Yeah, like that one guy up in California. He was how do you want to say, kidnapped by a family of Sasquatch.
Yes.
And, the only way he escaped was that the male Sasquatch actually chewed and swallowed his tobacco. And he made a break for it.
Yeah, exactly. So my mind goes there every once in a while, talking about missing persons, just out of curiosity. And it's in every state. I can't help but wonder, there's a percentage of those people that they just vanished, and it's because of these cryptids. Not all of them, of course,
but too far into their territory.
Exactly. Something happened where they were too close. The Bigfoot or the Dogman, I mean, who knows? Lord knows what they were, I don't know. Were they hungry? Were they too close to a family? Were they, I don't know. I mean, you're
like a mother bear and her cubs.
Exactly. I mean, we know how protective we would be, so why wouldn't they do the same? They would. At this present time, do you have a place to stay?
Yeah, so I made it through the 4-month program with the mission, and I'm living in their supportive housing.
Okay, good. I was going to say, how has this shaped you as far as the woods and what you think of the woods now, and if you were still homeless?
I won't go into them. Not around here. Not alone.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you a bit. It's very interesting how things come in cycles. I think in this last week, I've received out of about 20 calls, I think about 8 of them have been out of Pennsylvania, which I think was very interesting. So you never found out who that vehicle was that chased, that was right up on you guys, and then they turned the lights out and then they were gone?
Yeah, there was.
You never found.
I knew it was a truck. That's all, because I could run the light bar in the front of it, but I couldn't tell you the color or make, model.
Well, that is a bizarre encounter for sure, especially from your perspective on being the guy to get the vehicle ready, and then hearing what you heard on that walkie-talkie. I bet you those guys were completely ridden with fright. I can imagine hearing him yell and screaming with the, trying to talk in the walkie-talkie, running to you.
Oh, they were a good distance away, and they were at the camper van in seconds.
Well, I'll tell you what, when that fear kicks in and those adrenals kick in, you are bulletproof. You have warp speed. It's like putting nitrous in your gas tank. It's all that blood rushes to your legs and to your arms, and you are in hyperdrive. You can run faster than you've ever run, and jump over fences higher than what you thought you could. So it's pretty remarkable stuff. When the body is under a severe fear fright in that
guy who stayed there to actually make sure what he was looking at, and you give my buddy that much of a head start, and they both made it to the van at the same time. Wow.
Yeah. Never underestimate the power of adrenaline. And when it's just dumped in the bloodstream from severe fright like that, or fear, it can do amazing things. But unfortunately, if it wanted to get both of them, it could have easy. There's no way you can outrun these things. They're just too fast.
Gosh.
They're just too fast. Way too fast. A few steps and it's got you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at the strides in those on them.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. Part of your best is just staying put.
Even the normal grizzly bear, they can run a quarter mile at 25, 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, the crazy thing when it comes to bears is they can run just as fast going uphill as they can downhill.
Oh.
Yeah. They can run extremely fast uphill. So you're kind of smoked both ways. It's just not going to happen if they wanted to get you. And
yeah, you're done.
You're done unless you have a firearm, which, as we always say, it's really smart. Not that you're out like the Wild West, but it's really smart if there is a concealed carry license in your state, to always try and carry some protection. If a person can't afford a firearm, fine, fine, or your beliefs, that's okay. At least carry a knife, a fixed blade knife preferably, or something that you can always protect yourself. And if you don't even want to do that, then at least carry some type of a cane or a walking stick. It's something that you can at least protect yourself or give some way to block a dog. And I'm just not talking cryptids here. I'm talking just dogs that can bite you, or, at least give some defensive way that you can put a barrier.
Oh, years before that, during my drinking time, I was cutting through the same part of the Loyana trail there, and I came up on a herd, a deer, and the male deer actually charged me. He charged me for a few yards and then stopped and snorted.
That must have been during the rut season, possibly.
Oh my God!
Yeah. People don't realize that if you go in right in the middle of rut, sometimes they'll have two ruts. But if you're right in the middle of a rut and you are walking through the woods, I have heard a couple of hunters actually being gored by bucks charging them. And when they get during that breeding season, they just get really aggressive, and they lose their sense of fear for sure. So I've heard a couple hunters being gored, and one hunter was stomped. He got scared and dropped his bow and ran, and the deer came back from behind and just they can get on their hind legs, so it just kind of knocked him down and started trying to paw and just beating him just pawing at him. It's crazy. I mean, that's rare, but it has happened. And again, that's in the fall, mostly, right in the middle of the rut. They just get a little stupid and fearless all at the same time. Well, I can't thank you enough. This has been a very interesting encounter, to say the least. I can't thank you enough for calling in and telling this. I've never heard anything quite like it. My opinion is that we're only getting a fraction of the people calling in. Not just to our show, but if you collectively put all the shows together on YouTube that people call in, it's still a fraction of the people, considering how many, in my opinion, that are out there that have been told not to say anything because of an encounter or something that's still going on. And they'll never say anything because they have been told, like your friend, don't say anything, we can make your life hell, you didn't see anything, don't talk about anything, just be quiet. And
yeah, that's what scared me the most.
Yeah. So someone knew something. Somebody was monitoring that area, and it was just wrong place, wrong time. And they were monitoring this cryptid, I guess, and had been. Who knows how long? Who knows if there was a family of them in that area? Not sure, but usually when you see one, there may be others. So they were probably... Yeah.
You go to Stand Site and Chestnut Ridge area, Ligonier area. They're all up. There's lots of them.
Right.
On this website.
Yeah. There's, and it's you think a junkyard. Oh, there wouldn't be anybody there. But I'm telling you, those are some creepy areas. I've heard of these abandoned farmhouses out in the middle of a wheat field. There's just how you have these old abandoned farmhouses and silos, and you have a cluster of trees around them, then everything around it is just flat for miles. Those areas like that, those abandoned farmhouses and silos and barns, hey, it's shelter to you and I. It's got a bunch of it probably has mice and rats in it and open windows and no windows and holes, but it's shelter. And if they can get out of the wind or out of the rain, they'll do it. And who goes in those areas? Hardly anyone. So they'll harbor in those areas as a little place to have their family, safety. That's just not our opinion. We've heard that from other people. Very close to townships, too. These farmhouses that no one ever goes to, they just kind of leave it on the property. It was the great-grandparents' house that homesteaded, and they just kind of leave it and let it just fall to the ground. But, it takes years and years and years before that happens. So in the meantime, it's kind of a shelter. Yeah, we've heard that a number of times.
Mm-hmm.
I can't thank you enough. I really, really appreciate it. And if you see anything else strange, those helicopters or anything like that, I agree, that was a little bizarre. You've got my number. You can call anytime. You can call me 24/7. This is my personal number. It goes nowhere else. I don't answer, just you can text me too, and I'll get right back with you. I'm kind of up and around, and when you share, it really helps the mentality. You realize that you're not alone, you're not crazy, you're not thinking different, you're not bizarre. It's just that you saw something that very few people saw, or you experienced something that very few people get to experience. Not that that's good necessarily. It is what it is.
I'll say this. When I called to report this to at the shelter, a couple of days he called me back when I was out back in the rest area with the other buddies. And he goes, well, we have reports in that area of something going on. And, you're not the first one to report anything. It's been going on there lately. I'm glad I had somebody credible like you to call in about something like that.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Just taking the time to sit down with me and share, and having the courage to explain this and tell us what happened.
Welcome.
I always hope that it made someone feel better to share. We're kind of in that group we call the knowers. We don't judge people because we've been judged before, and people think we're a little nuts. But we know these things have been out. We know there's people trying to conceal the identity. They have been for years. And not everybody's going to be truthful if they're looking for it. If they're in some type of authoritative agency or position, they're just going to, go about your way. Like we said, there's going to be code words that just kind of clue you in. Right. So, blessings to you.
They're alive and well in Westmoreland County.
Yeah. And they're everywhere, too, in every county. Everybody says, well, which county in Oklahoma? Pick one. They're in every county. I mean, just throw a dart on the map. Well, thank you again. I appreciate it. And call me anytime if any updates or anything, or you see anything that's a little strange, buddy.
All righty, will do.
All right. Have a pleasant evening. Stay warm.
Oh, yeah. You too as well.
All right. Blessings. Take care.
All right. Bye now.
Bye.
I think what worries me is that we put a lot of trust in our government, that they'll be there to help us and look after us, given that they claim to serve our best interest. But what often happens when we start asking questions about a Bigfoot or alien or Dogman creature, from these encounters, that these creatures are classified, yet we don't know that. This is when things get ugly fast, and our benevolent leaders, the true nature is revealed. But are they doing it to protect us from a darker truth? Or do they do it because they're trying to protect the general population, because we can't handle the truth, or because they're protecting us from something we don't know or not aware of? Who knows? I certainly don't have all the answers, just like many of you, but I'm searching. I'm searching for the truth, and hopefully one day we'll know the answer. Anyway, I just want to thank all of you so much for tuning in once again. It's so great to see many of your kind words since we've relaunched. It really makes doing this worthwhile, and I'm so excited for what's to come. We've got some more episodes and more compilations on the way, as well as even more content for you. We're also on Spotify now. Just search Monster 911 or check out the links in our website at www.monster911.com. Until next time, I'm Lance Hightower with Monster 911. Stay safe, and God bless.